evening, hockey playoff peoples. Our long national nightmare is over. We have a few agenda items we're going to get through tonight, but first, we begin with a statement from Bougie Eric, as read to him by a chocolate stick. Again, the inanimate object's talking to him. It's a little weird. But, Eric, take it away.
Thank you, Carlos. I appreciate this, you allowing me to have this platform. I would like to say good evening. I'd like to take this moment to address my behaviors over the last few weeks. As you all know, I am a Bruins fan and have been my entire life. After a record breaking regular season, the Boston Bruins had a catastrophic collapse in the first round of this year's playoffs. This loss affected me like no other ever has. Not even the Peter Klima overtime goal in 1990. My psychiatrist believes I had a mental breakdown, which caused me to have a dissociative identity disorder, or did. When this happened, I began to have multiple distinct personalities that controlled my behavior at different times. I began to believe I was a Toronto Maple Leafs fan, and there was still hope of winning the Stanley Cup. When the Leafs, predictably, lost their round to the Panthers, I was able to start coming back to reality. With the help of my psychiatrist and the loving support of my family, I believe I am on the road to recovery and I am feeling much better. I would like to take this time to apologize to the Bruins Nation, who rely on me so heavily, for leaving them during their time of need. This must have been very difficult for all of you. I would like to apologize to the Toronto Maple Leafs for hijacking their fandom and claiming that it was mine. I understand this must have been very painful for all of you, and I want you to know that I feel your pain. Finally, I would like to apologize to my Because I'm Carlos family. I know I have confused you over the last few weeks. I began to be kind and have a positive outlook on life. I know you expect better from me, and I will work hard to regain your trust. I especially want to apologize to a few individuals. To you, Carlos, for not bringing my best to the show. I am sorry. I know you have no patience for positivity here, and all I can say is, I'm sorry.
As you should.
To Bobby, I'm sorry I hijacked your pain that the Maple Leafs have caused you your entire life. That is yours, and I should not have tried to take that from you as my own. And to name, to you, I apologize the most. It must have been very confusing for you when I was being kind to you. I apologize, and I promise, I give you my word, this will not happen again. I want you to know that I hate you, and I wish you nothing but the worst. Thank you all for your patience and support during this time as I heal. I will end with this. Shut up, Josh. Screw you, Bob. Thank you, and God bless.
Those are moving words. They were words, and they moved. I agree with 540 flips. Maximus Pumpernickel says, does anybody know what happened with Goldberg and Cage from Lucas Tigers and Braun's podcast? It could be very similar to this situation. It could have been a combination of, possession of the pod people, a lot of drugs, all these possibilities are in play. Like there's a lot of options. I can only assume that one of them was a Bruins fan and came through an equally existential crisis. I'm truly shocked and mortified by everything that just happened here. Yes. Big Scott, good evening. And good evening to everyone else that I highlighted. I needed to make sure to give Eric the full form in which to read his entire statement. Big Scott, damn, how long did the Bruins lose? Before was your best? I don't know, man. Written on one crayon he didn't eat? True. Does this mean you're not collecting kabooms anymore? Oh, he's still collecting kabooms. Don't let him lie to you about that. Oscar Gold, we can only hope. Evening, gents. Maybe the first time this live has shocked me. Man, it's been a lot of shocking moments. But hey, new Eric. I like what you did there. Dom. Eric deserves cookies now. Settle down, Orlando. Settle down. Settle down.
I would like some cookies.
Look, there are limits to all this. There are limits. Let's not get carried away out here. Let's not lose our minds. Let's not all lose our minds out here. Sheesh. Michael Ham here. Good evening. I am surprised Eric showed up. At least he apologized, as he should have. It's the least he can do, honestly, under these circumstances. But yes, we wanted to start off with those moving words. We'll call them moving, just for the hell of it. Now, in the spirit of classic Eric, as the man bore his soul, the least we can do collectively as a people is to hit the like button, because Eric is charged for every single like, and in these playoffs at this time, likes help ease or make worse his pain, depending on what your preference is. And as always, thank you for your consideration. We appreciate you.
As I just said, I am feeling much better. And I know over the last few weeks, I was quite positive about the like buttons. But I'd like everyone to know that if you dare touch that freaking like button, I will hunt you down. I will cut your heads off and shit down your neck.
He has a broken hip. He can do none of those things. You are free to hit the like button with complete impunity.
I wouldn't do it.
Just throwing it out there. Just mention it to you.
I have a lot of rage I got to let loose.
And it's going to be very funny when that rage results in you trying to run and breaking your hip again. It's going to be fabulous. It's going to be fantastic.
I just want to let everyone know, don't do it.
The only funnier one was man getting hit in groin with football from The Simpsons. It'll be like that. It'll be like that. Thank you.
No, I've already had enough of that idiot. This week, tagging me on things and bragging about his wins that is fixed. So he can shove it up his ass.
Paul says he will hunt us down and eat all our crayons, most likely. Correct.
Paul, I hope it is so freaking cold in the Arctic, all your toes fall off.
Maximus Pablosenko says, joke's on you. I like all those things. Ha! Hello, everyone. If I was a dealer and paid $500 per table and the place wasn't packed, I'd be crying. That's right. That's right. Had to hit the like button. Can't be scared of a sad Boston fan. True, Brandon. True.
All right, you're on my list.
You don't know. You still don't know how to get out of Peabody. Facts. Facts.
I will have my mother drive me.
That might be the only way you get out of Peabody, and that's the only way that the grocery bill will be done correctly. It's the only way the grocery list will be actually purchased. Turkey legs, turkey breast. What are we getting? Just saying.
He does go with me to the deli now to make sure that things are ordered.
So let me touch on this one since it does reference this, because I mentioned it on the PSA Canada one, but I'll quickly touch on it here. So this past weekend, I did go to the CSC show that they had one out in Markham, which is basically just north of Toronto. Would be the simplest way to say it, just where Toronto is. There's a bunch of suburbs all around it, but it's one of the ones north of Toronto. It's in range, but it's a little out of the way. Really nice place. I did leave a link for Brad, so if he joins in, I actually have a picture I want to share. I'll share a picture of myself, Bobby, and Brad when we were there. But I gotta say, very disappointing turnout. I can't blame them though. I'm not sure. I think obviously Mother's Day was a factor that people threw out there, and it's a possibility. I grant that. But I also think the fact that it was really nice weather, people went out to the cottages. There was a lot of other stuff going on at the same time. And I think that all hurt it. It all combined to hurt it. And the other piece, though, I'll be honest, the entry fee was basically equivalent to the expo for a show a fraction of the size. That's way too much. And the dealer booths were really expensive. So I think it put a lot of dealers behind the eight ball, and it would have hurt. I was able to make something out of it because for me, it was a good opportunity to. I wouldn't have gone down if Brad hadn't said that he was going to come down to visit it. It gave us a good opportunity to chat about a lot of stuff, which is great. Had a good time with that, and honestly, I enjoyed the hotel and the lounge, and I watched the hockey game, and it was good. And my hotel room had a lounge, so I was able to watch that as well while I was there hanging out. So it was a very comfortable stay. It was a nice, stay overnight while I was there, and then the show was there. But outside of that, it would have been a bit rough. If I had been going specifically for the show, that would have been a bit rough. The rest of the stuff made it a lot more enjoyable, and I was able to find a couple of things there. It was fun. I even already moved some of the stuff I picked up. I did pick up a PC piece, but the rest of the cards were stuff I was planning on flipping anyway, and I've actually been able to flip a couple of those things already. So the show is starting to get. I'm starting to get refunded for the show as we speak, so it's working out. So real quick, I'll skip through because he calls it Pivot. That's right. Good evening, James. Absolutely. So that was the thing with the show. I did get some stuff to come in. I'll show a couple of things throughout the night.
That's kind of disappointing that it didn't have the turnout. I know Brad
Would have been nice.
is flying all around and trying to hit all these shows and expand his business and PSA Canada. He has to invest a lot of time and money into getting to these things all over the country. And
They did luck out, though. I was saying one thing. They did luck out that they didn't have a table for this one. So Brad was just visiting as a visitor. So when we went and looked at it, we got a chance to look at it. He was still able to make something out of it in the same vein. And he had to pick something up as well from somebody. So a high dollar card that he wanted to make sure he delivered in person and claimed in person. So there was still business being done, though the bottom line. But they didn't have a booth set up there. But it was a bit crazy. Those of you who may be familiar with it, Sluggers. So Carlos with a K, Sluggers, who does have high-end stuff. So let's put it this way. You had one table that had a 51 Bowman Mantle and a bunch of other high-end stuff. Really nice. A Bobby Orr rookie and a whole bunch of stuff. Really nice table with high-end stuff. Yeah, a real one. But
it's real.
It's real to you. But the point is that really nice table of stuff in different price points. But a lot of other tables were more weekend warrior type. But I got to be honest with you and just think about it this way. I have enough stuff that I could set up as a dealer at a small show. But to kind of bring back the point was, at $500 a table, I'm behind the eight ball. Like, that's rough. That's really tough to kind of make it work for you. Because it's like, all right, so how much stuff do you actually need realistically to sell through to make it worth your time, the travel, and then potentially staying in the area or whatever it's going to be like. It's unfortunate. I feel bad for them. Hopefully the next show is better. We'll see what happens. I think they're flipping between two venues. But this venue, like I said, the venue was nice. I just didn't work out with the timing. So let me show this card real quick. I mentioned it. I've got it on my pickup video that'll be appearing on the channel tomorrow during the morning. But check this one out. So that's a Joe Carter Power Zone from 95 Stadium Club. Now check out the shine where the explosion there is.
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
Yeah. These things are a couple bucks. These things are very inexpensive. They're actually really fun cards, and I love a lot of the early mid-90s stuff. A lot of mid-90s stuff is like this, where you can find a lot of hidden gems that are really fun, and I think that's a really good one. That was the one that we mentioned when Bobbles was talking about it the other one, and we showed the autograph version of it. So that's obviously the non-autograph version of it, but that's the physical card in hand, and it actually shines a lot better in person. So it's a really cool looking card. Good evening, name. You already missed out. Eric had a statement that included you.
Go screw yourself.
There you go. Eric's back, people. Eric's back. Facts. James says, a $500 table. I need the hotel room to work out just to make up the difference. Yeah, for sure. For sure. But like I said, I wanted to bring it into this conversation a little bit with all of you because I thought it was a good discussion that we ended up having. If you do observe the PSA Canada one, do check out last night's episode. I recommend it because Brad, myself, and Kevin were able to talk through a couple of pieces about that as well and have a nice discussion about it. But the bottom line is that if you're a show promoter, there's a little bit of a balancing act, because you're trying to make sure you get enough quality dealers. You want that. You need to pay for the venue. You need that. You need foot traffic in the door. You need that. And you want the dealers to do well because that's how they're going to, keep coming. But at the same time, you also had this nice venue, which is not cheap. Like I said, under normal circumstances, the room they had was really nice. And I think I was doing a little bit of research into it. I think I might be able to actually show you a 3D render of the room. Look, this is how fancy it is. They got a 3D render on the online website that you can actually see what the virtual room looks like in different configurations. So I'll see if I can pull up for you tonight. But that tells you it was a nice room. And they had a cash bar and everything. Like, the amenities were all there. You had all the fixins. Unfortunately, the foot traffic just never materialized. So I'm like, for some of these dealers, they probably took a bath. Absolutely took a bath. Saddam says, where that 90s creativity for inserts go? They don't manufacture the cards anymore. What it really comes down to, I don't even think it's creativity. Every one of the manufacturers now works with basically the same suppliers. So it's, can you do it? And B, how much will it cost us? So if you don't, exactly, Bob Jackson hits the nail on the head here. If you don't produce it, literally when these companies go in, if they want to talk about, oh, I want this type of foil, cool. Panini can have that same kind of foil. Upper Deck can have the same kind of foil, and Topps can have the same kind of foil because you're all going through the same swatch book. So like imagine you're trying to paint your house and you're trying to be creative, right? But you've got the same swatch book of colors. You're all picking from the exact same stuff. How do you want to do it? All right, you're going to make the living room this color and the bathroom this color and the kitchen this color. That's the only thing you're doing. But you're picking from the same stuff. You don't have other choices.
And another thing is, back in the 90s when these things were made, you had, I don't know, what seemed like 10 different card companies all doing hockey. Well, they had to try to outdo each other, and they had to come up with something better and something that looked better and something that was going to get the attention. And they created a lot of, things in the 90s that we take for granted today, like foil cards and holograms and die cuts and autographs and jerseys. And, that stuff didn't exist before. And they did that to try, because they had to compete with each other, because you had 10 people that had a hockey license. So now, and I'm not dissing Upper Deck or Billy or anything, they're great. But when you're not bringing another product in and dropping it on the table at Upper Deck and saying, this is what we have to beat, your product's going to suffer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Orlando's in the same vein, less competition. But the one point I keep trying to make here is that we keep talking about competition. If we talk about today's world with what's available today and they're all using suppliers, what competition? What are you going to offer? You're going to go to the supplier and say, yeah, give me something the other guys aren't getting, because it's the same guy doing they've got the printers. That printer over there is printing Panini. That printer over there is printing Upper Deck, and that one behind us is doing Topps. It's in the same building. So it's like, what is your competitive edge then? Hopefully you came up with a good idea. So thank you for that, James. Pacific used to print all those stuff and would try out ideas constantly in-house. The key is in-house. That's the key. Where it's in-house, you can come up with proprietary ideas that the other guys haven't tried. But if you're in the same building, somebody walks by and sees it. Actually, I like that idea. Can we have that? Yeah, this is how much it costs. Okay, I'll do one of those. What creativity. If somebody comes up with something, everybody else can just steal it. It takes 2 seconds. Does Johnny Outback gold leafing by hand? There you go. Competition breeds innovation. It can. It can.
Yeah.
Good evening, DuFX. Good evening, Jeff. Okay, so let me quickly show you. I was able to find the thing that I was looking for here, so I can quickly show you. This is an empty room. Obviously, it's a 3D render, but it'll give you the general idea. So here, this is actually the room in question, that the way they did it. Now, obviously, you put in the tables and everything and whatever, but you can kind of see that it's actually a pretty decent sized room to fit the stuff in. So this is all the back area here. This is one of the corners. And then basically they were able to do, so these are emergency exits, and then these are the main exits that they use to get in. So it's basically a rectangle. It's a big rectangular space. I think it's 14,000 square feet, which for a smallish show is actually perfectly fine. But the problem is on Sunday, when a couple of the dealers didn't come back for Sunday after Saturday and the trade night being a little light, guess what? At that point, all of a sudden you had a lot more space on the floor. You had a little bit more empty looking, It's a bit of a struggle at that point. It's unfortunate. But it was pretty nice, like I said, when it had some space in there, but it gets a little bit tough. So it looks like a Hilton room. Yeah, I think it's it's a Hilton Suites. Yep, Hilton Suites, Toronto / Markham Conference Center and Spa. Very fancy
spa.
And spa.
And did you spa?
I did not spa. I do not spa.
You do not spa?
Upper Deck Spas, SPA.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I'm not quite in the spa category. I'm sorry. I'm not quite bougie enough for that.
Oh, well.
I leave the bouginess to you, sir.
Well, in November, Carlos, we'll have to spa.
As soon as you can get out of Peabody. You may get out of there. Who knows? So how many tables? So I had Brad do a little bit of an estimation. I tried to guesstimate myself. I want to say, I think his guess was pretty close. I want to say 80 to 100 tables. The problem when we say tables, I mean physical tables. I don't mean dealers. Like obviously some dealers had multiple tables. Like I said, Slugger's 55, Carlos, he had like 5 or 6 tables, like he had set up there. It's nice. So it's one of those things like I said, the venue was nice. It's in a nice looking spot, nice hotel. And if you're staying in the hotel, it's really convenient. Couldn't be much more convenient. Food and everything's really expensive. Expensive as hell, but hey, it happens. Niagara Falls casino room looked very similar. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. But the point that we were making was you almost set yourself up though, because the rooms, those renting those conference center rooms in a place like that, like the Hilton there, where it's already very nice and everything, it means you're already starting with really high cost. And the people that have to eat that are the dealers and the people coming in through the turnstile at the door. And the problem is you're doing maybe let's say 100 tables for the sake of argument. Let's say 100 tables. $15 entry? That's a bit tough, man. That's a bit, it feels a little high. That's expo price basically. Like, and it's expo. You got 2 gigantic halls and like, and by the way, this doesn't have autographed guests. At expo you got autographed guests. You got all the stuff going, this big corporate presence and all these other things that help offset. But it's like it's tough for a 100 table show to try to go for it. It's like, ooh, that's a tough one. Name says Eric will show you how to live right. Hashtag bougie.
Listen here, Wolfgang Yuck. Why don't you go make some hot dogs for your kids and get the hell out of here? No one wants you here, especially me. And why don't you take off?
Rough times, rough times. Dave says those rooms cost money if you are reserving rooms with it. Yeah, 100%. And like I said, they, to their credit, they did try to like include some of the amenities to it. Like I said, we had a cash bar outside. If you wanted to get a drink, they had those people there, but that all cost money. That's all part of the thing while you're renting out the rooms for the show. So I don't know. It's going to be a tough one if they'll be back on that one. So I'll have to see. Let's see. Hockey Hockey 99 here. Good evening. Carlos, what are your thoughts on the panel show on Sports Card Therapist with Jeff Wilson, the great curator? Do they have one? Panel show on Sports Card Therapist with Jeff Wilson, the great curator. Yeah. Was that like their most recent one?
Yes.
Oh, like today or?
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I think it came out today. Yes, today it came out.
Okay. So I haven't seen it. I wasn't aware.
Therapist. You know, it was, I forget the title, but it's like basically the whole point of interviewing 2 of the most hated men in the hobby or something.
Okay. So let's see here. Oh, wow. Polarizing figures in the hobby. Now I see it. Wow. Okay. I hadn't seen it. Okay. So I'll be curious. So to answer your question, I don't have any thoughts on it yet. I haven't seen it. I'm intrigued. I see nothing that could possibly go wrong. Eric, I might have to respond to this. I might have to do a response video.
Oh boy.
Oh man. I like just on paper, like, all right, you have my, like that meme, you have my attention. You have my attention. All right, so right here in the corner. Polarizing figures in the hobby. Dan the Great Curator and Geoff. Oh man. Already 542 views. Okay, so just so we're clear on this. So you want to see why this shit happens? And people ask, like, why would they even do it? For a very simple reason. All right. This was from a day ago. Sports Card Therapist Collectors Roundtable with Matty C, Matthew, and Drake's PC. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, great. 429 views in about a day. 1.5K views in 7 days with Sports Card Nonsense. Here's the thing with Sports Card Dad. Less than 200 views. I'm only doing the latest ones here. 7 days, 3 days, 471. And that's with some other notable names. Not crazy. 1,100 views. And this is from 9 days ago. All right. 546 views, 12 hours. That's why. And I hadn't even got around to seeing it yet. So there you go. There'll be at least one more. 547 views. I'll get to it. So here we go. So I'll let you know my thoughts once I have a chance to see it. I'll have to see what it comes out as. Okay, so Bushi Eric is a new fashion line at Indigenous Rookie Cards. Did you hear he steals from the raccoon behind TJ Maxx and rebrands it all? Man.
Screw you, Bob.
Got it. All right, got it, Orlando. Thank you. So Dallas is $50 to get in at 700 tables. Yeah, for 700 tables, that makes sense to me. For the expo, that makes sense to me. But these are bigger shows. And Dallas, I think, has autograph guests and stuff as well. Like if you're doing a full feature show, that's where you get into the $15, ticket price. I can understand that. It's a bit tough for a smaller show. I feel like that's more like a $5 ticket for general admission. Is curator still the gatekeeper for positive souls? I guess so. We're going to find out. We'll find out how positive they are. I don't know what to tell you. Baz here, good evening. And then in a couple of minutes, we'll have in a couple of minutes, the hockey game hasn't started yet. So in a couple of minutes, we'll get that as well. I'll kind of keep my eyes open, thinking another 5 minutes or so, supposedly. But yeah, so yeah, I'll let you know once I get a chance to see it. I'm genuine now. Now I'm curious. And they talk for an hour and 45. I'm very. What on earth did you ask? I'm kind of curious now. All right, I'll have to see now. I will add that to my watch list. Done. Thank you for letting me know. I would have probably come to it eventually, but now it has my direct attention. So, good stuff. Let me see. So, other than that, I did the card show thing, got the pickups and stuff. I'll show some stuff of that throughout the evening. Um, Actually, I'll touch on this one a little bit. I'll talk about a couple of things that I picked up. But Eric, you found some stuff at the shop. You want to talk a little bit about the cards that you picked up?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Since we're on the subject of pickups, why not?
Well, what's the coolest thing about working at a card shop and being a collector is you get first dibs. And we had a bunch of 68, 69 hockey come in today. And I was able to go through it and bring a boatload home of stuff I still need for the set. I still build sets, from vintage sets, and I also try to upgrade if I have a card that's a little banged up and I find one that's in better condition. I grab that. So I think the big hits were the Jean Rattel, which is in really good shape.
Mm-hmm.
That was I needed that one. You got a Bob Plager. That's his rookie, I believe. So I got that one.
All right, fairly clean.
And
Got
you
it.
got a Cornier. This was the first set that I ever started working on when I first started collecting. I believe it or not, I think I told the story before. I had an opportunity when I was like 14 to purchase the entire Bruins team set from 68, 69.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, that includes the Orr, the Esposito, the Sanderson second season, Busick, Cheevers, McKenzie, and they wanted $21 for the Bruins team set. Mm-hmm. And I made a deal with the card shop guy. His name was Fred. I made a deal with Fred, super nice guy, that if I went home and my parents got upset with me that I spent too much money, would I be allowed to return them? And he absolutely no problem. If your parents don't think that's too much, you just bring them back, no problem. I went home, and this is the generation my parents grew up watching. So when I dropped these cards on the dining room table, I was expecting to get kind of scolded about the $21 I spent. But instead, they thought they were super cool and started telling me all these stories about watching the Bruins in the 60s and 70s, while they were growing up, and how great Bobby Orr was and Esposito. And so I was kind of scared to show them this, and it turned out to be kind of a cool afternoon. After I brought them home and talking to them about cards, and getting, in hearing these stories about the Bruins. And ever since then, I've wanted to get my hands on as many 68, 69 cards as possible because, I think they're a great set, but also I have a good memory. So I just were able to get more today that were in really great shape, and I jumped on it. So I'm kind of excited about today's haul.
Nice. Well, when you get some pickups, it's worthy discussing a little bit here. So Dave here says anything less than a regional show needs to be free to $2. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think for a show like that would have made a little bit more sense. But I said $5 just because it's an easy number. But yeah, $2 honestly would have been good too. Free would have been even better, but it happens. So good evening here. All right, Hockey Hoggy's got a couple of comments here. How come there are no Paul Molitor or Dave Woodfield collectors out there? They exist. There's just not a lot of them. People are still buying their cards. It's just not that people don't collect them regularly. And the biggest reason is because they're both retired. They're both Hall of Famers. But they're both Hall of Famers, not on the top tier. There's a lot of those guys where it's like, yeah, they got people that'll collect them, but they're not like, it's not like their stuff is super in demand. It's not like their stuff is super rare. So I've sold Paul Molitor and Dave Winfield cards. People are putting together sets, and sometimes people collect them, but both those guys both started in the 70s. So realistically, you could have a lot of their playing day stuff and not be out a lot of money because most of the bigger production of cards started later into their careers already by that point. That's part of it because I think Molitor started in 78 was his rookie, and I think Winfield, I want to say 74. I think 74 tops. Carlos, you recent video with Jason Cards and Comics on SCI being too lazy to put on work and only looking for headline grabbing flips. Hit the nail on the head. Yeah. You and Jason should collaborate on more shows, at least every few months. That's actually my plan. I like chatting with Jason, but we end up going pretty long. Obviously, the last episode was pretty long, but and we talked for a fair bit before and a fair bit after. So it's one of those ones where like, yeah, no, I enjoy having the conversation with him. He's got a lot of good information, a lot of good insight. He's got a lot of hobby history, and he collects a lot of stuff. So if you ever check out his channel, you'll see he collects vintage. He collects a lot of the '90s guys because that's his era. Great Griffey collection, great '90s Sluggers collection. And he loves opening up those 90s boxes. So if you like going back in time and getting a taste of flavor of those ones, it's fun to live vicariously through it as somebody who collected a lot in the 90s. It's fun to see kind of those cards and those sets. And he's pulled some decent stuff out of those boxes. So it's a good channel that mixes a lot of it. And of course, he is very knowledgeable in comics. I don't know too much about that, but he's definitely got a lot of background on that as well. And he was a good person to talk about when we talked about the whole issue with, trimming and a lot of the high-end vintage, because he collects a lot of nice high-end vintage. So this is right in the wheelhouse that it could impact him, obviously, with what he collects. So he was a good person to ask and a good person to talk to who would have a different perspective. Eric, who's Mildred Saharis?
I think this is a trick question, and I believe you are referring to Babe Dickerson, and she is believed to be the greatest and most important female athlete in history.
Good evening, Yannick. I had no idea people didn't like the Pacific's 90s cards if it weren't for that conversion. He saved me a purchase. Well, I don't think it's about saving your purchase. The thing is, people, I think the problem is hockey likes to go in absolutes. No, there are people who did like the 90s Pacific 90s cards, but not enough of them. It's the same thing as the Dave Winfield and the Paul Molitor thing. It's not that there are no collectors. It's that there are not enough of them. Otherwise, it would be more expensive. Easy math, right? Like, if not enough people are buying into it, then there's plenty of supply, and then the price stays down, and that's usually how that ends up working. Just trying to see if I have it nearby. I grabbed, as part of the pickups, I did grab some Favres.
Oh,
Of course. Okay, now here's a good example. So Pacific Revolution. That is a base card. You wouldn't think so, but in fact it is. There's a lot going on as far as that piece is concerned. Revolution made some really nice cards. But again, that was like $1 or $2. And that's about what the price point is because there's plenty of them out there. And I had interest in it because it was $1 or $2. I don't collect much Molitor, but I'm a fan of Winfield. Yep. Good evening, CC. How's it going this evening? So I think that's an important distinction to make is that there is no category that I've ever seen that has no one collecting it. Because if there was a category that had no, even junk wax cards, somebody will buy it if you sell it to them by the pound. The problem is finding that price point. What is the price point at which somebody will take it off your hands? It does exist, but for some stuff it's so low that you're basically selling it by the pound. And Michael Hamm is a good example of that. Love Pacific, absolutely. Yeah, I think they made some nice cards.
I just want it to be known that I don't care what Michael Hamm likes or loves. And he can go jump in the Pacific Ocean.
Much love, much love, much love. But you get the point there, Eric. So before you took off, so that was saying that's a base card.
Yeah, dude.
And that's great for a base card like that. You could get a couple of those per pack, and that's really nice. And that means you can get this for $1 or $2. Like it's not like a crazy big invest. That's the reason I picked this up. Is I go, oh, okay, a couple bucks. Yeah, sure, I'll take it. It's a nice looking card. I like it.
Remember, like the Pacific had like windows. And the pictures were on like this like film, and
yeah, it was an acetate. It was the
had windows in there. I mean, it was just the stuff they came up with. The '90s were just insane, and it was unfortunate that I had to stop. I literally had to stop collecting in the '90s stuff because there was too much of it, and that's what killed it, obviously. Mm-hmm. But I could not keep up with it financially to go after every single product that was coming out.
Yeah.
I didn't have the finances. And that is when, about 1994, I was like, I am done. I am not buying another modern card. They can all go screw. I am focusing on vintage, and that is it. And I've stuck to my guns mostly. Um, there's a few things I'll pick up here and there, but at that time in the mid 90s, I had to be like, I can't afford this. I mean, you have to understand, we thought Pro Set was good and we bought tons of it. I mean, there was just you just Score and Pro Set and Pacific and Ultra and Upper Deck and Donruss and Flair and Fleer, and I mean Parkhurst, and then they had subsets of Parkhurst this, but Parkhurst. I mean, it just was too much. I couldn't afford it. It was just too. It was too much.
It was a lot. It was a lot. I see a lot of talk about Flair, but insert tops chrome refractors not as popular in the 90s. Again, it's too much generality. That's not true.
I didn't
Some of
even
the
say
tops chrome
Tops and Opeachy. Jesus, I just
Yeah.
named all those companies. I didn't even say Tops and Opeachy.
Yeah.
So I mean, add those two more to the pile.
Yep.
It was crazy.
Yeah. The tops chrome refractors, there were a lot of inserts and a lot of tops chrome refractors in there. But Topps Chrome refractors didn't start until Topps Chrome refractors didn't start until '96. So it's so Top Finest started in '93, but Topps Chrome didn't start until
Premier,
'96.
Tops Premier. You couldn't just have Tops; you had to have Tops Premier, and it's like, oh, come on! They just kept. Oh God, it was just so overwhelming. For younger collectors who didn't live it, it the 90s were great, and it also sucked at the same time.
It happens. Molitor and Winfield changed teams. If Winfield had won in New York, he'd be huge. I think so. Yeah, in the '80s, he would have been pretty good. But that '80s Yankees team, they were stacked with talent, but just never put the pieces together. CC says Pacific is somewhat collected back in the day. Some nice cards. Yep. Pacific even had McDonald's cards between Upper Deck Producer and McD card. I'll say in the hockey side, Pacific was definitely collected. There was a lot of stuff, but Pacific came out with so much stuff that even the people that were monitoring it, like stuff fell through the cracks. I will say, and this is to Pacific's credit and to their detriment, like especially, they came up with a lot of really funky sets, but they also came out at funky insert ratios. You would have stuff where it's like, there'd be like 36 cards per box, and then it'd be like 1 in 73 packs. So it's like not exactly one per box, just over one per box. But they came up with all those weird numbers, and again, they'd be the numbered inserts, and it was because of production run. They would tell later that hey, it's production run, but at the same time, they would come out with like, okay, so this insert is numbered, like a premiere date. It's like this one is numbered out of 63, and next year's is numbered out of 74, and it's numbered out of 78, and it'd be like, why? Last year was 74, the year before that was 63 or whatever, and it would just these numbers would jump around and be like, what's the rhyme or reason? Well, it was production run. It was just based on how many they actually made, based on the production run, the size of the production run, and everything. But to the layman looking at it, there seemed to be no rhyme or reason to it. If so, I'll give you an example. Case in point of the opposite, right? So this was one of the ones that came in ComC. So there's Jamie Benn. So thematically appropriate for tonight. So there's a red PMG. So from the newer metal set, red PMG. Red PMG is numbered to 100. And within reason, you know that the red PMG is going to be numbered to 100. Now imagine this is numbered to 100, but next year's is numbered to 74. And the year after that is numbered to 107. Why? You just sit there going, why? It's not like it's a big difference in the production itself, but at the same time, you just get confused. Having a little bit of consistency, part of the success of the Prism Golds is because they're numbered to 10. The Prism Golds are numbered to 10. So people get that in their heads. They're like, okay, Prism Golds, numbered to 10. Got it. So a little bit of consistency goes a long way. Michael Ham says, Eric said my name out loud. An angel got its wings.
I'm more like a devil got its horns.
Both work. Nothing good about the 90s until 93, 94. Defects of Life says 93 Finest, first refractor. 96 Bowman Best, first atomic refractor. 96 Topps Chrome, first chrome refractor. Love it. 97 Finest, first embossed die cut refractor. Facts. Thank you, sir. Spurs Cards, good evening. Winfield definitely had the potential to be bigger in the hobby. Drafted in 4 professional leagues. Yeah. As an athlete, Dave Winfield was great. But the issue was, I think sometimes people forget, and maybe we'll discuss this a little piece. So, Bubbles, when you're ready, you just let me know. I know he's getting himself ready there.
Now, I know that he got
Did you get
drafted.
the toaster oven with the upgraded firmware, Bubbles? Nice. There you
Yes.
go. He figured out the technology. He has the technology now. Good stuff.
It's on
So,
ESPN Plus tonight.
all right, perfect, perfect, perfect.
So
So I was going to say, actually, Dom's point is actually a really good one. That actually, and you can. I'd like you to chime in on this because I think it's relevant. A lot of times, and Dom knows this, but I want to share it for everybody. There is a difference between a player who is great and is sport relevant, a great player, a Hall of Famer, all those things, and hobby relevant. You can be a great player, and that doesn't mean that a lot of people are chasing after your stuff because for whatever reason, they threw out it's like, oh, you had a lot of teams, but that doesn't necessarily hurt you. Ricky Henderson had a lot of teams, but some people really still enjoy collecting his stuff. Ricky had a lot of teams, but Ricky Henderson was a really fun player to follow. So if you were a Ricky Henderson fan, you didn't care that at the end of his career he played for a bunch of random teams. He played for Anaheim for a cup of coffee. He played for San Diego. He played for this team and that team. He played for Oakland multiple times. But he was Ricky Henderson. Like he
And
was a special
in third
talent.
person.
Yeah,
And he always talks in third person because he's
but
crazy.
that made him a character. He was a lot of fun to follow as a result of that. So he was still interesting. Now, is he the most collected? Not even close. Some of the other guys are more collected than he is. But there's a difference between being a great player and a hobby relevant person that people are excited to follow in collecting. Two different things. So any thoughts on that, Bobbles? You get what I'm saying on that piece?
I would 100% agree because even like look at guys like Griffey
Mm-hmm.
or a guy like Jerry Rice.
Mm-hmm.
Um, they have high collectability, but how many times do you hear people talk about I like collecting Griffey in Cincinnati Reds or Chicago White Sox,
Sure.
or you don't really hear or Jerry Rice stats or talk of being a Raider or a Seahawk. They're known for that significant team and where they became Jerry Rice and Ken Griffey Jr. So um, I think like if the topic or the question is about playing on different teams and having multiple people root for you, I think really you're going to have one significant team that really loved you, like Ricky Henderson with the A's. That's where he's
Mm-hmm.
most known. The rest are just going to be, like you like to say, a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
And it's hard to develop there. And it actually probably lessens the significance a little bit because they weren't on that one team.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And the other thing, just to separate to make the point here, Ricky Henderson is far and away the greatest base stealer of all time. He set a really crazy mark that, the way the game is played today, no one is going to come close to. He separated himself from the rest of the pack. He went to a record. There was an amazing record and then almost lapped the field. Like he created this separation between himself and the next closest guy. In that one thing, Ricky Henderson was so much better than everybody else that he separated himself. But he was also a guy that could hit. He's also the guy that had a little bit of power. He was also one of the greatest leadoff hitters of all time. So he's got all this stuff, and he was a personality. So he's got all these things going for him. But even then, he is still not the most collected guy. But he still has a strong fan base and good collectors because of all these other things. Dave Winfield is a great player. 3,000 hits, 400 home runs, an amazing athlete. But he wasn't the most exciting athlete. Nobody runs to think of Dave Winfield first, but he's a great player.
Think of and take away all of the other teams. He was a one team guy. He has a record that I don't know that anybody in real world work will ever break, but Cal Ripken Jr.
Yeah.
He has a fan base, but his cards are cheap.
Yep.
Comparatively, they're cheap.
There was a moment in time where Cal Ripken was right at the top of the thing, but that's right when he was approaching the record. That's
Yep.
when the 93 finest, Cal Ripken refractor was right at the top of the Beckett hot list. When you look at the Beckett hot list, there's the 93 Cal Ripken. And why? Because he was chasing the consecutive game streak. That was a big time set that had a lot of popularity. The two things converged perfectly right in that time period. Right time, right place, and right guy. But in the years since, nobody really thinks about Ripken that much. But that doesn't mean no one collects Ripken. No, there are people that collect Ripken,
Yeah.
but like his career's over. Like people who want to collect him will collect him. Everybody else can do their thing. Alex Bregman. I think for some folks that could be a guy. But there's a lot of guys now that fit this category. Maybe it should have been a soccer goalkeeper. Would have been an interesting turn. Okay, so CC has a question for you, Eric. Eric, how big is the sports card collector base in the New England area? Is hockey distance fourth amongst four major sports? So where does hockey rank for you? Well, I should say in the New England area, your perception.
Right. So first, the collecting base is huge in New England. We have card shows every single week. Right now, Fenway Park is turned into a card show. Saturday and Sunday will be the Fenway Card Show, where they have tons and tons of dealers, and there's going to be thousands of people showing up for that. And then if you head north on Sunday, there's, in driving range from me, there's another show. And, I mean, every single weekend there's card shows and they're packed. And there's money changing hands every single weekend. I work at the biggest sports card and sports memorabilia dealer in New England, and we're busy from 9 to 6 every day. There's just people bombarding the store constantly. So it is sports collectibles are huge in New England. When it comes to hockey, it's still fourth, but if you look at it compared to, say, the Southern United States, we have a huge. Someone's got to turn their volume down on. Can you guys?
Yeah, that's Bobbles there. He's listening to a hockey game.
Oh, well, my brain, I can't talk and listen at the same time.
I didn't know it would pick it up. I don't have it loud at all.
I was listening to play-by-play while I was listening to Eric. So go ahead.
Oh, my bad, guys. Everybody says they normally can't hear background noise on my mic, so I only had it on like 4. Is that better?
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Yeah,
go ahead, Eric. You were saying. So it's fourth currently. Go ahead.
So it is fourth, but if you compare it to southern states, our hockey community is huge here and extremely passionate. We have we do have a original 6 team. The closest teams to us are in New York, where it used to be, we had to have 2 teams in New England. Before Hartford moved to Carolina. So we have people coming in every day looking for, new Bruins, old Bruins, boxes, packs, McDavid cards, all of it. So we do have a huge hockey community.
But how does it compare to the hockey hotbed of hockey hotbeds in Arizona?
Oh no, Arizona blows us out of the water because
like we're talking with Arizona, we're talking like top tier hockey market.
Oh yeah,
amazing, sensational.
Right? Yeah, I mean the greatest player of all time, I think, is Shane Doan. Out of is their greatest player of all time, I think. So, I mean, we're talking just legends there.
I would probably pick Roenick or Tkachuk.
Tkachuk didn't play his whole career there. Roenick.
Oh, no, that's fine. But I'm just talking about like best players to wear the uniform. I would pick those guys.
I think Shane Doan might have their most games played record.
No, I understand, but I'm saying like Tkachuk at his apex. Tkachuk was on the cover of a video game as a Phoenix Coyote. Yeah, like at his apex, he had his apex period while he was wearing that uniform.
And I imagine where he would be. He'd be in the Hall of Fame if he was in a better market.
I would probably. He was an interesting dude because he was good.
He was in Detroit. Can you imagine Tkachuk in Detroit or in Boston because he's from Massachusetts?
Yeah, with the 50-goal seasons, probably with the 50-goal seasons, he get a lot of credit. He was very impressive player. Again, not like a great playmaker, but he could rack up goals. He was good.
Yeah, no, and he's not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. So how do you rank? So let's just to put the button on the question, Eric. All right. Yeah. So New England market. How do we rank the sports? How do they fit in what's the pecking order?
Right now, I see more people coming in looking for basketball than anything else, but that could be, because it's basketball season. Footballs is slowing down because of Brady left, and now he's retired. So the people coming in every single day saying, "Do you have any Tom Brady cards? Do you have any Tom Brady cards?" We're not seeing that anymore. Now they're looking for rookies and future, guys and Patrick Mahomes cards. But basketball is the number one cards being being purchased. I
All
get
right.
people staring at basketball showcases and asking about, basketball wax constantly.
What's behind that?
Right now, I'd say baseball.
All right. And then football after that, and then hockey would be four.
And then hockey. Yeah.
All right. That's fair enough. I wanted to get a little bit of a sense of the vibe in the room. Kamikaze Sports Card says, "What's up, Bubbles?" Make sure we acknowledge that. Dom says, "Favorite Ricky stat: player could steal 60 bases for 22 years and still have less than him." True. Yeah. Like I said, Ricky Henderson put the stolen base record kind of out of reach for everybody. So Dom here says, part of that Ripken era is if his cards were older and less plentiful, I think he'd be huge in the hobby. I think he'd be bigger, but I'll be honest, I don't think he'd ever be huge. I don't think Cal Ripken was a great player, but if I take away the games played record, he's still a great player, but he's like a tier and a half lower if I get rid of the consecutive games record. He was the 1991 MVP. He was still a great player, like multi All-Stars, had a long career, but very impressive for his day. But nobody really thought of him as the best player in baseball at any point.
Does he have a ring? Does he?
In '83, I think he won in '83 with Baltimore. Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah. So overall, like he was a longevity guy, and he was an amazing longevity guy. Obviously, the consecutive games, but just the fact is he just kept playing forever, and he did accumulate great statistics as a result of. And he was very good. Again, he won an MVP. You can't be garbage and win an MVP. Like he was a legit player. But there's a lot of guys who won one MVP and accumulated stats.
Wait. But what did the Fish Boy has multiple? You can't
Those
say
don't
that
count.
on record.
Those don't count.
You can't say that on record.
That didn't happen. Bubbles, I deny those ever even occurred.
I will say one thing.
That seasons are discredited.
Just to prove the hobby facet of players. Cal Ripken doesn't even have the most popular card in the hobby of the Ripken family.
Well,
that's a different conversation. That's true. It is infamous. That's true. Yeah, real quick, I'll get rid of a couple of these here. I just picked up some high grade or rare 90s instances of Ripken for the cheap. For top tier Hall of Fame with a large fan base, I'm happy to keep buying stuff cheap. The problem is, it's not like the reason why I make this point, the reason why I'm stating it. So, first of all, two things. Number one, those Fish Boy MVPs didn't happen. I am a denier. Till the end of time, I am a denier. Now, second, very important. Dufex, though, is making a valid point here. Look, again, I understand Dom's point. And, like, Dom is bringing a certain perspective out, and I appreciate it. But the thing is, I lived it. The only reason we were paying attention to Cal Ripken in that period was because of the consecutive game streak. That's it. None of us gave a crap about Cal Ripken in the 90s. With due respect, if you didn't live in Baltimore, you didn't give a crap about Cal Ripken. He was a great player. But there were a lot of great players. There were a lot of great players.
I know
because they were the local
before,
team.
But yeah. I got a chance to see him play at Skydome. I haven't been to many baseball games in my life because I don't really enjoy it. But for $3 Canadian to get into Skydome, which I was more excited to be in Skydome because it was relatively new and it was, earth shattering and it was nothing like it at the time. I got to see Cal Ripken play the Blue Jays. And of course the Orioles won.
Mm-hmm.
So I can say that I got to see Ripken play, and I had a front row seat for it, right above, right on the first baseline.
Yep, absolutely. So let me scroll through here. Ripken.
This game is starting like game 6.
Oh yeah, not so good.
1 shot on goal to Vegas is 11.
They really do need to learn to shoot earlier. Shooting more would be good. It's not hockey season in Massachusetts. Yep, Ripken read from longevity. His power and size of shortstop position revolutionized the game. Think Ernie Banks of the ring, but no one thinks about Ernie Banks either. And again, I want to make clear so that we understand each other. That does not mean he's not a Hall of Famer. That does not mean he doesn't have collectors, because he does, 100%. But when we think of Ernie Banks, we're not, rank the guys from that same era. Ernie Banks is there. We'll get to Ernie Banks eventually, but we're not thinking of Ernie Banks first. We're not thinking of him second. We're not thinking of him third. How far down the pecking order do we need to go before we get to Ernie Banks? We will eventually get to Ernie Banks, but at what point? How far down the list? If you're drafting guys from the 50s, because again, think of that 54 Topps Ernie Banks card, and a lot. Al Kaline was in the 54. Hank Aaron was in the 54. So here's a question, Bubbles. I'm gonna ask you to draft 54 tops has 3 Hall of Fame rookies in it. Where do you rank Ernie Banks? I'm sorry, I'm going Aaron first. You can argue Kaline or Banks. Which one are you picking second?
I actually have all 3 in my case right here.
I understand, but which one are you picking second out of the 3? So we're power ranking them. I'm taking Aaron
Banks
so
second.
Fair enough,
And
I think that's reasonable. But the point is, like when you stack up the 50s, he isn't the biggest guy in the set. Hank Aaron's
you might have to squeeze Tommy. Isn't that Tommy Lasorda's rookie year too?
It is, yeah.
You might have to squeeze him up in there.
The fact we can have that conversation is a bit of an issue.
Was he any good as a baseball player?
Okay. He was a player. He's in the Hall of Fame because he was a great manager.
Yeah, I've never heard anyone really talk about his baseball career. So
yeah, no, he had one. That's how when we talk about his baseball career, we say he had one.
And did he play for the Dodgers?
Yeah.
Where did he play? I have no idea where he played.
He was a pitcher.
Tommy Lasorda was a pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
And for which team?
For the Dodgers.
Okay.
Yeah.
I honestly, why would I know? I have no idea.
Yeah, 3,000 hits Ripken had, but nobody cares about these guys. Again, not nobody. I keep trying to make the qualifier. It's like you can't go in absolutes. How many Yount, Molitor, Eddie Murray, and Biggio collectors out there? Dozens! And dozens. That's because Cal isn't a fuckface, Bobbles. Facts. Let's think about it this way. Just remember, Jared Kelenic hits better than Juan Soto. Settle down, sir. Settle down. Fish Boys MVP are hated because the writers are a bunch of butt sniffers and anointed him the king when he was a new player. I like where Bob Jackson's going with this. Yep, there you go. Pretty sure Ripken was a 2-time MVP. Thank you, Tom. I did double check. You are correct. I didn't know it was 83, but I knew the 91. The 91 I was aware of, but the 83 I wasn't aware of. And the 83 was the same year they won the World Series, so there you go. That makes sense. It makes sense. I loved Cal. Fair enough, Big Scott. Cal Ripken was a starter in every year at shortstop in the All-Star game. Yep. Good conversation, but I got to go join a live stream.
Hold on. Which All-Star game was it where him and A-Rod switched? Was it?
It would have been probably in the mid-90s, late 90s.
If I remember right. Now, I'm not the baseball.
Cal started as a third baseman.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then A-Rod, out of respect.
Yeah, they did switch. Yeah.
Had him come over. So he didn't start every year as a shortstop because that year A-Rod was the shortstop. Cal was at third.
Yeah.
And then A-Rod said, hey, man, out of respect, this is your spot. And they switched, right?
Yeah.
Is that how it went down?
I think, yeah, it was something of that effect, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know all the details. I know Cal was a third baseman for a few years.
Yeah, he switched over. At a certain point, he didn't have the range anymore, and they moved him. And then he was still an All-Star. He was still elected to the All-Star game. But yeah, they did the switch because of that. Because by that point, A-Rod was the better shortstop because he was on the ascent. When you were a kid in the 90s and you played baseball, no one ever said, I'm Cal Ripken Jr. No, not really. I picked Banks. There you go. Fair enough, Dave. Banks second. There you go. Aaron was an all-time great. Aaron was another great, so a different category. Yeah, especially in 54. Was the sort of the H1 that Pedro clocked? No, you're thinking of, what's it? Don Zimmer. Don Zimmer was the one who Pedro
Red Sox manager.
Yes, that's right. All right, so Ziggy, good evening. Brings Ziggy a
He didn't clock him. He olayed him.
Yeah. I'm not going to ban him for that. He could ask, but the answer is no.
Clock him. Zimmer charged him, and Pedro kind of stepped to the left and just pushed him down to the ground. He kind of like a bull. Like
it was an Olay. It was an Olay. It was a bullfighting move.
He did not clock him.
Yeah. It was a bullfighting move. Yeah, I get it.
Absolutely.
I get it. Yeah, so real quick here. I want to see Siggy No on for a different point of view. Cool. Start up your own YouTube channel, do it yourself. Big Scott, yes, his retirement year and hit a home run. There you go. Thank you, Big Scott. Facts. I think that makes sense. Yeah, it would have been probably his last year. So that would have been probably why A-Rod would have done the position switch with him as a token, as a respectful gesture.
I was just wondering if I remembered it right because I'm not Mr. Baseball. So
yeah, I don't remember what year it was, but it would have been it would have made sense that it was his last year. Pedro ranked up my book that day with that move. It was quite the Olay.
I just remember Don Zimmer crying in the interview after, completely ashamed of himself at like 80 years old, out there trying to fight a 27-year-old. And he felt ridiculous, and he was ashamed and apologized to his family.
In fairness, I think if Pedro had had just like he didn't even have to move his arms. He could have just shifted sideways, and
Oh
Zimmer's
yeah.
momentum would have taken him past
Oh
that
yeah.
point by himself. Like it wouldn't have taken anything. He wasn't
Yeah.
changing direction at that point. He wasn't changing direction.
But a lot of people immediately started attacking Pedro, and Zimmer in the press conference after took full responsibility for it. Like,
Right.
I don't know what I was thinking. I'm like 80 years old. I went after to try to fight a 20-something-year-old kid. I'm just glad he didn't kill me.
There you go. Fair enough.
Because, I mean, he could have. I mean, not that Pedro is known as a fighter or a very big guy. He's actually quite small and skinny back then, especially.
Yeah.
But he could have killed him.
Well, if they had legitimately fought, probably yes. Yeah. Oh, and since you asked a little earlier, Tommy Lasorda's illustrious playing career.
Uh-huh.
He played 3 years, 54 through 56, 2 years with Brooklyn, 1 year with the Kansas City Athletics.
Okay.
So there you go. And then went on to become a
And was
manager.
undefeated
in
against Boston.
There you go. There you go. I like it. And
That's
unfortunately,
not
he
facts. I don't
had
think.
and as a player,
Maybe,
for all
but I don't know.
it means for you, as a player, he had a negative WAR.
But he
Negative
had
1.3.
one. That's the important part.
Yeah, it is negative 1.3.
I have no idea. Is that good? I don't know.
Not the best. Not the best. I think the Bruins in the first round had a negative 4. It didn't work out.
Listen here, smartass. All right, I told you I'm back.
That's okay.
You yourself.
I like when you're there, and it makes it even more fun when I say what I need to say. It's like negative WAR it is. One day you'll learn what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. One day they'll all learn. But yes. Not sure if I discussed the beginning, but RIP to Jim Brown. No, thank you for bringing it up. That is true. That is true. Yes. RIP to Jim Brown. Facts. From what I understand, some people are already running to take advantage of it. The Jim Brown rookies are flying off them shelves. It's like, guys, you could have been buying those things the whole time.
In its case.
Yeah.
And I have the auto back there.
Jim Brown is one of those people that you have to look at under 2 different microscopes. If you want to, actually, I would say even 3.
I was going to say you could do the acting, you could do the sport, and you could do the activist and that piece of it as well. So you got 3.
I wouldn't. I really wouldn't look at the acting thing. You only, that.
Actually, he actually had a decent acting career for a guy who came off of his athletics.
I've seen a few of his movies. Dirty Dozen's my favorite. He also did one with
The Running Man, man. The Running Man.
Yeah, but that sucked. No,
You're dissing The Running Man.
Yes,
Arnold.
Yeah, yes, I very.
This is
much
Apex Arnold. This is stupidly disturbing.
Anyways, the point is, he's someone that you can look at in a couple of different ways. You look at his athletic career, and it is hard to match. Mm-hmm. He is considered to be the greatest in 2 different sports. A lot of people don't know this.
Yep, Dave's got the other one covered here.
Okay, there you go. So he is seen as the greatest running back ever. Always touted as he never purposefully ran out of bounds. The only way you were going to stop that man was to try to kill him and to physically stop him. He wouldn't dodge a hit. He wouldn't run out of bounds. And he's probably the greatest running back of all time. Him and Barry Sanders are probably, the argument. A lot of people don't know is that, except for Dave, that he is also considered one of the greatest, if not the greatest, as legend will go, the greatest lacrosse player in history. His statistics are off the chart. He had the same physical ability and dominance, be able to run, contact sport, cut, all that stuff, field vision, all the same skills. So you'd think that if he's incredible at one, he's going to be incredible at another. So you have his athletic ability. You have his activism during a time in this country where it was desperately needed and change needed to happen. And he really sacrificed himself along with people like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and people like Harry Belafonte, the singer who just recently passed like a couple of weeks ago, and really put their celebrity, where their mouth was, and put themselves out there to make change. And those are all great things. There's also another side to Jim Brown that is not as wonderful and and cannot be celebrated. And no one's perfect, but he has definitely done some things that if he did them to a loved one of yours, he would not be your favorite athlete of all time. So, in celebrating his life,
Shit.
you need to look at the entire picture.
Eric, we're not going to give an entire eulogy, for God's sake. The short version. Like, I get what you're saying. I understand what you're talking about, but at the same time, it's like people can Google that part. Between the
Well, I'm not going to
athletic.
sit here and say it's a huge loss. He's the greatest human being ever to walk the planet when he's a wife beating piece of shit.
That's okay. You could have concluded with that. That would have
I
been
was
fine.
on it.
That was the short version. That's all I asked for. That's
Dude,
all
we
I
got-
asked for.
We got 4 hours to kill.
I know, but we got other stuff I want to talk about, and I wanted to include the picture of the running
Anyways, he's
man.
a wife beating piece of
I wanted
shit.
to include the picture of the running man. Perhaps the height of cinema. Don't ruin the moment. Jeez. Besides, you're already offended. Like the most offensive thing you said was dissing the running man.
I
How
apologize.
dare you? That was offensive.
I
was offended.
would like to take this time to
As
apologize.
you should. I think it's fine to celebrate as Jeep, which is fine, yeah. Zimmer's Pedro's it was. It was. That's usually how it works, yeah. Absolutely.
I got 4 hours to kill. What's your
Yes.
hurry?
And we got plenty to include in that time. So, Bobbles, has there been a score yet or no?
No, Wyatt almost had one, but their goalie got it. It
All
was
right.
close.
All right. How much is left right now? How much time is left right now in the first period?
I think like 340 something, maybe.
All right.
It's somewhere around 4 minutes.
So they actually started accumulating some actual shots? Shots on net?
We had a power play
All right.
that created some opportunity, but
Yeah, I'll scan a little bit as we're going on, but I want to make sure I covered some stuff. So that's good. So we got that covered. Talked about the card show piece. We talked about that. I'll show some other cards in a little bit. Other than that, what do you all want to chat about? I was looking around a little bit. Obviously, I'm curious now what I want to have. What I want to have as far as checking out that show. So we'll have it. So maybe
well, I just wanted to say you got to throw, and not because of the stars. You know about it. We had the discussion earlier in the week.
Yeah.
I think it was Monday or Tuesday. You have to throw Dallas in the mix as like Hockey Town USA.
Okay. Yeah.
I had a very weird sale on eBay. The yellow Toronto Maple Leafs jersey that I wore in support of the Maple Leafs with Eric, and in his moments, that sold earlier this week. Now, obviously, we know the story. They got they're a dust in the wind and no longer in.
Has baubles worn?
No. It gets better, Eric. It gets better. So we were having a conversation, and Carlos jokes that you were getting fancy and cute and created an address in Dallas to secretly order this, because I was
which is what I think happened.
Dallas just won Game 7. They advanced, and now somebody in Dallas, Texas is purchasing a Toronto Maple Leafs jersey. And then I was like, wait, that name of the buyer sounded familiar. So I went and checked the name, and the name was familiar.
Mm-hmm.
It just so happened to be a freaking Dallas Mavericks NBA player that ordered the jersey because he happens to have been born in Toronto, Canada. It all came full circle.
Demons.
But it was weird as hell that someone the day after Dallas advanced was buying a Toronto Maple Leafs jersey.
I happen to know that they were personally influenced by Boucher.
They must have been.
Just saying. Could have had their jersey the whole time, but no. They heard the impassioned words, and then they went with it.
I would like to take this time to apologize.
You should constantly take this time to apologize. That would be a good thing, just in general. So real quick, I'll read this one. It's like, I appreciate Eric's reviews. Too bad Carlos cut him off. I appreciate them less than you do. That's why I cut him off. Eric, do you have Jim Brown cards? He's got the most Jim Brown cards. All the Jim Brown cards.
I do not have any.
Does anyone remember the Zidell Shaq bloody stick swinging incident back in '68? He's already mentioned this twice. So somebody remember the stick swinging incident in '68 to make him feel better. Eric, you were there. Remember it? Just say yes. Just say yes.
Yes. Eddie Shack, the Clown Prince. He was
Stick swinging. Lots of stick swinging.
A lot of stick
Bobbles,
swinging.
we remember greatly. Stick swinging. All the stick swinging.
They were swinging those sticks.
Let
It
me tell
was
you.
crazy.
Woo! Ho! Man. Moving on.
I think that there may have even been some legal ramifications for that one.
Let me tell you, the sticks were swung with such ferocity that it
Yes.
resulted in them collecting Cal Ripken and Ernie Banks cards. It was crazy. It's crazy talk. Bring it all together.
I do believe there was some legal. I think the authorities were involved in that one. I think people may have been arrested or brought to court or something.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, like that was still a time period where it would have made a lot of sense. Again, at the end of the day, like you have to think back, 60s and 70s, there were a lot of like bench clearing brawls and everything. Wasn't the infamous thing with the Bruins? Wasn't that in the 70s? It would have been the 70s, no?
It was 1970, yeah, 69,
Yeah.
70 with Ted.
Okay, so right
Wayne
around that.
Mackey hit Ted Green in the head and almost killed him,
Mm-hmm.
and then he had to wear a helmet the rest of his career, and he was never right again.
Right.
He was never really himself ever again.
Yep.
He did go on to win 5 Stanley Cups in Edmonton, though.
There you go. So
As
James, a stick measuring contest of playing back then. Facts.
As a coach.
Yeah. So this one is actually a good question. This one's a good one. So it'll give me a chance to go quickly refill one of these beverages here. So this one's open. Bubbles, I'll open it to you as well. So, Old Floating Head finally decided to have a half decent interview that gave material that we could actually discuss. So they had the interview with Jason Kuntz, alleged trimmer, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. There wasn't a lot for me, but Eric, you watched it as well. Did you take anything away from it?
I watched the first maybe half hour.
Okay, but you still get the general gist of it. So I'll quickly lay a little bit of groundwork, but then any thoughts you have on it, you're welcome to share them. Bottom line, he was on the list of Sports Card Radio, and also he was on a list of blowout forms as suspected trimmers for a long time. He's been on that list.
Right.
He's got that third-party grader, the Geoff helped promote as well. So he's got he's been around the hobby one way or another, however you want to present it. He's been around the hobby a long time.
Yeah.
So he certainly does have a lot of experience and a lot of things to say on a lot of matters. So it was going to be a contentious interview no matter what. I watched it on the replay after, and I was checking out the chat, and there was definitely a lot of it. But I didn't hear anything that really changed my mind on it. So it's just high level. Nothing really changed my mind on it because it's always going to be he said, she said thing. Unless we've got like hard physical evidence linking person A to card B, et cetera, et cetera. Allegations are easy to make, but there is a lot of circumstantial evidence. He's been around a lot of questionable items. Let's put it that way. But he's certainly within his rights to defend himself and say, well, no, I didn't do X, Y, Z, and they just said I did. And, I'm not getting in the middle of it. I don't care I'm a little bit more neutral in the sense that I don't know enough about him personally,
Right.
but I know where the lists he's been on and the associations he has. There is some smoke there. Whether there's fire associated with it is a different conversation, but there's definitely smoke. I think that's a fair statement. There is some smoke there. So I'll come back in a second, but if you want to add anything, Eric, feel free.
I can only comment on the first half hour. So, and I'm hoping to get back to it. So he claims he has never trimmed a card, and that the accusations come from trimming or cutting full sheets, cutting cards out of full sheets that he has purchased in bulk in the past, and then taking those cards, and I believe, and I'm doing this by memory, I could be wrong, sending them into Beckett or SGC. I think it might have been SGC, and who at the time offered that service for sheet cut cards and graded them as such. So in listening to him say, I am not a trimmer, I am not someone who takes a vintage card and cleans it up and resells it, to make a profit and try to get over on someone. He says, I bought lots of sheets, uncut sheets. I cut them out by hand. I sent them to a grading company that openly says we will grade sheet cut cards. And that's what he did. That's what he's claiming.
Yep.
there's nothing wrong with that. There is a difference between cutting a card out of a sheet and trimming a card to con somebody and get more money out of them. Those are two different things. Now, a lot of people have strong feelings about sheet cut cards and whether you should do it and whether you shouldn't do it, and that's fine. But
Are these the Fleer?
there's a difference.
Were these the Fleer cards?
I do not recall.
I don't think they specified which specific ones they were referring to. I think he just talked about doing various sheet cut cards. There were a few different ones.
I know at one time there was some floating around that I think had been sent to Beckett. They were like 90s Fleer inserts.
Yeah.
On uncut sheets, somebody hand cut them. They got really high grades. Obviously, 90s inserts are rare. But they were also, the other little stickler that comes into that is a lot of that stuff was backdoored, and that could have been how he bought bulk of uncut sheets to begin with. So, and then that bodes the question, do those have the same value as pack pulled ones? You know, there's lots of shit involved with that.
Now, one other thing I'll add is it was a kind of a notable thing is that he took credit for a disproportionately high number of the 86 Fleer Jordan PSA 10s, which off the heels of talking about, sheet cut things is like, again, people kind of link two and two together. A lot of the case against him is circumstantial. There's a lot of components of it that are circumstantial. I'll grab a couple of these comments here and we'll touch on it. The only thing more valuable than fame is notoriety. By the way, what's his name? Freaking Mathis was in the chat during a lot of that piece, so there was a bit of an interesting back and forth.
That was interesting. That's why I want to go back.
Yeah.
To see where that goes.
Yeah. So I'll include a couple of comments here. I'll include a couple of them here. So my takeaway from the interview is how easy is Jeremy Stroll. That might be a thing that's been a thing for a while. Strange dude. That's facts. That's hashtag facts. I saw a replay. To me, the biggest takeaway, which shouldn't be a surprise, is the extent to which a small group is tied into PSA and used the system to get rich, which is true. James says Martin. So I think Martin Sports Cards, I assume is who you're referring to, has done that true, which is true. Martin Sports Cards at the show has a lot of BGS graded cards from these things, and they buy sheets. Again, circumstantial, but let's put it strong circumstantial. So who actually scored baubles? Was it Jason Robinson?
He's off the schneid.
Okay, so it's Jason Robinson. There you go.
Off the schneid.
Okay, question. Was it a good goal or a cheapie?
I was actually listening to you guys, and then I turned away because I heard him scream goal.
Yeah. Oh, that's good stuff.
Oh, it was good. It was almost a Pavelski type goal.
All right. This is good to hear.
Direct.
This is good to hear. I like it. Good. Yeah. So basically, Martin Sports Cards has been accused of that for a long time, but the thing is, again, like the pieces fit too neatly, where it's like you buy sheets and then you end up with a lot of cards in Beckett who acknowledges they will grade sheet cut cards. So it's like people don't have to work too hard to put two and two together. It's like you sure do have a lot of BGS 9.5s. From the same stuff you're buying sheets of. Isn't that interesting?
So I just look at it this way, okay?
Yeah.
I purchased something. I purchased this card. I can do whatever I want with it. It's mine. I cut it in half.
As an individual, yes.
I can do anything I want with it.
Yes.
Now, if I go to sell it afterwards and I am not clear with what I have done to it, and I make some type of profit and I con somebody,
that's fraud.
Wrong.
That's fraud.
If I cut this thing up and I send it into, we'll say Beckett because they suck and I hate them. I cut this card. I know you will take it. I'm telling you, this is what I did to it. Will you still grade it? Absolutely. Okay. Well, as long as.
Yeah. So that's basically Tom's point here. So cutting a sheet, or in your scenario, doing an alteration knowingly, and then submitting it to the grader, trying to get by them.
Unless it's obvious.
Well, yeah. If you get it to the point that it's literally like, yeah. But look, here's the funny thing. When it comes to that, and I mentioned it to Bobbles and I passed it to him, I did a video where I talked about cards that were trimmed so far that it was so obvious. And I did that again back in 2019. Like when it's blatantly obvious, you don't really have to disclose because it's visually obvious on the card. But if it's something that the card could look okay, and if you know that something was done or you suspect that something was done, it is good form to inform the buyer so they can make an educated decision as a buyer. But the problem is that eventually somebody will probably break the chain of custody. If we're being honest,
Well,
eventually somebody
see,
would break the chain of custody.
and everything that both of you just said, and the chat here is saying, and I didn't catch the interview, so I'm not going to chime in
Yeah,
on
that's fine.
what he said or whatever. But I did a video a few days ago. Hadn't done a video on the card channel other than lives in a while, but I knew this topic was floating around, and I shared some of my cards, and then I shared some thoughts on it. Most people understood my video, others misinterpreted it to speak on the grading companies, in which I wasn't talking about any specific grading company or the
And look
grading
at how
in
mad
general.
Eric is. He's giving you the double finger. That's how mad he is.
No.
That's
That was
fine.
to name. No, Bobbles. That
I'll
was
give
to
you the
name.
thumbs up, Eric.
No, that was to name, buddy. Don't you worry.
But the whole purpose of my video was to share my thoughts on folks that there's one thing to get a card from the 50s that had the borders cut off because it was very common back then.
Yeah.
There's another thing to specifically try to manipulate the card to defeat the system of grading to get a higher numerical number on the slab to then profit and cheat the entire hobby. I said that was wrong.
Mhm.
That, like y'all use the word fraud.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
That's fraudulent. It's deception. It's deceiving. That was the point of my video. Because it's not right. We should not be allowing it. It shouldn't be done. Unfortunately, these people, and we've known it because it has been around for so long, there are people out there that are very freaking good at not just using a knife or scissors, but there is many other steps and methods, which I guess is what Eric, the Mathis dude, was trying to tell people processes of, if I'm not mistaken, of like how they were doing it or whatever.
Oh, I watched that
There's
video.
so much shit these guys do.
Yeah, and actually, to your point, I want to actually bring something up that had been talked about in the past, but I want to bring it back up real quick. That plays right into your point. Let me read a couple of these comments real quick, just so we get caught up. So Hockey 99, Eric always hates the Beckett CO. Doesn't matter who it is, but we'll come back to that. Eric always has great, wonderful things to say about Beckett in general, but we'll come back to that. This is getting caught up. It's good stuff. It's not hard to rattle Jeremy's cage, and man sounds like a broken record. A lot of times, yes. Dufex says, how long until third-party graders start offering conservation services? Not at the moment.
They do, a slab.
Yeah, there you go. Makes no sense why we get so upset and freak out. Yep. All right. So let me read Dave's comment here. Doug Allen sits in jail partly for a PSA 6 T206 plank that he rebuilt and graded and then sold without disclosure. If you read his plea agreement, there is no doubt this is fraud. Yep, that's fair. Yep. No, something will snap. I'm always here for a little floating head slander, so I'll just include the comments as we go. So real quick, just because your grading service gives you a number doesn't absolve your responsibility, which is fair. I agree with you. If you know, then you know. Fair. I agree with that. He knows when someone is clearly trolling, calls them a troll and snaps at them. I enjoy that part. Bobby Burrell, good evening. Starting a new company, Ginzu Card Company. There you go. I like it, Bobby. All right, caught up on the comments.
Just real quick, Bobby, did you see the opening of the show where I issued you an apology? If not, please, in your leisure, watch the very beginning of the show, and I hope you accept my apology, sir.
Yes. Speaking of, so talking about what Bobbles was saying, one of the things, and I went back to go find it because it had been a while since I looked at it, but I knew it was still around. And actually, this reminds me of the CSC show. I'll give you one quick side story on the CSC show. When Brad and I were doing a little bit of a walk around, and one of the things we saw, Bobby and I, funny enough, were walking around a little bit, and one of the booths had some Kurt's Card Care kits. I don't know if you guys remember Kurt's Card Care. Okay, the Kurt's Card Care kits. They had them there, and the guy was literally giving an explanation. Bobby was kind of playing into it. He acted like he didn't know what the hell it was, just to get him to explain it a little bit. But the guy's literally selling it on the booth at this little card show, and talking about it. I went to the YouTube channel because it had been a while since I watched any of this stuff. But here's the thing. People talk about this. People get on this whole freak out about Evan Mathis, whatever. Kurt's Card Care has a whole YouTube channel and social media thing where he goes into restoring, removing a crease, fixing a corner, fixing an edge. Literally video tutorials using the equipment that he's got there, the kits, to fix a card and make it look clean. and he submits the cards into the grading companies to see if he can enhance the grade, and has been successful in getting it. But he literally put it on video for everybody to see. Old cards, new cards, all kinds of stuff. It's it's on YouTube. You can go watch it. It's right there, for everybody to see. That channel's been going for the longest time. It's not like he started videos last week.
Also, and in the Discord, we've had someone that purchased the kit and did some little investigative work on it.
Yep.
And it's been determined that most of the stuff he's using is actually natural type substances, all
Yeah.
natural, like no chemicals in it or
That's right.
whatever.
Yep.
And that there alone, it's still deception because you are using contents to clean, restore,
Mhm.
fix, whatever you want to call it, a card.
Mhm.
The issue with that is he's using natural substances that isn't detectable. Like it's not a chemical that's going to show up with a light or something like that because it's not
Correct.
going to leave a residue on there like a chemical substance would. So
Mhm.
he has figured out what works. Like I believe, and don't quote me on this, but I believe the wax has been found to be like a beeswax, basically,
I think I
and that's
recall
all
something like that.
natural.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so
But
you have
I'll
to
I'll throw
like
another
I
one at
said,
you. I'll throw another one at you, Bobbles. On the video, when he talks about, again, he's giving like a mini tutorial. He's not giving you every single step by step, but he's giving you enough where you could probably work it out on your own, whatever. For a lot of the fixes he's doing on some of these cards, it's a humidor. It's using moisture on a cardboard
hmm
in such a way which is it allows him to press the card and get it back into the appropriate shape and do what he needs to do. This is not, you're not going to detect for water bubbles. Like water is about as natural as it gets. There's, if you're using some distilled water or something, there's nothing crazy.
So
well,
can I?
Dave is seems to be very experienced in a lot of the
Oh, for sure. Yeah, Dave has
matters
a
that
lot
have
of background
happened.
on it. Dave has a lot of background on it for sure. That's why I want to make sure I read some of Dave's comments as we talk, because he's got a lot of
I,
background on it that he shares in a lot of cases as well. Go
and
ahead.
I think soaking is one of the tactics, and I don't know exactly what they soak them in, but I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure soaking cards and then like you meant,
Yeah.
mentioned pressing them and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys are they they're
And
freaking
that's not a new
smart.
technique, just to be clear. That is
I
not a
think,
new technique.
I think
Yeah,
It is an
it's
old technique. It's been in use a long time.
yeah, I think they use alcohol because it dries.
Yeah.
And so
evaporates.
OCD
yeah,
scratch cleaners work great on modern cards. Yeah. And by the way, just as an example, this is not related to cards per se, but what's one of the things like people talk about sometimes their slabs get scratched, right? And they talk about, oh, you got these scratches in the card. Remember, slabs are plastic, right? So when
hmm
somebody says, oh, you don't have to send the card back in, just use, it's like you can get it at the car parts
Scratch
store.
X.
Yeah. So what is that? It's doing, it's filling in the scratch, making it clean. Now, that wouldn't necessarily work on a card, but the point is the concept is the same. You can fill in scratches. You can do something. Well, what about chromium cards? There are certain things that on a chromium card can be an issue that can knock you down a grade, remove a scuff, take out a scratch, do these things on these chromium cards. Again, I'm not telling anybody to do that, but I am merely stating that it has been done. It is being done, and it will be done. And a lot of it is
Every
very
day.
hard to detect. And a lot of it is extremely hard to detect. I am not absolving the third-party graders from doing their job with it, but I also can't blame them if the people that are doing it already have a decades-long head start and have been working on techniques and are only refining them with time. Go ahead, Eric.
And I want to mention one more thing
Go ahead.
about my video because it's thought of that I was just putting it out there. It's like, oh, it's always been done, whatever, it's no big
Yeah.
deal, la la la.
Yeah.
There are things that I discuss with SGC specifically because that's who I bulk submit to. I have submitted to CSG as well. I am an authorized dealer for them. But there's things I talk to them about all the time. In fact, I had a conversation with Carlos last week about some thoughts that I then talked to my rep about. I don't put all of that out there. In fact, I hadn't done a video on my channel outside of the lives in 2 freaking months. So just because I'm not saying it on a video does not mean that I am not doing anything.
Well,
Just remember
look,
that.
I'll also put out something, and I'm going to take my standard tack on this that I always remind people. I think there's a lot of people that are like, well, why weren't these people saying XYZ in 2020 and 2019? It's like, well, actually, a lot of people were talking about this stuff in 2019, but the space was smaller. Less people paid attention. Look, when I did my 2019 all over again, the video that I did where I queued up to my own video and I just replayed my old video got 10 times as many views as the original video in 2019 when it was a hot button topic. But at the time, my platform was smaller, and also no one cared that much, other than the people that happened to be watching that moment, which is a much smaller niche of people. But at the same time, also, like, I'm going to be very blunt about this. And Bobbles, you can have a different approach. Eric, you can have a different approach. But I can say both of you guys will acknowledge that this is very consistent on my standard point. I've been in the hobby this long. It was incumbent upon us to learn ourselves. We didn't have somebody holding our hand through every single thing, warning us of every single pitfall at the time. Well, guess what? You're going to make mistakes. You'll learn from those mistakes. I don't feel any compulsion or requirement to go running out to find, hey, are you new in the hobby? Hold on. Let me tell you a bunch of things you need to know. Figure it out or ask questions. If you have questions, you'll get an answer. But I'm not going out of my way to run out to go tell you every little nook and cranny. Guess what? A bunch of shady shit happens. You know why? Because there's money involved. As long as there's money involved.
And I'm sure you guys, I was just going to say, I'm sure you guys do the same. Well, especially Eric, he works in a shop. I'm sure you have people that private message you or come into the shop asking questions, or even if it's just about a specific card or how to approach different things. Also, like you said, you did a video back in 2019. I specifically remember doing a video that touched on tips for buying vintage cards. One thing I've always stood by is I don't hunt for high graded or even raw high looking
Yeah.
vintage cards, because I don't
They
want to
tend to
deal
be
with that.
more
I just
susceptible
want the
targets for
damn
this. They tend to be more susceptible targets
exactly.
for this.
So
Yeah.
and so I buy what is not only affordable, but what I am pleased with the eye appeal. I don't give a damn about the number on the slab. I want the card, and I want a card that looks nice and that I'm happy with.
Yep.
You
Real
get
quick,
It's the
real quick
best way to
before
cover
you
your
guys go,
ass.
real quick, I want to read a couple of quick comments here. There's a couple of good ones here that I want to make sure I get to. Zach here says these card restore guys set up in Dallas, which I mean, like it's out in your face. And by the way, I guarantee you during the boom they were out there too. Just to be clear, that's why I said the Kurt's Card Care. I was like, they have a YouTube channel, guys. They have videos going back quite a ways. Like you can literally watch. Why didn't you give a shit the entire rest of the time? The videos are there. They didn't start this week. I'm just pointing it out. Dave says Dick died in late 2021. Thank you, by the way, for the comments, Dave. I wanted to make sure I showed them, so hopefully people were able to read them as I went through. And real quick, I like this one for Big Scott. I'll read some of the ones in between too. Went for the video, stayed for young Carlos with a gold chain. Young Carlos. By the way, Scott, I never lost the gold chain. It's still here. It's still here. I just keep it tucked into the shirt most of the time because I used to wear it outside in the videos a lot, but I still got it. I just don't wear it all the time. I don't wear it outside the shirt most of the time. Real quick, how much of the hate for the card conservation is based on the grading and value increase associated with? Very true. I agree with that. Now, Dave here says, simple truth that most people don't want to know about doctor cards, PSA corruption, shield betting. I agree with Dave. That is true. There is a certain amount of ignorance is bliss. But it's the only reason that I stated the way it is. And that's why I said, you guys, please, feel free to check me on this. Is it not consistent on my normal ethos where I'm like, guys, I expect you to do some of your own homework, some of your own groundwork, ask the questions if you feel you need to, learn. How about before you go and spend a bunch of money on this stuff, how about you ask those questions first? Why are you asking the questions after you spent a whole bunch of money and bought a whole bunch of cards and now you're trying to figure it out after the fact? And then you're complaining, well, why didn't you tell us? It's like, I don't have to tell you anything. It isn't my job. But if you've got a direct question, I'll give you an answer for that. Sure. But I'm not going out of my way. I don't need to make a series of videos explaining every single pitfall in the hobby. They've been here the whole time. It's your job to... I don't have to make a video telling you to look both ways before crossing the street into heavy traffic. If you get hit by a car, that's your problem at a certain point. James says, I was taught about trimming, counterfeiting, and all the shady crap from a store I shopped in the late 80s, early 90s. I'm thankful for that. Absolutely. And if you have a store that was willing to bestow that information upon you and you learned by being there, that's fantastic. That's good. A lot of us have to learn from experience, but there is that element to it as well. It's already slabbed and price is right. Why would you stay away from high grade vintage? There is a certain risk factor with it, but don't forget there's also a high cost associated to it. But fair enough, average Joe card collector. Good evening. Dufects of Life says, if vintage card lacks any wear patina, is it really vintage? Antiques with sign of wear are more valuable than those that are clean. That's fair. Bobby, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up. Here in his garage, knowledge. Bobby.
Bobby.
Gentlemen.
You remember the Kurt's Card Care booth? That was a fun one for me.
Yeah, I know exactly. I never checked out their website, so I'm glad you did.
Yeah, but the point was that I was making with that is that they've had a YouTube channel that has had videos going now a couple of years. And I didn't hear a peep from anybody. It's on YouTube. It's not hiding.
I think it's the hype and the big news that really dominates everything. Somebody covers it, and then it's a big thing. Certainly, Coons there, he said, he's never trimmed a card. You have to sort of believe him. If he did sheet cuts, that's fine. If he never trimmed a card, he said, then leave him alone. Let him go.
Yep. Now, real quick, I just want to share with you guys, just so you know. All right, here it is. Kurt's Card Care on YouTube, 4,600 subscribers, 179 videos.
And nobody touches cards.
Guys, I don't know what else to say here. If I go latest and I go here, how about popular? How about this? The most popular, 73,000 views a year ago. Kurt's Card Care story. So don't tell me nobody knows about it. 29,000 views. Tom Brady Kaboom cleaning demo. 29,000 views. It should have been a Tom Brady deflating demo, but nonetheless, 29,000 views. These videos are here, man. Here's a before and after. Acetate surface spot cleaning demonstration. Hulk Hogan, Wrestling All-Stars, fixing dents. Brother, come on. How much more do I need to do for you? It's all here. Connor McDavid corner repair. That was 3 weeks ago. Come on, man. Help me. Look, I'm scrolling. This is on this channel. It's 179 videos. It's all here.
I want to see that one. What was that? No.
Yeah. So these have been going on. This channel's been going on for over a year that they've been doing this stuff. And by the way, I didn't hear a peep from anybody.
No.
But don't act like nobody knew about it. It's here. 4,600 subscribers. There's a lot of subscribers, man.
Nobody knew about Jeffrey Epstein either.
Oh,
But,
God.
yeah. But look, the only point that I'm making is let's not act like this is a new concept. Let's not act like this hasn't been circulating. Let's not act like video tutorials haven't been out there for a while now.
And where is the line drawn? Here's an example. Here's a 68 Paul Henderson card I just picked up today. It's got gum residue on it from 1968. So I take a piece of old pantyhose that I stole from my wife's drawer and cut up, and I take it and I rub it, and all of that crust that was on there a moment ago, that's been there since 1968, is now off, and the card is completely clean and smooth, and all that crust is gone. If I send this in to PSA to get graded, am I a fraudster?
No.
Or did I do something wrong?
I would argue you're a fraud for a variety of different reasons, but
No,
for that one, it's fine. For that one's fine.
So where is the line drawn? And it's really about your morals and values is where it's drawn and what you're trying to achieve. If I'm doing this and the entire time I'm thinking about, I am going to send this into PSA, I am going to get a 10 on this now, and I'm going to sell it for $10,000 and screw someone over.
You better cut that right side first.
I know, fix it. Real quick, I'll read a couple of comments here and get
it's off-centered.
Paul says,
all the time.
yeah, Paul says, general life rule. I'm done helping the dumbest person in the room and being super concerned if they do something dumb. Bought a bunch of crap that wasn't worth anything. Don't care, which is fair. Eric back there stocking buffing cards. Facts. Kurt's Card Care isn't being shady. He's out there. It's when you hide it that you're shady. Hey, you can make the argument, Michael Ham. You can make the argument. It's in your face. He's not hiding from you. Dave here says, Bob Jackson, as it relates to grading, I have no issue buying caramel cards that are trimmed top bottom to fit in the coin pages that many collectors use. Fair enough. Personal question. What sports card scam have you personally been involved in or with? Been involved in? Man, you want people to incriminate themselves. Bobby? Eric? What are you doing? What sports card scam have you personally been involved in or with?
I got
Open question panel in chat. He wants people to incriminate themselves. Dang.
I don't sell. Collect. So
Bobby turns the camera off. Here in my garage, knowledge.
if anything, I've been scammed. I haven't scammed anybody.
Yeah, I just like the way he phrased it. I assume that's what he's asking, but at the same time, I enjoyed the phrasing. Is CC phrasing.
Yeah.
It's all right. If anybody in the chat wants to incriminate themselves, this would be a good time. This would be very entertaining. Dave says, To me, the difference is it wasn't cut to make it near mint. Yep, fair enough. I wonder how much of the hay stems due to grading. Michael Ham here. Eric the card cleaner. Facts.
And is that a bad thing? Is what I just did, in some people's opinion, a bad thing?
No.
Dave says, for myself, it is the fact that the cards don't need to be trimmed to be desirable. Yep. I've got lots of great cards with a crease or gum stain or wrinkle in the back. Yeah, that's fair, Dave. Paul says, fraudulent Bruins fan, yes, but gum wax removal is okay. There you go.
Yeah, I guess, not even just what is the line. It's really, I think when you alter a card, meaning that you either take something away from it or add to it is the alteration part.
Mm-hmm.
The other part of if you just grab the corner and pulled it out, you just fix the corner. Like, that's a ding. Like, everybody does it. Like, for anybody who wouldn't is kind of silly, but I think everybody does it. And I think that line is fine. If somebody can remove a ding or whatever, and you can't tell what's the difference. What didn't come like that, it got bent or whatever. If you take
now,
it
here's the question, Bobby. In that vein, so let's say you are a person who can do that kind of work on it to the point that it looks nicer,
Sure.
And then someone's buying it from you, and they say, what if anything do you disclose at that point?
Why would you?
No, I just asked the question.
Do I disclose that? How the crease got there, or it's a card that is the condition as it is in at that point. It's not that I fix cards or anything. I'm just saying, how many people really know or care? But when you trim a card, that's where the line should be drawn. Is you're taking away from something to make it better. If you pull on that little corner tug, you've made the card better. So what part of that is allowed? To what degree? Is there?
All right, Bubbles.
To follow up on the question to Bobby, all right. So I get what you're saying. You dig a corner, whatever, and you smooth it out. Do you sell it for more because you fixed it, or would you sell it for the same price as without fixing it?
So if you crease it, do you sell it for less?
No, I'm asking you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think if you crease a card, I think the buyer would offer less just because it is a lower condition card.
It's just the turnaround on the question, really.
Yeah. No, like I think it's an interesting. I'm good with the angle that you've taken to the response with it. I'm leaving it as an open question for the chat and everybody else to interpret as they will. Again, I preface everything I'm about to say with the hobby isn't regulated. Some people are very concerned about that. I'm not. I'm very much caveat emptor. That has always been my approach. Not everybody likes that approach, and for some people it really doesn't work because some people go in with blinders, which I get it. I understand. But at the same time, it's like, guys, I don't care. Like, if you screw this up. Now, to be fair, real quick, no 100% absolute guarantees on anything. But I'm going to remind you, and I'm a serious question. Bobby, Bobbles, Eric, serious question. Do you think someone is going to go through this much trouble to make drastic alterations for a card where after the alterations and after all this effort you've done to try to deceive everybody, the card is $20?
Nope.
No.
Is anybody going to care enough? Okay, $50. What is the threshold? At what point
50?
Is it worth your while?
No.
That's what I'm getting at. So let's say you're a person who operates in a $20 to $50 space. Are you someone who is in a high risk category? To me, you're in a fairly low risk. I'm not telling you to go buy blindly. Don't pay attention to what you're buying. But at the same time, what I'm getting at is that less people most of the people who are crying the loudest are completely unimpacted by this. Literally, Jason Kuntz and a bunch of these guys could literally be trimming cards left, right, and center. But they're going to be doing it on cards that are worth their while, because if you get caught with these cards and you lose money, you want it to at least be worth your time and your money. If you're going to do it, you're trying to make real money. You're not trying to make $10.
So, Carlos, in your collection, what percentage would you think is the altered rate that you would have in your entire collection?
So almost every 52 Bowman I have is cut to a 48 Bowman size. Does that count?
No, we know that one. I said that was fixed, not altered, so to speak.
Yeah. So that if I was to guess what percentage there's in alterations, I buy really low condition cards, and a lot of them honestly are pretty beat to hell anyway. If they've done any fixing on them, they've done a terrible job.
Okay.
So it would be very low single digits. There's always a possibility something's been recolored. Well, actually, I can tell you this.
That's
I can,
altered. I'm talking about maybe fixing a crease or ding corner.
that I'm aware of.
Maybe taking using pantyhose and taking the wax.
Well, I don't do anything on the cars myself, but I'm sure someone
I'm just
has.
saying.
But I'm sure someone has.
And if somebody has, how will you ever know?
Yeah, no, for sure. I agree. That's why I say in concept, I agree with that. What I'm getting at though is that if somebody who might like myself in vintage has traditionally collected in low grade, the likelihood that you're going to have a lot of damaged or altered stuff is relatively almost minusculely small.
Yeah.
So not impossible, but I'm saying like, what are the likelihood that someone's going to waste their time on these cars in this condition?
Now, I disagree with the fact that if they use a chemical, that I'm totally against.
Sure.
And that's where the limitation for me is for alteration.
I'm just going to show a couple of comments as we're talking here. There's a couple of good ones here.
And that's where I think that it's really important that people know the difference.
Yeah. So Dave here says, if you soak, press, heat, press, perhaps rinse, repeat, and remove a crease, is that okay? I leave it to you to give an opinion. I'll leave it to everybody else as well. Cutting equals bad. Coloring equals bad. Card damage out of a pack equals bad. There you go. So Michael Ham has his line. How many cars spoon feed me? Alterations that are not disclosed, bad.
How will you ever know?
No. But I'm saying, I'm saying it's still bad. But getting caught is a different conversation.
Maybe you're bringing the card back. Is that so bad?
I don't know. I leave that open to interpretation.
Yeah, of course.
OSS just came back. Did I miss to talk about the Kunz guy? Really briefly. He goes, did he really get 7 to 80 PSA 1086 Jordan? That's what he claims. That's what he says. Again, we have to take him at his word. Like, I don't know. We have to check. I just wiped the roller line off a 2023 Bowman Auto. Wiped right off. Worth double now. $20. Fabulous.
So
There you go.
I wanted to ask this question earlier.
Go ahead.
And it's playing devil's advocate because I don't think you should have a full restoration of cards with chemicals and cutting, and I'm against all that.
By the way, real quick, I agree with Dave's comment here because he's making a very clear distinction here. Pre-war, early Topps Bowman Hall of Famers, the percentage is a decent number, in my opinion, once you're in the 6th grade and above category. Because now you're talking about something that's really aesthetically nice, high eye appeal. That's why I drew a line here. I was very clear on this. The cards that I've collected traditionally are so beat up that if you're doing alterations on them, you're doing a terrible job because I'm still paying you like a poor card. You're not gaining anything out of it. But when we're getting into 6s and 7s and 8s, in stuff that is really hard to come by in 6s and 7s and 8s, your antenna should be going up. Your suspicion level should be going up. But, and here's the point that I'm making, how many of us are in the price bracket where that's even something we're concerned with? I'm not buying cards traditionally in those grades. Well, obviously Bobby. But outside of everything else, I'm not buying cards in those grades traditionally. Very rarely. There's very specific cases, but generally speaking, I'm not. I'm not buying cards in those grades, especially pre-war and early Tops.
I just sent you one you can share with the folks that's actually on its way back.
Is this on the Discord?
Yeah.
I got it.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll grab it. Yep, no problem. Give me a second. So Average Joe Card Collector loves Bobby's takes on this. Yeah. But I think, to be clear, Bobby's bringing at this he's bringing very valid points. I don't mind having the discussion because I think it's a valid discussion to take. He's asking a simple question. Is it a problem in that sense? How would you ever know? These are valid questions to ask. That's why he's the man in the garage with the knowledge. You gotta listen. How can Eric be devil's advocate when he's the devil himself? Dang.
I hate you so much.
Eric is scratching the 68 Topps cards like lottery tickets. Facts. No vintage card should grade a 10. Ultra modern has a hard time being a 10. In some cases, yes. You're right, okay. But the point is that at a certain point, a lot of people decided to use stuff and decided to turn their brains off and just say, we're blindly trusting whatever. They'll complain about the third-party graders, and they'll be like, well, why do they ever get anything wrong? Because if it's done well, it's hard to detect. The whole point is to escape detection. If you're dealing with somebody who's sloppy and stupid and they get caught easily, well, then obviously. The point that I was making earlier about one of the sets that I collect, I've got that 60 Parker set. I sent in a couple of the star cards into grading just to have them encapsulated for those ones. A couple of them came back recolored. They're still in the set right now. I've taken a look at them. I could probably see where they're getting at with it. I'd have to have another look at it. But it's part of the set right now. It's not an issue. I may swap them out at some point. But that was the assessment made. But guess what? The majority of the cards that I sent in came back fine. There were a handful. I didn't send in the whole set, but I sent in certain cards in a set. The point that I made in the past, I bought those other cards from the same dealer. So that's why I say like Contagion, right? Oh, so is the dealer selling recolored card? Well, these other ones were perfectly fine. These ones were recolored according to the opinion, So does that mean all their stuff's bad? Well, literally the other stuff came back fine. So it's like it's the same. It was the same dealer in the same order. So maybe they missed one, or
What-
maybe the third party grader got it wrong.
What if you stay
Both
in the
of us.
lines though?
What's that?
What if you stay in the lines? Like,
Are you capable of staying in the lines? Are you sure about that?
I'm getting better. My mom taught me that the big crayon pack with the sharpener on the side. So I've been staying in the lines pretty good.
I don't know. Seems like a bold move. All right. So Bobbles here is presenting a card. So we'll talk about this one. And actually, I'm glad you used this example. It's a good one.
I
All
would
right.
like to get back to my devil's advocate comment that I didn't.
All right, we'll get to it in just 1 second. All right, so right here. So this is a 54 Bowman Willie Mays in an SGC 7. And Bobbles, definitely.
No, this actually is an awesome example. I don't know if folks followed my channel, how long or whatever, but there was a gentleman a few months back sent us.
What channel sucks? You have the worst guests.
I know, but besides that, there was a gentleman sent us two 52 Manos. It also had two 52 Matthews and two 52 Jackies, and he sent more cards in this submission, and he actually had three of those. He got a 4, a 3, and then the 7, and I have no questions on the legitimacy of this card because they're actually his elder uncles, and he's been helping him get them graded because obviously he's getting older and eventually they're going to be parted with. So that congrats to him on that one. It's a freaking amazing copy. So
Now, quick question, Bobbles. In this case, you have at least some understanding on provenance. And provenance is important. That helps a lot. But let's say you didn't have provenance. You're looking at this
I
card.
would be very,
it would
very
make you
cautious.
And this is the point I wanted to make here. That's the reason why I said this is a good example. In this case, you have at least some understanding where the hell it's coming from. Great. Awesome.
Right.
If you didn't know, you're looking at a 54 Bowman Mays in his SGC 7, looking pretty clean, but those edges are pretty damn sharp, aren't they? Now, if the centering was just a smidgen better, you get even a little bit more concerned because then that could bump it up to 7.5, 8. It wouldn't take much to bring it up another notch or two, and that's the question. Right now, that fits in the holder pretty clean. It fits in the insert pretty well, but if that right edge was just a little bit smaller, that centering would suddenly line up, and we might be able to get an 8 out of it. Is what I'm saying. If you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying.
I think we do.
No, it's a beautiful copy. And the gentleman, I don't know how old he's in his 80s now, but he's had a hell of a collection stashed away
Right.
in a safe deposit box. And now he's starting to send some in.
Now?
But yeah, congrats to him. It's an awesome card.
But I think the key, though, the point that I'm making with what I just said a second ago, the key here is that I just took the same card that we just looked at, we just discussed, and I said, scenario 1 with provenance, scenario 2, and the Bobbles even acknowledges. But what if I gave you the same card and took away the provenance? You don't actually know where the hell it came from. It could have come from Eric's basement. We don't know.
Yep.
We don't know where it came from. And then you have to, suddenly your alarm bell goes up. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. That's really nice. 54 Bowman. Hold on. You'd question it. I'll read Tom's comment.
It makes it harder to buy raw now for a lot of people.
It does.
Especially with all this stuff going on, right?
So real quick here, Tom says, and I want to make sure I get Tom's comment in here. And Tom's had some good comments, so thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. Today, the statement that most are in the market is correct. But 20 years ago, the prices were different. Yeah, it's just true. I agree with that. In many ways, the improvements were how some dealers made a living. Facts. No, I don't disagree with you. I enjoy and appreciate that some of the longtime collectors also, with some background in this, want to come in and chime in. And that's fine. And I welcome your comments, and thank you for that. Dave also brings a lot of great comments and knowledge on that as well. Do you think or feel PSA has changed their grading scale? I don't think they've changed the grading scale. I think they've changed how they apply the standards and how stringently they follow the lines. It's like the strike zone. The strike zone didn't change, but how stringently you follow the strike zone has ebbed and flowed over time.
I think it's the law of averages of having more graders.
Yeah. If someone buys a raw card, a card raw, and it turns out to be bad, then bad on the buyer should do enough due diligence of the card and sell it. That's traditionally the approach that I've taken to it. Sometimes the buyer doesn't know, but and maybe this would be the way that I present this. All of us start somewhere. Even the ones who know a lot or have experienced a lot or have seen a lot, we all start kind of at zero. The thing is, and this is maybe where in 2020-ish, a lot of people ran into problems. They said, oh man, you know what? I want to get in on this. So what they did is they immediately just threw money at it. And I said, well, hold on. If I'm entering a space and I don't, in cards, for better or worse, I've been doing this since 1990 uninterrupted. So I've been in it for 33 years now. But if I decided to get in, and Bubbles will appreciate this, if I decided to get into model trains, I don't know shit about model trains. So before I go and buy from Bobbles and Choo Choo over there, I got to do a little research. I got to go to the Google machine and do a little digging, figure out what the hell I'm talking about, figure out what the hell's going on, because I don't know anything. I might need to talk to somebody who actually does know something. And if Bobby Burrell happens to be an expert on model trains, well, then I need to go talk to Bobby and get some knowledge. So, yeah, unfortunately, we were in that
set
hole.
up an app to tell you all about them.
And maybe about model trains. That's
been
the
out
next
for
one.
5 years now.
That's right. That's the next one. But the point that I'm getting at is that before my approach, before I run out and spend a bunch of money, because model trains can be very expensive, before I go run out and spend a ton of money, I want a little basic information. I want a starting point and then build off of that starting point. Maybe I'll buy some small items first and then work my way up to the bigger items. But a lot of people ran in full steam ahead and went and bought a bunch of expensive shit. And then afterwards, like, oh, but it's no good, or this happened, or whatever. It's like, but I didn't know. It's like, why'd you spend 5 figures on it then? Why on earth are you spending so much money? Calm down. Slow down. That would have solved like 85% of these problems. Like, just slow down. You don't know anything yet. Don't just spend a bunch of money you don't know anything about. Doesn't make any sense.
That's how investments work.
Clearly. #invest. But I think that was the bigger problem. I think a lot of people who didn't know spent a big money and then tried to suddenly learn it on the fly quickly, where it's like, that isn't how this works. You would have been better served to start at a ground level, a base level, pick up some knowledge, and as you gain some steam and you start getting a better understanding, then steadily up your level. But you wanted to jump to level 100 when you're in level 1. And it made no sense.
I think that's the pandemic that really was speaking there, where a lot of people just kind of got in. They could not make money. So
yeah,
they just thought, hey, this is the greatest education. I know everything. After a year, they think everything's good. And then lo and behold.
There you go. So Dave here, Kuhn says $2 a submission should help people realize that most every 8 that could be a 9 is, and almost every 9 that could be a 10 is. Paul says, can Eric stop eating crayons long enough to stay in the lines? He eats the shavings. That's where the sharpener comes in. Will says, Dave, yep. Remember Elite Co. hunting for a 5 or 6 Hank rookie? Didn't want a 7 or above because of the trimming risk. Yep. And Elite Co. has submitted a lot of cards. And if he's worried about it, then that's at least something to consider. Paul says, good point. People complain the most, complain in general. Frankly, don't know Jack Shiznit. Look at Paul. Dufek says, is there any better education than learning by making mistakes? Traditionally, in my experience, no. You do learn way more from making your mistakes. However, and Bobby, maybe this was your experience as well. When I made mistakes early on in my collecting, they were very small dollar mistakes. Oh, yeah. So it was much easier. The cost of tuition to make mistakes was much lower. And here's the thing. As arrogant as I am, and the channel name and everything else, I made tons of mistakes in the early days. I bought tons of shit I shouldn't have bought that didn't make sense and screwed up here and there. And guess what? The education I got from it is invaluable. I don't make those mistakes again. And right after that, I didn't make the mistake a second or a third time. You learn. But the cost of tuition was a lot lower. So you made a mistake. It costs you $5 or $10 or $20, maybe $100. But that's like it. That's like the end. Okay, you won't make that mistake again. Next time, you will do more diligence. You'll do better work. You will not make that same error. Maybe you'll make a different error, but cool. Learn from that one too. And then by the time you're at this stage, you'll still make mistakes, but you did a lot of diligence. It means somebody was really good. They got you because a lot of the obvious stuff, you catch that immediately. You'll bypass that. Don't even worry about it. Yeah. But that's experience.
Yeah, and it's really important that we're talking about this going forward. Because more people learn, the better off they are. So seeing that the little pitfalls along the way, it's just a good education for everybody. This comes around every few years. It's sort of like the autograph thing, when fake autographs are around, and that's happened at different periods of the course of the hobby, and very much with trimming cards and fixing cards or what's allowable, what's not. I guess it's whatever you feel comfortable with. I guess at that point, I'm pretty good with with certain things. But anything you add to the card or take away from the card, that's where you cross the line with me. So
Sure, that's fair. And Will says, so Paul here says a lot of experts came out of the woodwork and frankly didn't know Jack. Very true. And Will says, yeah. And Dufek says, yes, hopefully learning through the other's mistakes. And that, by the way, that's a legitimate way to learn too. But I'm merely stating, like at the time, when I started collecting, it was pre-internet. So you didn't have access to that additional information resource. You had to do it in a much slower method. So you were more likely to make a mistake yourself, and then you didn't necessarily have a resource to go to, unless you had like-minded collectors who learned something or someone that you could reach out to that had. That's where hopefully you had some mentors maybe. Bobby had some mentors along the way that helped out with a lot of what he was doing. You learn. And then hopefully, and sometimes some of the mentors will lead you in a really good direction. Sometimes they know certain things really well, and other categories are not as good. So then you get different mentors in different categories and you get better. But then you absorb all this information in all these places. And then you, as a collector along the way, you'll start putting the pieces together yourself. And you'll take all this stuff and you'll be a better version as you go forward.
So I wanted to touch on and kind of combine two comments that were earlier. But Average Joe, when he said, if it's already slabbed and the price is right, why would you stay away from a high-grade vintage? And then touch on that combined with CC saying basically it should be on the buyer. They should do enough due diligence of the card and the seller. So to Average Joe's question, and Paul in the chat can confirm this, and then to tie it with CC, I actually, on a lot of my vintage, I buy it raw. And the reason for that is obviously price, right? And what I go for when I'm buying the cards, and not everybody is this way. Some people say, I want a 4 or I want a 5 or whatever. They have a target that they want. A lot of people, though, they don't need that numerical grade. They don't need a mid or high. They don't set a standard that they need or want. They just want a nice looking copy of the card. Paul knows a vintage football dealer that you could take him slabbed cards and he's going to crack them out. He's going to sell them to you as raw, but he's also not going to bullshit you. If the card is trimmed, he's going to let you know. And I deal with a dealer that's mostly baseball that's the same way. He's going to tell you he actually has a box that shows that he calls his beater box. And they're valued cards, but you can sometimes, I have my Clemente looks really nice, but it has a small mark on the back that gave it a 1. And I can buy cards off of him, know that I'm getting a card I like the look of, but know I'm not getting beat around the bush or that it's been doctored. If the card's been trimmed, he puts in his posts trimmed. Like, this guy knows his stuff and he doesn't shit on people and take advantage of them. He sells the cards for basically the eye appeal. And so that's a big reason with it. And I think a lot of people are probably that way. And I just wanted to mention that because I knew Paul was in here and he does know a football dealer that the dude he'll crack all the stuff out of slab and sell it raw. So
the small mark on the back, just call Kurt's Cards.
There you go.
Well, this is like an eraser mark or something.
Well, watch their videos.
Sure. They do have videos. So real quick, let me scan through here real quick. Bless and Breaks here. Good evening. I wonder if I'm making too big a deal about trimming. Like when fake boobs first came out, us guys didn't really like them, but eventually we got used to them because they felt the same. And also you made the boob job one here. The one thing I would say to though is that most people don't know that a trimmed card is trimmed. Like unless it's like overtly obvious, like it's not quite the same because you literally can't tell. Like you really, even some people who have a little familiar can't tell. Like they can't tell, and even some experts can't tell. So it's one of those things where like it's tricky because if the card measures out correctly, for a lot of folks that's the end of it. They'd struggle beyond that point because it's like, well, is it within the correct sizing tolerance? Like question mark? Yes.
Yeah, the typical thing is just to take your finger and run it down the edge of the card and, get a comparative one that isn't trimmed and you'll feel the difference. But that's more with vintage cards. New cards is really different. So
Right. I'm with you. It says, hey, Carlos and everyone, they already talked about the 4-over-T game last night. We didn't really touch on it too much. Who benefits from the series? Nobody really does, but Florida does have the momentum, obviously. Winning the overtime game helps. Almost the same way they did, so they did the job. Yep. So Paul here says, it's also unwise to learn to swim in the deep end of the pool. True. Newbies and hobby jumped in too fast, too deep with 1K open box and grading everyone said with no recognition of supply. Yes. And that kind of plays into what I was talking about earlier. I agree with this because a lot of people ran in. But at the same time, like, I don't feel that bad for them. Like, I really don't. It's because it's like, no one told you had to. You could have dipped your toe in slowly and taken a little time. I know it felt like, oh my God, things are moving so fast. Like, things don't move that fast indefinitely. You have the luxury of being able to wait a little bit. I had the opposite experience. Some stuff came to market because of the money that would not have come to market had it not been. It motivated some people to sell, and in turn gave me opportunities to acquire pieces that would not have been available had the money not been where it was. And then as soon as the money dried up again, suddenly those cards dried up again as well. So like it's not a coincidence that it allowed me to pick up certain things. My buying was very aggressive at that time, but I was looking for certain specific things. I benefited from that, but then things got quiet again. Not a coincidence. But to each their own. It's a different thing depending on what it is. So I think we touched on that one. So Paul here as well. A lot of stuff I'm looking for now. I just want authentic that looks decent. But yeah, AJ will crack even 5 to 6s in PSA because he prefers raw. That's fair enough. Thank you, Paul. AJ also is the best case I've ever seen. Good. He's got a thinking emoji. Thinking is good. Dave says, I'm with Paul. An E97 with 1 back damage is ideal. Just want decent cards to fill in the sets to work on. Fair enough. I'm selling all my Jim Brown items tomorrow. You're too late. You should be doing it right now. You should be doing it right now. Right now. Especially if you've autographs from the running man. You can sell them all to Eric.
Yeah. Well, what's up with that? Don't like the running man. I'll break your neck like the chickens.
Yeah. Have a good one, Dave. Take it easy. Thank you for a good one. Have a good weekend. All right. So fine. Ziggy's got a question here. Is there a scientific process known to detect trimming? No. Measurement.
Scientific what?
A scientific process to detect trimming. Could they
hope-
detect alterations from documents from the 1800s? Is it a money issue? Not
I don't
really.
think I don't think they've come up with that yet, but I would assume that something is probably coming. Technology.
The only thing you can really do is 2 things. One, the size of it. The computer readout can read the size, but again, things can happen with it. To your point about the edges, you can try to measure for cuts. Look, I talk about the old coaster maker. They claim they can do that. Oh, we can measure different types of cuts. It's like, of course you can. I bet you can do it with lasers, laser beams. The problem is you can claim anything you want. It's like, there's no evidence that you can. What happens to your point about the edges, like if a card is cut in certain different ways that are inorganic, there will be some things related to the texture, the way it's on the side of it, that will be impacted. Like we joke about, like, look, we made the joke about the pair of scissors, but look, if I took a vintage card and I cut it with this pair of scissors, even if these are really sharp, it's not going to be the same cut as a properly cut vintage card. It will not match up. We make the joke about the old, the old cutter. If I take this guy and do it it still won't be proper. It won't match up to a properly cut vintage card.
I was gonna say that. Like Bobby, is an expert in a lot of this stuff. And if I handed him an O-Pee-Chee card, two identical O-Pee-Chee cards, and I cut one with a pair of scissors, and the other one was cut at the factory, all horseshit like they were. I mean, in less than a half a second, Bobby knows which one it is. So if
that's why O-Pee-Chee's better than Top Cuts, because you can tell it's not.
you can tell it's bullshit. That's
there
right.
you go. I just laid the law down there.
If somebody with expertise and knowledge can do that in under a second with the human eye, I don't understand why with high def cameras and laser measurements and all this, they can't tell the difference between something that was cut at a factory using high tech cutting paper equipment and someone with a half dull razor blade or X-Acto knife on their desk at home.
But you just answered your own question. If you're talking about ultra modern, that's a different conversation.
Yeah.
But if you're talking about vintage, they didn't use high tech anything. So you have to compare it to the contemporary equipment. Like just to be clear, you have to measure it. So okay, so here I'll touch on this. If you're paying 100,000 and want a scientific expert, cool. There is no scientific expert. There are paper experts, there are restoration experts, there are people in it, but is that asking too much? Yes. As it stands today, it is, because there wasn't consistency. Factory A did things a certain way. Factory B did things a certain way. They might have tried to do the same cars, but they didn't necessarily use the same cutters. The edges on the cutters get dulled. That changes the cut. Early in the print run versus late in the print run. You can put all these things, throw it into a computer, the computer will still get it wrong. Not because it's trying to get it wrong, but because there's inconsistencies in the process and inconsistencies in the results you get. So you're going to get false positive and false negative from the same thing because you don't know where to err on the side of. And if you put the tolerances too wide, everything passes through anyway. And then what did you get?
Yeah, there's some things computers can't do.
Yeah.
And there's some things that people can't detect. So we have that gray area that we're always going to have in the hobby. So
I guess I'm looking at maybe like under a microscope, can you tell and the edge and the paper looks different?
you could.
I think, so if you get a Jim Brown rookie card that looks too good to be true, why can't we have an expert look at that under some unbelievable magnification and high depth and be able to say, yeah, this cut was done with a razor blade on someone's desk, and this was not done at the factory, back in 1960, whatever it is, or 50, whatever.
Yeah, Poopy Pony, card cutting detection service. That's your next business, Eric. Actually,
I'm not detecting. I'm in for the fraud, baby.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's
Here's
gonna
a
get
question.
clipped, Bobby. That's getting clipped. Just to be clear, that's getting clipped and used at a later date.
Poopy Pony is all about the fraud.
Also getting clipped. Go ahead,
That's
Bubbles.
our company motto.
So this was something that I was kind of thinking about, and obviously I was
Eric's fraudulent ways. I was thinking about that just now. Go on.
I was on Facebook scrolling around. Obviously, there's like a sports card scammer Facebook page or whatever.
Yeah.
Is the collectible hobbies spaces that involve money and grading, okay? And you got coins, currency, comics, cards, video games, all that.
Okay.
Are these the only hobby spaces that have scammer pages and so much scammer talk?
No.
Or is there like phishing scammer pages?
Oh,
I mean,
you gotta ask Michael Ham about that one.
Well, hold on.
What are we talking about? Fake lures? Like, what are we talking about?
No, I bet.
I'm just wondering if it's like out there.
No, I'm telling you.
Go for
Listen,
20K.
I'm being serious. I'll answer the question.
Go ahead.
And Ham will. I'm sure Ham knows this. Last year, 2 guys got arrested at a fishing tournament. Okay, and have been prosecuted.
Okay,
But money was involved.
They put fish guts and weights inside the fish that they caught, so the fish would weigh more, so they would win this fishing tournament, which had high
big dollars. Yeah.
big dollars.
Money was involved.
So
that's my point.
So yeah, there are people who will try to screw up fishing. If money
So
is
there's a
involved,
common denominator here is money involved.
of course, yeah, for sure.
Scamming involved.
Well, I think.
Hold on. Michael Ham has the best reply comment. Fraudulent fishing, trout.
Oh.
See what you did, Michael Ham. You are my new favorite. You are my favorite. Please go on.
This has always been going on. I heard stories. Guys with violins, they have one of the first Stradivarius. So
Right.
and then they come and examine it, and these guys, so there is the professionals out there, and most of the time they can determine.
Yeah,
But
right.
once there's money, and
Of course. All right, let me read a couple of comments here. So, all right, so let's get Ziggy's comment. And again, this goes back to Orlando's question from the other day. It's like if the questions have some value, we'll talk about them. Let's do it. All right. Do you think PSA should pay bounties to card detectives like the guy that caught the trimmed Otani or Brady auto a few months ago? Would that help or hurt? Well, I think it's not so much bounties. It's like black hat versus white hat hacking. Companies pay people who have some expertise in it to come in and give that expertise. Like, oh, if you're good at this, maybe we'll just pay you more to work for us and help us detect and find XYZ.
Yeah.
So yes, you take the people that are really good at it. You could literally just pay them to be like, all right, tell us some of your secrets. All right, so Kurt's Card Carrot, I went to the YouTube channel. Oh man, we could have done that ourselves. But you could identify, if you could identify those peoples and get them to flip to work for you, that would be a way. But again, as soon as you've got enough of those folks, the methods will modify again. Because if they're any good, they'll keep adjusting the. It's like Catch Me If You Can. It's like eventually, the methods then get more sophisticated and they get a little harder to detect. And then you need new experts who know the new way. And then by the time you learn that, then we get to the next one. And we get to, as long as there's a financial inducement, there's a good reason to keep trying to advance the technology of fraud forward. Always. AI will be trimming and flipping cards shortly. Yes. And eventually AI, they talk about AI. Oh, but the AI will help us detect. No, the AI eventually figure out how to fraudulent it in a new way. They'll figure out how to cut those sheets with even more accuracy.
More so than,
Absolutely. For an $18 rating fee, PSA won't and can't do all the work analysis. No, not at $18 a card. They will not take that much time to stare at it.
No.
100% Mike Packpool top Skresky rookie got flagged as A undersized without computers. Yep. Dufek says very expensive service. Yeah, to do a microscope and look at the edges to that degree,
that'd be something.
But you'd pay that premium. That would be on there.
Oh, if you're looking at a Mickey Mantle rookie, you better be using those types of services.
Yeah. So it says need some better punishment. You got to catch people first.
Yeah.
You literally have to catch people first. Step 1, catch people. And then step 2, profit? No, wait, punish them.
And to his statement there about the train thing.
Yeah.
So the train collectors are a different breed. They are, because they actually have a membership like collector society, and they do have grading. However, the grading is based on, if I have this train and I tell Eric, hey, this is and I don't remember what the scale is.
I think it's C1 to 10.
Yeah, this is a 6, and Eric gets it, and it's a 3 and it's opinion based, but these guys are supposed to faithfully and honestly represent the item and the condition and grading per the grading standards of the Train Collectors Association. He could report, because they have member numbers. Hey, Bobble's member number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 said this was a 6, but it's a 3, whatever. They don't play around, but they're not encapsulating shit and having a third party opinion either.
That's why they can sustain that, right?
Right.
Because we don't have big companies like SGC and stuff.
There you go.
Yeah.
That certain people own and don't want to admit to.
I didn't say that. But
Well,
Well, listen, I saw on the Discord. And by the way, Bobbles, I saw it. I saw you brag. I saw you trying to rag on poor old Wes. Wes was talking about PSA meeting its turnaround. So you're talking about how SGC was turning it around in a week. And I was like, and I wanted to reply, but I was a little busy at the moment. But I just wanted to reply. I go, that's cool and all. But SGC Pete promised us 1 hour, Bobby, SGC Pete promised us 1 hour grading. Personal Learjet will fly in with the velvet bags and flying cars. Right now, 0 for 3. So as far as I'm concerned, SGC is failing the hobby. They've done nothing. Oh, they turned it around in a week. I wanted an hour, SGC Pete. I wanted an hour for $1 a card.
It wasn't a week. It was 3 days.
I said an hour. 3 days is way more than an hour, Bobbles. 1 hour, 60 minutes.
We're getting there.
60 minutes.
I was busy this week.
Yeah.
Ziggy says,
Ziggy says, I'm not talking about paying trimmers to detect. I'm talking about paying detectives that cut out the time to research BGS 9 that become a 10.
We could have Ziggy on if we had more space. Too bad.
Damn, I ran out of space. Michael Hams says, tag, you're it. Does Hobby have a membership program? Oh, God, membership programs. Dear Lord.
Someone tried that. I think it was like 25 years ago.
A hobby license, Bobby. A hobby license. So what federation is delivering that license? And when can we ban Eric forever?
Poopy pony.
Two related questions.
Yeah,
Could be
there was someone who tried to
Tony
start a
Authentic.
society. So
There's a lot of societies around here.
Here, I'll send you the link.
To the
You
society?
can, no.
Is
to
it like
this.
the stone cutters? Do we have secret handshakes?
well, we
That'd
do
be
have
amazing.
SIR, which is Society for International Hockey Research. So
All
we
right.
don't have
Yeah,
sort
the
of-
So
only
this
member.
member,
Oh,
This
okay. So this is for the
association's
trains.
been
Hold
around
on.
since
All right. So this is for the
54.
trains. I got you. All right. Let me take a look here. See if I can find it.
yeah, this is their website.
All right. So am I correct in it's 1-1 in the game through 2? Is that right?
Yeah, and it's 1-1.
Got it. Just confirming.
We've had a couple close ones, but it's been a good game so far.
All right. So let's take a look here. As long as they're legitimate questions, I don't block you. Just ask the question. That's fine. Good evening, Zombie Collector. All right. Let's go here. So this is the Train Collectors Association. I'll show it here on the screen. Okay.
Telling you,
You get to wear that funny caboose
they're on
hat.
point.
All right. All right. So we got the Train Collectors Association. So sorry, what was this again? Explain it to me again.
So go over to join TCA.
Look, I'm not joining it. I'm just letting you know.
No, just go there.
All right,
Go.
just making sure. I'm not joining your
Don't
cult.
click join.
Bobbles and Choo Choo. I'm not falling for that trick. All right, become a
I'm
member
not
of
a
the Train
member.
Collectors Association. What is it we saying here?
So it shows you like all the benefits, and there's so it just says 54. But look, it's like
Yeah.
$50 a year.
Okay.
I think that's pushing like PSA membership, right? What are they, 99 a year?
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't it 100? I thought so. Okay.
But then
What do we get? What do we get for $50?
I don't know. I didn't join.
Oh, come on. What kind of Bubbles and Choo Choo are you not joining the TCA? Come on, man.
I was trying to find it because there is a.
Yeah, okay. I thought I clicked
There was
on
something
the...
in here about the grading scale, but I can't remember where it was.
All right. Well, I'll see if I can locate something in the meantime. Oh, man, we get the Train Collectors Quarterly. Bobby, we get the Train Collectors Quarterly. Eric, Train Collectors Quarterly. Pretty excited.
I'm just waiting for Bobby to start the app, and
I
I
know.
can sign up for it.
Facts. Anyway, all right. I'll stop that for now. I'll see if I can find something, but fair enough. So there you go. But yeah, that's fine. I think it's going to be one of those things where I think to bring the conversation a full circle, there's a lot of things they could do. They could try to hire people to do some of it, but a lot of the stuff they're talking about, like that would be an intern. Trying to license people is like, well, jokes aside, first thing that would happen if you tried to create like a licensing program for collecting, a lot of people would be like, oh, you're gatekeeping. I'm like, come on, man. Come on, man. It would just create a new set of issues, and then somebody else would complain.
I want to.
Don't make me for this one, Zombie. Bobbles is in Virginia. Unless you say we've taken Virginia.
No,
The War of
outside
1812
of
is being
trains,
relitigated. Eric,
That could have been something.
We're taking
else.
Virginia.
I was just
can
sharing
have it.
because those people are passionate about their collectibles and their hobby.
They got
Yeah.
more teeth in their chainsaws than they do in their mouths in Virginia. So listen,
wow.
you can.
Eric,
have
you're
it.
just back spitting fire, trying to offend the peoples is what you're doing over there. You watch out. Bobbles is going to throw one of those
Baby.
model trains at you, and you're not in a position to get out of the way. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm not. Those things are expensive.
I'll just let somebody else pay for them, and then you can throw them.
Anybody want to buy any? I'll list more on eBay.
I think Eric needs some model trains. Hey, listen, Bobbles. Look, all I got to say to you is while this live stream's been going on, I've made money on this live stream. You know how? 2 people made offers on eBay shit, and I just agreed to deals. Making deals. Selling the things. I would say that, yes. Fair. I get it. I get it, Jason. I get it. Hopefully things are going for you well this evening. How are things? All right, folks. You tell me. What else do you want to chat about? We had a very spirited discussion on a lot of the trimming business. And, happy to have that conversation. Again, just remember that. It's just a matter of like, if you are an experienced collector, you've been through this a couple of times already. So you'll kind of work with it. It is what it is. I'm not saying good, but I'm also saying like, be aware. I'm saying, do your own diligence, do your own homework, figure it out, and then you go from there. Now, going forward for the majority of us, it's business as usual. I'm just being honest. It is. It's business as usual because really nothing has changed for the majority of us. The only question that I would have is, what else is on your mind? What else is going on? All right, Eric, what's on your mind? What's going on?
Beckett sucks.
Oh, can we talk about Bubbles? Let's talk about the Beckett CEO, the new one, because he was the former CEO of Southern Hobby, and obviously the guys, obviously the sports car radio guys don't have a lot of great things to say about him. Truthfully, I don't care about him one way or the other, but I know who they're talking about. I am familiar with the dude involved. I think it's just right now until I hear more. It's just rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. That would honestly be the analogy I would use. Like, okay, rearrange the deck chairs. Like, what difference does it make? You haven't changed direction on the boat. As far as I'm aware, you don't have any new ideas or anything else that would change. At least you've been around a hobby thing, so I guess that's good. Question mark. That's about the best I can do. So, Bobby, what I'm talking about is Beckett's new CEO. He was the CEO of Southern Hobby. He's been around at least a little while. But it's still the same umbrella company. You didn't grab somebody from the outside. You just went inside and said, "Hey," down the hallway. Not somebody knocked on the door and go, "Hey, do you mind? Could you run the thing? We fired the other guy."
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Sounds good. Yeah, okay, fine. Whatever. And I'd like to think that's exactly how it went down.
Yeah. Sometimes you need somebody from the outside with a new perspective, but they do have to.
But
know
somebody
the
from the
hobby.
outside with a perspective who's at least been in the hobby before.
Yeah, you have to be in.
Oh, you don't think someone who's just been in the tech world can come in and run a car?
Funny enough. Okay,
They can run certain things, but they don't. They lose perspective on the information that a guy who's into cards or understands the business better, for sure. They'll lose.
Well, look, as far as so remember I talked about the CSC show earlier tonight. So on the Sunday, Bobby was there, Brad was there, and I was there. So real quick, I didn't actually get a chance to share it earlier tonight. Didn't have a right time for it, so I'll do it quickly. See, there we go. And there's a CSC logo behind us. So see it happen. There, we're all there. I got my best Photoshop people on it. So check out the shirt Bobby has. Primo, exquisite.
Yeah, I got a picture similar to that.
We got a lot of pictures of you, Eric. Don't even go there. You don't want to be talking about pictures.
There was a picture that was very similar to that ended up on my phone.
Facts.
Really.
Now, the point that I'm making with that as well is that when Bobby gave me a lift back to the train station so I could head back, but on the way back, we actually did talk about the Beckett CEO thing briefly, and just how if you have somebody outside the hobby in it, it doesn't mean that it means that you're stuck in this situation where you know what you're doing in this specific thing, but you don't understand how collectors work. You don't understand how sets work. You don't understand how the general hobby works. So you're working from behind. You're trying to figure out all this stuff at the same time you're trying to run a company that is already struggling. If the company's going well and everything's on all cylinders and the leadership team is solid, you can come in as a CEO from the outside with these wild ideas, and you'll have people that'll give you feedback and tell you, yeah, actually, that's a good idea. That one might not work. This might create a problem for you, blah, blah, blah. But if you have a weak leadership team, because right now everybody is kind of trying to figure out what to do, you got a CEO who has no experience in the space, it spells disaster. It all spells disaster.
Prison.
Yeah.
Prison.
But look, I said to Bobby, look, if I was going to put a new CEO in there, like jokes aside, we talk about Eric and his love affair with Jeremy from Beckett. Here's the thing. Jeremy from Beckett would have been the dude I would have pegged on the shoulder for this. Like, he's been there so long. At least he knows what the hell's going on.
No, fire him. Bye.
All right, Eric's firing him. But outside of that, at least he's been in the room. At least he's been in the building. He knows where the hell things are. You're not starting from scratch. And then you go from there. I don't know if he was even offered the opportunity, but that's what I do.
Hasn't Beckett Jeremy been there for a couple of years now? And the two major blunders that this company vomited all over themselves within a 1 year period of time, wasn't he the president of the company?
Are you assuming that the president can overstep the CEO?
I think that the president of the company can supersede the people in marketing that had two of the biggest blunders in company history.
And if the CEO says, this is what I want, kick rocks, just do it?
Maybe.
You're going to do your job, right?
No, I'm going to quit.
Well, then you're out of work, Eric. Then you're out of work.
The stupid company.
Yeah. Beckett is easy to gain back market share, give things away, great, fast as sheep. Dang. All right, fair enough. Is that what you call Canadian bacon? Ooh, who knows? They're experts who shave gold coins to 1/100th of a gram of gold dust. It buys breakfast, and we all know how expensive breakfast is. Ooh, at CSC, breakfast was expensive.
It was free. I mean,
So
Well, normally it's expensive. It's a different conversation. Go ahead, Bobbles.
outside of the talk of the CEO of Beckett or whatever, I look at some things with them, and I'm also going to slip in CSG in the mix because they're another one that surprisingly you would have thought would have went on and grew, but they haven't really. Do you think that it's because PSA, they have a stranglehold on the resale market value? So obviously they get the majority of the cards. People grade cards, they want to sell them, they want the high resale. And then you have SGC falling in at 2 with the service and the turnaround time because they're getting shit back really quick.
Even though they failed us on 1 hour grading, which is what I was promised, and flying cars.
It's not 1 hour, but
and
it's
flying
still
cars.
pretty quick.
I'm pretty sure one of the announcements SGCP wanted was flying cars, and we were not given the flying cars.
We're a few
even 1
years
hour
behind on
photos
that.
back in the 70s wasn't 1 hour. So, anyways, go ahead.
But then you go to Beckett and CSG, and you could argue Beckett has the most protective holder, and CSG has the prettiest holder. But outside of that, what are they offering? And the other two things that the other thing that both of those two have in common is you hear nobody out there offering really, and there might be people, but you never hear about it, bulk submissions to those companies. You have, there's nothing there bringing in any sort of volume to grow on.
Are you trying to suggest that
what's your feelings on
ComC
that?
button push submissions aren't enough for you, Bubbles? That's how I got this. This wasn't in the holder until I pushed the button on ComC.
So you're saying
but you have to submit it to ComC, and then they have to.
No. I got it from EPAC. I got it straight from there, and then just had them submit it.
I still don't think that's enough.
No, Bubbles. I'm joking. It's not going to drive volume.
Yeah.
But I will say I did appreciate the service. I did appreciate that you could purchase an item on ComC and have it submitted on the platform for a fairly nominal fee. I did the same thing with this one here. So for PC stuff,
Yeah,
it was already on the platform. I pushed a button, they submitted it, got it back in the time frame promised. Good, thumbs up. Got to see it, and my convenience had it shipped back to me. Great. That's all I ask. It's nothing crazy. It's fine.
But there's so much emphasis because Beckett is the Titanic. But then you do have this other company down there that is rocking in TCG. But they had some momentum, and it was like people hated that label, and they fixed it and all of that. They changed the scale, and then it was like everybody started hating on them. And I just haven't figured out why they didn't gain more momentum in the sports side. I can't figure that portion out with them.
Well, I think, look, jokes aside, two things. Number one, I believe genuinely that some people are kind of stuck in their ways. They really are. And unfortunately, because it's a chicken or the egg situation, because the resale has not caught up at all, people stay away. The reason I mentioned the ComC thing is, in the same vein, this card, I have a copy of this card that I have in a box in my collection. But I actually bought this on ComC cheaper than the original copy, and I was able to get it graded. It was the $15. It was $15, which isn't bad. They submit, boom, got it back within the time, and then I had it shipped to me. So now I'll sell off the other card, the other copy I have, and I'll keep this one. Nice.
Right.
Looks good.
What grade is it?
This is a 9.5.
Oh, nice.
It's a clean card. So for my collection, for my PC, this is perfectly fine. I love the holder. Great. $15, perfect. I'm perfectly happy with that. But if I was to try to resell this, I would gain no benefit versus just selling the raw copy. I really wouldn't. And that's unfortunate because that creates the problem. I will say, from their promotional and their social media, they are getting a little bit of traction in wrestling cards. I am noticing that. Now, mind you, I was doing that for my purposes, but I feel like there's some other folks that are also submitting wrestling cards. So maybe that's the niche they're slowly building. The problem is that's a niche. It's a very small category. It's not like TCG. It's not like some of the other stuff that would help. My other point as well, playing to our earlier conversation, the fact that Beckett can literally throw up on themselves 1,000 times, and some people will keep holding on to hope that Beckett will be resurrected like the Phoenix. And I'm like, let it go, man. Let it go. If they earn your business back, so be it. But they've done nothing to earn your business back.
No.
They've done everything the opposite. I go, imagine if even half of those people said, "All right, we'll give CSG a crack." Overnight, that would change. That would be a big deal. Like that would change a lot. But some people hang on. Eric sending thousands and thousands of cards to BGS every month, keeping that ship floating. I wish he would stop.
It's
We all wish
costing
he would
me a
stop.
lot. It's costing me a lot.
But the problem is that when we do the gem rate data, somebody's still submitting to BGS. It doesn't matter what they do.
Yeah.
What does that tell you?
People are stupid. Rule number 1.
Yes. But Bubbles, seriously. If even with gem rate data showing that BGS is slowly dropping, imagine if more of those people actually dropped them sooner and actually went to one of the other graders. What an idea.
We got a sad baubles.
Yep. You got a score there?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2-1.
You got to get on it, man. All right. So while we're just talking here, I want to show this just so we're all on the same page here. Let's go over here. Just while we're talking, I will grab this here. Okay. So right here, Beckett, down 21% in April from the previous month. Fine. But that's still 56,000 cards.
It's a lot.
All the other ones, like, just to be clear, let's imagine people finally gave up on Beckett and said, all right, screw you, man. We're not going with it. We're done. All right, cool. That's 56,000 cards that are getting submitted. Maybe some of them filter to CSG. Some of them filter to SGC, and some of them would filter to PSA. Everybody else gets a bump. That's still 56,000 cards in a month. Beckett's literally throwing up on themselves, and they're still getting 56,000 cards. What does that say?
That if
The
they
brand
would
is
fix
powerful,
themselves-
man.
if they
The-
fix themselves,
What is
they-
the split with sports to TCG with them?
With sports at TCG, I will tell you in a second. All right, so sports, Beckett has 30,000 in sports. So it's almost a 50-50
So
split.
it's
with TCG.
50-50 almost.
Close, yeah. A little bit less TCG, but very close. Very close. But the point is, like, imagine that. They're still hanging in there. They're still getting, 25,000 TCG cards and 30,000 sports cards.
Mhm.
Despite everything they've done. It doesn't seem to matter. I don't know what to tell you. I just don't know.
Well, I mean, yes and no. It does seem to matter because they used to be on top of that chart. And now
But the numbers were smaller when they were on top of that chart. When PSA tops that chart, it's over 1 million cards. Like if anything, they've expanded that market big time.
if Beckett did all the, did even 75% of the right things over the last decade, they may have the 1.2 million.
I don't think they'd have the 1.2 million, but I think right now they would be a strong number 2. Given how much they've screwed up and still hanging in there, they'd be number 2.
Beckett was around. The Beckett company was around before PSA. They had the head start. Everyone loved them. They were the Bible of the hobby. It was all about them. And then grading came. They got on, in there, and people. Well, you got to go to Beckett because we love Beckett, and Beckett's everything. And they just continued to puke on themselves for the last freaking 30 years.
It is true. Chris J says
Number 1.
no, they should. I still don't like the holder. Chris J says SGC needs to come up with a set registry. You mean again? They had a set registry. Then they changed domains and gave it up.
Yeah.
They had one. They literally did. I remember it.
If anything, that would advance their business so much further.
It would help, yeah. But they have to invest in it. Look, between that and flying cars, SGC Pete is not meeting what I'm asking. I have expectations. And we're not getting there. CSG has a bigger TCG market share, don't they? They do right now, yes. I would agree with that because right now the data coming in, I will say this, CGC, because when we're talking about CSG, their grading game division is CGC. It's that one. They've got 57,000 cards just on that alone, and that's more cards than Beckett has, period.
Mhm.
So they are doing very well in TCG. So they've got that niche going well. That's going good. And they also have, I will say, they've started to make a little bit of inroads in wrestling cards and a couple of very niche markets. But overall, they're still struggling a bit to build that bigger pie. But at least they've got something. TCG is going okay.
I think that's what people are looking at, are these companies, is they want their niche market. like CGC or what have you, And I think Tag was in there too. I think that's why they did everything from 2000 and up. But I think they wanted to be the premier new card graders, high end, whatever. And I think that's the niche market they were looking for. So everybody needs an angle if you're fighting against PSA. So if you can get more wrestling cards or get more Pokemon cards,
It doesn't
kinda
hurt to
helps
find
you.
a niche that you can at least specialize in. It gives you something.
The reason why Beckett actually has so many, thousands of cards being graded is really because they have a following and they have customers who have their sets, so they're just going to keep submitting to there because they don't want other holders. They want the same holders, begrudgingly or not. They still want to keep that, symmetry in their collection. So
This. Oh, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I'll just read a couple of these real quick. Don't sell the Munson. That's not right, no matter how it looks. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I like money, and somebody else wants to give me for that Munson. The Munson goes! Has Beckett become the new Sears of the sports card industry? Has it become the new Sears, Eric? Is it the new
Yes,
Sears?
smartest Bob Jackson comment in the history of Bob Jackson comments. I only wish that I had thought of it first because Beckett has become the Sears of the sports card industry. Back in the day, when you had the Sears catalog that every kid especially, dreamt of coming before Christmas, you could circle everything in the toy section and give to your parents.
There was a toy section in the Sears catalog.
Absolutely. 100%. Yeah. 100%.
Every kid dreamt of it, except for you, obviously, you jerk. So anyway,
You obviously didn't get that.
wake up.
So yeah, it's a great analogy. I mean, the Sears catalog is the Beckett monthlies and the end of the year, thick Beckett price guide, and everything's just gone to shit, just like the company.
Dang.
And there's a company with so much potential that they're not jumping on. I can't believe that they're not. And I can't believe that nobody's not looking from the outside in going, hey, let's fix this.
And I can't believe it's not butter. Question, Bobby, since we brought it up, any
Happy
good
Bobby.
memories of the old Sears catalog?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Any
have
in
a
particular?
bunch. I have some from 74, 75, 76.
No, for sure. But any specific memory? I do remember, like, since Eric brought it up, I do remember the old Sears catalog and kind of going through it. And look, I did the thing where it's like, hey, I want one of these. That'd be
I
kinda cool.
had a pen. I just
That'd be pretty
Look at
sweet. Just throwing it out there. Just leaving it, sliding to the end of the table.
Yes.
Just
Oh,
want to
when we were
kind of
kids.
point that out.
When you're kids, you're looking through the lingerie section. Hey, what are you gonna do?
I went right to the Star Wars.
I think you look through it, but I don't think you slide that one across the table and go, "Hey, can we get one of these?"
And
I don't think you should probably do that part.
And I didn't
I think the
understand-
toy section you could probably get away with that one, but the other one not so much.
Well, there's good
Well,
documentation.
Eric was saying he was dreaming of the toy section.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm just making sure. The only reason I'm asking Bobby is because that was like a thing. The Sears catalog was one, and I want to say the Canadian Tire catalog had a run there for a bit as well.
Yeah, there was
some
Eaton's too.
Yeah,
Eaton's had
there was
catalog.
a couple of different catalogs that got there and had that kind of cachet for a bit.
Eaton's was the higher end of Sears, I guess, at that point.
I'd agree with that. Yeah.
And it used to be called Simpson Sears.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So that's where Simpsons and Sears came together in sometime in the 70s.
All right. Kamikaze says SGC nice as slabs, in my opinion. There you go. Hey, whatever your aesthetic is, man. Whatever your aesthetic is. Radio Shack, not Sears. Radio Shack's a fair one. Paul says, I'd say second smartest comment, but Bob, the first is Eric eats bugs.
Paul, cold, toes, off, you.
Shaw Cards, good evening. JC Penney's and service merchandise had cool catalogs. All right.
Yeah, very much the same as Sears.
There was a heyday of, let's just put it this way. There was a heyday of catalogs. There was a heyday where people actually, it wasn't just like get rid of this shit. It's like there was a time where it's like, no, people would actually sift through and be like, oh, there's some stuff I'd buy in here. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be all right.
That's how you actually did your Christmas shopping,
Yes.
Right.
birthday
Absolutely.
shopping, whatever.
Absolutely.
Didn't have
100%.
no internet. All you had was the Sears catalog. I love that thing.
Mhm.
All right, so right now I'm seeing 2-2. Is that right? Is it 2-2?
That's what I got.
Tight.
Yeah, and we've had
Gotcha.
a couple of scoring chances here.
Gotcha. Service merchandise was 10 out of 10. Okay. Gotcha, Bob. Gotcha. Paul says, as the chat mod, I'm going to allow the Eric slander. Keep it going. Well, Paul says it's cool. It's cool. I got to go with that.
Paul, don't get me started on you.
Well, he might block you if you push your luck.
Oh,
You might-
do me a favor.
Anyway, I'm gonna cut it for the evening, fellas. I
15
got some
more
stuff I
minutes?
gotta do. I've been up since 5 freaking a.m.
Well, Bobbles
And I
has to
gotta get
concentrate
started
all
with
his
more.
energy on J Rob and send him. You ever seen like The Shining? He's literally just sending him a like, score a goal, shoot.
I hope they win.
That's all I'm saying. It's all good, Bobbles. It's all good. Thank you for joining in. Appreciate you as always. Thanks for joining the
You
conversation.
too, fellas.
Later, buddy.
Hope you have a good weekend. And
Hey, and I do want to talk to you about doing like a submission and maybe a something on your show of walking idiot through how to submit cards to you.
And by the way, it's all going to be ultra modern. It's all literally going to be just Luka Doncic.
I'll play the idiot.
Mhm.
well, we'll have to discuss a few of the methods privately. Yeah, that'll have to be done No, just playing.
Just throwing it out
No,
there.
we can definitely do that. I have the order.
That's just
Should be
weird.
back tomorrow. The one that we just sent out. So I'm gonna have to get that sorted tomorrow evening and do the reveal and all that this weekend and stuff too. So
I just
I'll
thought
get
it was
with you.
interesting content, especially for people that don't know the first thing about submitting. You could walk someone who's never done it before through it, and I just thought it'd be good content and educational. But it's up to you.
I'll definitely get with you on it.
All right.
So
You'll be able to put it
all
in the
right, fellas.
catalog.
Have a good night. Go
Have a good
Stars.
one.
Hopefully we can pull this shit out.
So have a good one, Bobbles. Have a good night. We'll talk later.
Talk to you
Yeah.
later.
Take her easy. All right, so let's scroll through here.
I got more space now.
I know, right? I hope Eric doesn't cheer at the replay again. I know. Have you eaten any bugs lately while riding your tricycle? The slander continues until Eric buys a Kiss rookie. I think that's fair. Bobbles to wake up 2 a.m. to go to 1,000-yard sales. Facts.
Maybe.
So,
Yep. Have a good night, Bobbles. See you, Bobbles. 75. Sullivan. I never try to pronounce it correctly. It's a matter of policy. It happens. All right, folks. So, obviously, they got the game going on. Now that I'm in the third period, now I'm going to put it on the other alternate screen. I don't want to have it on the big screen, Bobby. It distracts me too much, but on the small screen is fine.
I mean,
Because I've got the other monitor. I just don't want to be on there because I'm just kind of tilt my head a little bit. Distracts me a little too much.
We're only scheduled to go another 10 minutes here. So, I mean, if we had to quit early to watch the third period, I don't think anybody would be too upset.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I think we're going to start winding down a little bit.
That is turning on me, and I hate them all.
Well, I think that's fair.
Yeah,
that's reasonable.
Mhm.
And notice that and Name is the leader of the hate, so he can go pound sand.
Wow. Carlos the Card Barber, fact. Which card number is considered the rookie? I guess that's her Kiss. Fair enough. Maybe that's out of sequence, but it looks like actually that might be out of sequence, so we'll have to see there. Okay, fair enough. I got you. Which card is considered the rookie? I think that's a valid question. All right, so question for you guys. We did all right. We talked about the alteration trimming discussion. We gave it a full length. We gave it a good full length discussion. We did that. We talked a little bit about the CSC show. A little disappointing. We talked a little bit about that. We talked about maybe don't overprice your tables and don't overprice your admission. That might be helpful. Be
utilize
very
the
careful
table
about the
space.
timing. Yeah, be careful about the timing. I think that's a good one because obviously it didn't work out, unfortunately. But again, I enjoyed it for what it was, but I didn't go in with high expectations. But I also took advantage of what was there, so that was okay. Oh, Eric's got his sign and everything; he's ready to go. But anything else that catches your eye? Anything else that you folks want to chat on a little bit here? We'll run it a little bit longer, and then we can always wander down.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that, Classic Auction. This is like their third back-to-back auction coming up in June. I'm going, wow. Like,
Do they have anything good in it?
I don't know. It's coming up. But just the last two, like they usually had, maybe 3 a year. But this has like been a 3 in 6 months.
So would you say that's oversaturation, in your opinion?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess there's that point that, you just want to get stuff in and get it out. It's sort of commoditized in the sense that we're ready to go. We have enough stuff. It's just more money and everybody's just running hard. Golden does that. I know that for sure. And all these guys are running hard. And I see that eBay has slowed down considerably. I think a lot of people are pissed off with the fees and what have you and what have you. So
that's fair.
Just seeing the marketplace fighting harder for dollars, is what I'm saying.
I get it. Makes sense. One thing else.
Vegas
Go ahead.
just scored, and I love this goal.
Do you now?
I hope they don't call it back, because the goal they called back last night, was complete garbage in my opinion. And if they call this one back, I don't even know what I'm gonna say.
Are you saying you're going to have words?
I just think this goal is awesome. This is the way hockey's supposed to be played. But I bet you they're going to call it back, because I don't understand. Last night I was absolutely disgusted. And I don't have a dog in the fight, but that goal was not interference last night. And I'm glad that Florida ended up winning, because they deserve to. And to have that goal taken away, I thought was just complete silliness. So I'm glad they finally won. And I bet you they're going to take this one away too. And I think it's ridiculous.
Terribleness. Awful. All I was going to say was, and this is one that surprised me, because he was on the checklist and I had been waiting for it for a while. So I ended up grabbing it at ComC. So I grabbed the Tops box bottom.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so I needed that one. In the early 90s stuff, I don't have much of a checklist left. So it's stuff like this. It's like, all right, I need the Tops box bottom to go with the O-Pee-Chee one and the other pieces.
What grade is that?
Oh, God, it's low. Yeah, it's pretty dinged up. But it was more than anything just getting it. I think I paid like $1 or $2 for this, so it wasn't anything crazy. So it was a price point that I was satisfied with it. I could always upgrade it later, but let me get it off the checklist at least. Because it is a small checklist at this point. So real quick
It looks like they're going to let it go, because I think they've continued play. They're showing it over and over again, but it looks like they're going to let it go, and I'm glad.
So I'll read these comments, and then actually this reminds me, I joked about it earlier, but actually I'd like to get your guys' take on this one. I'll ask you a question here. Let me read a couple of these first. So I've got a question. Read these. Suckers. Yeah. Not sure if it touches on, but RIP Jim Brown. We did touch on it briefly. Also not a swell fella, but genuine to go discuss it. You see, that was a beautiful and succinct one. Not a swell fella. It's beautiful.
We had
beautiful.
At the time,
beautiful.
Had like
glorious
3.5 hours.
And you see, we managed to fill it without the eulogy. We didn't even need it. Didn't even need it. Easy. Not a swell fella. It was beautiful. You hate what? Sorry, go on.
Yeah.
Solomon Peabody? What? What are we talking about? I hate Bobby Orr. That seems harsh. You think he's overrated? You think he sucks? You think Steven Reinprecht is better? Man, that's brutal.
Damn.
Bobby, that's harsh. I won't go that far.
Things have changed.
Wow. That guy goes on a little bit of a run, pretends to be a Leafs fan for a while, and now he's slandering Bobby Orr. Can you believe that? He won't even defend himself. He can't even defend that. That's indefensible. Bobby, that's like that's blasphemy. That's hockey blasphemy.
Yeah, I think it is. It's not the first time now, so you got to get used to it.
Ooh. He should blame the statuette of Johnny Bauer. Johnny Bauer has got some evil ideas. He says a lot of horrible things. That's all I'm saying. See, he got that in a box of Cracker Jacks. Anyway.
I don't think it's funny to make fun of my my mental condition that I've already tried to explain to everybody.
On the contrary, I think it's hilarious.
I had a mental breakdown. Okay. I don't think it's okay to talk to toys. I no longer think Johnny Bauer was talking to me. Okay.
Bobby, I already warned Eric that not tonight, because budget restraints. We're getting to it. But I think that may come back at some point. I don't think Johnny Bauer is done talking to Eric. That will come back at some point. Just throwing it out there. That in literary terms is called foreshadowing, folks. All right. The first Kiss card in the set is just 2 members of the band. Is that the rookie? The first full band out of the rookie. I'll let Paul defer to that one. I'll leave it to you guys to debate on that piece. It'll be close, I think. I see 78. Same as Donruss next year. There you go. Bob is 694, 175. A lot of these places get the years wrong. Fair enough. I know this is Paul's lane, so I'm leaving Paul to discuss this matter with. You guys chat on that back and forth. I'm not going to get in the middle of it. Go for it. No, I was going to ask you guys. Obviously, it's become it's a running gag forever. But I want like a serious question. I want you, Bobby, and Eric. So obviously the folks in Arizona rejected the latest stadium proposal for the Arizona Coyotes, the team that will never die. Despite efforts to just let it die. Yeah. Okay. So here's a question. I want to get a refill, but I want thoughts and your opinions on this. And either one of you that wants to take it first. First of all, I have a question. So do you think that this is finally the last time, the final nail in the coffin that finally gets it over with? And if so, second question, if they relocate it, where do you think is the spot then? Where do you think they actually would be able to move it to? They've got options. It's not a lack of options. They do have options, but like, where do you think they actually would move it to? So two-part question. First one is, do you think finally this is the end? I think the NHL will fight until tooth and nail the last, but let's assume this is finally the real last nail. They really can't come up with another idea. And Gary finally has to throw away fag. Where do you move it to? That's the second part of the question. So Bobby or Eric, either one of you wants to take it, I'll come right back.
Bobby, you can go first.
Okay. What was the question again? Just kidding. Just kidding. Yeah, I hope that they do. You know, if you can't support, if your city can't support the team, it obviously they don't want the team there, then why force it being there? You know, I know Gary Bateman doesn't want to give up. We don't give up on teams or something like that, whatever he said. It's just like, you know, sometimes things just have to end and let's move on. And do we even need that team to relocate? Can we just take it out of the league? I don't know. Your thoughts?
To kind of piggyback what you said, you know, we don't want to give up on teams. Atlanta Flames, Atlanta Thrashers, Quebec Nordiques, Winnipeg Jets, Minnesota North Stars, Cleveland Barons, Colorado Rockies, California Golden Seals,
Kansas City Scouts.
Kansas City Scouts.
You can keep going. Yeah.
I don't tell me that the league doesn't give up on teams, because between me and you, we just did like 10. So
yeah, and that's pre Bettman though, right?
So a fan base could not possibly speak louder in saying we don't want you. We're not coming to the games. You're in a 5,000 seat stadium and not filling it up. We're not giving you an extra dime of our tax money when we don't want to support you. We don't want you here. They can't be any clearer. Yet the NHL is insistent that this experiment, which has been around for what 20 years more, 25, 30. I lost track.
It was when they moved it out of the away from Winnipeg, so it would have been the mid 90s, I want to say.
Yeah,
right. So we're like 30 years roughly. It's never worked. It's a 30-year experiment. It isn't like, listen, it's only been 8 years. We want to see where this goes. No, it's been 30. It didn't work. It needs to go to Houston or it needs to go to Quebec. I want to see it go to Quebec.
Okay.
There's a part of me that would love to see it go back to Hartford and get the whale back, but because I would like that New England, battle again. But I think the fans in Quebec really miss their team.
But then that means Yannick gets a team, Eric. Are you sure about this?
Houston is really hungry for hockey.
They're a really big market.
And I think it would do well in Houston.
And they could call it the Arrows.
Well, I don't think that would be a bad idea. And the first thing
that's been pitched, by the way. I've heard that pitch that if they did go to Houston, they could bring. By the branding's there. You could do it. It wouldn't be a stretch. You could just do it.
And you could, if you wanted to, for publicity and marketing. The first thing you do is hang a big number 9 up in the rafters. Or you retired the number on the first day. So there's a lot there you could do. I just think Quebec is number 1, Houston number 2, and as a long shot, I'd love to see the whale come back.
Yeah, that's kind of good. I sort of agree with that. The WHA had the same problem when they came in 72. You know, I feel sorry for the people who are making collectibles and what have you. The teams were, they were just dying, and they were, being bought and sold halfway through the season, sometimes twice. It was just a mess. So in 79, 80, that's when they kind of said, okay, whatever's left will go to the NHL. And some of those even didn't survive, which was Winnipeg Jets. But then they redid the Winnipeg again, and it's funny. The old Winnipeg Jet collectors aren't there. It's just the new ones going forward because Winnipeg stuff doesn't sell. Like it's one of the worst teams for collectibles and what have you. So, so going forward, Quebec, would Quebec be a good place? I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. I don't know if Quebec. You have Montreal Canadiens. You know they are the Nordiques. It didn't survive then. Will it survive again? I don't think we should revisit. I think we should go somewhere new, or maybe just dissolve the team and go
Yeah,
forward.
I think the one I think you could make an argument for that. I just don't think they would at this point. I just think dissolving a team is something they wouldn't explore. They'd rather try a different one. Let me ask this question: in this stage, is there any concern? And I'm just posing the question: is there any concern about obviously the Montreal Canadiens have now owned that space since they moved the team to Colorado? They could like they have an arena in Quebec City. So they've at least got the facility. You're not starting from scratch. It's obviously way better than the college arena than Arizona. Immediate improvement, right? And you could always renovate it and get it up to spec. And I think it's pretty close anyway. So I think that part's fine. Is it tough at this point, even though the discrepancy in the Canadian dollar isn't as bad as it once was? You've got equalization. I'm just curious if there's any issue with the fact that just a pure francophone team at this point
Yes,
might be a bit of a tough sell. And I'm just
It will.
posing the question.
very hard.
Yeah.
And I think that's why they dissolved to begin with.
Yeah. Because Montreal can play both sides. Yes, it's still
Sure.
got, but Montreal. Look, if I go to Montreal, I can go to a restaurant and get service in English. I can ask specifically for it. My French is garbage. Like I'm not even going to pretend to try. So, but in a lot of the restaurants, you can go in and they'll ask you, "Would you like service in English or in French?" Because they're very bilingual city. In most of the main areas, you have the option. They will serve you in English if you ask for it. In Quebec City,
Different.
yeah, you're not going to necessarily have. You better en français.
Hmm.
You better be up on your French. Eric, how's your French?
Yeah. So I don't know if it would go over well. I'm sure there could be some other place. Like I said, why even bother? But what other place would be better? Back to
The only
Hartford.
place
If Hartford
that
didn't
they could have
survive,
tried, the only place they could have tried that will never be allowed because it's in the Maple Leaf region. I still think, obviously,
Hamilton?
minus the Maple Leafs, they could have. They tried many times. Cops Coliseum exists because in one moment, for a brief shiny moment, they thought they had a team. They thought they were going to get one. And it's like, but let me ask a serious question. And I again,
Well, they
serious
did have a
question.
team, right? They had the Hamilton Tigers back in the 20s,
Sure,
and
but
Montreal had the Montreal Canadiens and Maroons
Mhm.
for a
listen. I'm
couple
a-
decades. Actually,
look,
Maroons were kind of first in the NHL.
when it comes to Montreal, Bobby, I'm Maroons for life. Like that, the real team in Montreal, not that other one. The Maroons guys. Serious question though. Like here's the thing. I know the Maple Leafs have their claim on the territory. I get that,
Mhm.
but like I actually think, as much as I tease Hamilton because it's one of the great joys of my life, I actually think that team would be well supported, and I don't think it would honestly hurt the Leafs at all. The Leafs can sell the
No.
corporate seats anyway. It doesn't make any difference. I think if Hamilton was allowed to exist as a team, the arena is obviously woefully underdone now. Now that was built in 1990. They have to completely reno the whole thing. However, with that said, if Hamilton was allowed to have a team, there is a whole segment of the GTA that would be happy to support a non-Leafs alternative. And if they weren't as corporate, if they embrace the quote unquote average hockey fan, I don't think they'd have trouble filling the place.
No,
I was
I don't think. I
yeah.
don't think. Yeah,
It's an
Hamilton-
alternative. I'm saying as a marketing, you'd be an alternative to the Leafs.
You have the highest prices in the league
Yes.
in Toronto.
Yes.
Every seat is sold out
Yes.
for like years.
Mhm.
It's impossible to get in there,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
So if you had a team in the somewhat area within an hour of the Air Canada Center or whatever the hell it's called now,
Put it in Guelph.
there's no
I was actually thinking Niagara Falls would have a great team. I think
So,
that
right?
would really
Yeah,
help.
that's an hour. That's like an hour plus, right?
I'm just saying somewhere outside, somewhere in the vicinity, but
All right.
outside of Toronto,
I don't
somewhere
think the
that's
Sabres
accessible
would-
to multiple groups of people. Yes.
I don't know if the Sabres would be a fan of that, but anyway,
Bucks.
if
Who likes to say
you had all those fans that can't afford to get into Air Canada. You can't afford a ticket, and you're outside watching it on the jumbotron every freaking week. I have an alternative to just drive down the road a ways and see an NHL team for tickets I can afford and tickets that are available.
And by the way, if you're a fan of the other teams, it's a great way to check out your team locally and not necessarily have to travel as far. Like, let's say, I don't know what conference they put it in, but whatever. Just for the sake of argument. You put a team somewhere, Hamilton or Niagara Falls or wherever, just somewhere. Okay, great. You're a fan of Colorado, and Colorado comes visiting the Niagara team or the Hamilton team or whatever. You're still going to go because you're a Colorado fan. You get to see your team play. You'd still buy a ticket. And your money spends just as good to the team. They don't care. Like, please buy the ticket. If you're buying the ticket, we'll take your money.
That's why I said go to Vegas and watch the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Wow,
cheap on the cheap.
I always appreciate that. That's always a solid option.
Mm-hmm.
But like for road fans, that's a good option too. For road fans, it's a great alternative as well.
But why does the league have to keep expanding? I don't understand that, or sustaining itself.
Well, it's just the money was so good for those sweet expansion fees.
Yeah, but actually the Leafs have been supporting the losing teams for so long through their contributions, because the higher you bring in, the more you pay out. So, the higher teams are supporting all these losing teams. Like, drop it.
I agree. No, I don't disagree with you. Like, I think that there's a very valid case to be made for that.
The original six is still supporting the whole league.
Yeah, and the Leafs are leading the charge on that one. I'll tell you.
Absolutely. There's no question about it.
That's why maybe the tickets are so expensive. Oh no, they're just greedy. Sorry. They got helmet advertisements all over the boards. It's just horrible. Oh, yeah. You ever see that puck that goes around and it's like Canadian Tire, and then they got Tim Hortons? It's way too much.
Yeah, it's the same thing here in Boston. It's in all their arenas. It's I'm watching the playoffs from Vegas, and the same type of stuff.
TikTok in the end zone. It's like
I'm not. It's
every square inch. It's gone past that point.
It's like a year
commercialized. That's why people aren't caring that much, and especially in Colorado or wherever it's going to be next. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. So Carlisle here. Good evening, Carlisle. Says there's talk of Atlanta building a hockey stadium to attract the NHL again, but moving it out to the suburbs like the Braves to be next to fans. But Houston is next.
No, Atlanta. It's hot.
Go to Atlanta again.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to go back there again.
No.
By the way, I like this comment. This is an underrated comment. I appreciate this one. You can order in English or Southern in Atlanta.
Yes, there you go. That's true.
Primo.
I mean, listen, I wish things were different, but the reality of the situation is that the fan base and the players in the NHL is still high 90% white. Atlanta, their demographic is high 90% black. You can't put a hockey team in Atlanta. They're not interested.
But Don Cherry's still alive. They could bring him back as coach again.
Yeah.
He's still alive-ish.
They're not interested.
Ness?
It's the city of Atlanta is 90-something% black, and they're not interested in hockey. The Hawks games are packed.
Yeah.
It's the way it is, and that's fine. And I wish it was different. I wish there was more diversity. There isn't. Is it getting better? Absolutely. I mean, how many black players are on the ice tonight? You got Robinson, who's Asian Pacific. You got a kid from
I think Filipino, if you want to be very specific.
And you got.
It's a good draw, because I've actually heard some fans, Filipino fans, are appreciating the fact that there's a good young player who's Filipino.
And his brother plays for the Leafs, right?
Yeah.
So this is great. It is getting better, but you can't dump it in Atlanta. We're not there yet.
Yeah, dumping is the
it's in the little words, yes. And now, in fairness, we are talking about Phoenix, so it's like it's not like we're starting off at a good spot. We could take some random attempts. We could find some random places to put it.
I'm sure there's a few states that would be perfect. That would be brand new, and bring it in where they have a strong following for hockey. And
I'm keeping an eye on it, because I'm on about a 40-second delay, so I want to see if it's a tie. If it's a tie goal, we'll check it out.
Cleveland, Ohio has always been huge for hockey. They have teams going back to the 30s and 20s.
Carlos,
I
your
think that
man,
would be great to be down there.
Are they saying the Renaissance? The Renaissance is involved?
the Renaissance is.
Hold on. I want to see. Now I'm watching the replay. Hold on. Getting caught up with it. Oh, there you go. That's a classic. Just be in the way. That's classic Jamie Benn right there. I
That's
like
it.
All right, hold on.
There it is.
PMG Renaissance.
There you go.
Thematically appropriate. There you go. We'll even forgive the Rave jersey for now. We'll even forgive it for the moment.
Those jerseys suck.
They do. Like I'm not a fan.
They suck.
But I was able to get that card for under $15, so I'm not complaining about it. So it's a nice card. So Ben ties it late. I love it. We appreciate some Renaissance love. That's good.
And
like
Cleveland would be a great town. They need something like the hockey team to
So
try.
if you went Cleveland, again, let's play out the hypothetical for some of the hypotheticals. Would you want to call them the Barons again or come up with a different item?
No,
different
I think you have to go with a new name.
Oh yeah.
Sure. No, I'm just asking. Because it's one of the tricky
Like,
parts. If you
I
go
think
back
Cleveland
to a place,
Indians is still alive, and you can use it now.
you could. I don't think that would work out for you marketing wise. You could come up with some ideas. No, the reason I ask is because sometimes when you go back to a place, if you have the option to use the name, sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. It just depends on
I
where
don't think you should. I think a revision of a team, like Seattle. Seattle was, I forget, Metropolitans. And then they went with the Kraken,
Right.
Metropolitans, doesn't really go over too well today. So, as much as I might have thought it would have been a good name to redo, but, it's time. If you're starting new, let's start new with a new name. And I think
So
that's
here
what they
James
need.
is asking, if a Cleveland scenario, how close is that to Columbus?
It would be very close.
Yeah, so that's the problem with the NHL right now. They're so keen on those territorial things. Again, that's the only reason the Leafs are able to block all this stuff because it's like, dudes,
Yeah.
come on. Like, there's been a lot of pitches for a lot of things. Balsillie when he wanted to buy the Penguins and move them into kind of the Kitchener Waterloo area,
Yeah.
which again is a little out of the way. However, the Leafs already have their niche. They're already locked into a certain category. So it's like, guess what? There would be people who would be interested in that vicinity of getting out to games. There's still some interest in there. Hamilton was a possibility because, again, there is a metropolitan area there. Hamilton is not an affluent area, although it has gotten more gentrified in recent years because I've been watching those real estate values slowly creep up as folks from out here, it got so expensive, they started heading out that way and buying land and territory and houses and stuff.
Sure.
So there'd be more of it than there would have been 10 or 15 years ago. So definitely.
Well, you have the Burlington and the Oakville crowd, which are actually,
Totally.
which is kind of high income.
Yes, they are.
So it's
Absolutely.
not a far drive. So I think season tickets would be a no-brainer for a lot of those people. Hamilton can sustain some, but not most. So the outskirts, and then you'd have Niagara Falls, which is really not a high-end town, but you have a lot of visitors, and I think that would be good. A lot of people coming across the border watching the game. I think it could do well in Niagara Falls or Cleveland. That's my vote. Please call.
There you go.
Call and put my vote in for me.
I'll let
By
Gary
the way, we've talked about in the past about the whole, those different YouTube channels where they do like the picker shows and they do the flip channels and stuff. Like Bobbles is starting to do some of that stuff as well. Bobbles would love old Oakville because there used to be a lot of like yard sales, but also there would be like little events where people, and Eric, you'll love this. There would be these events in certain Oakville neighborhoods. Again, testament to, you want to talk about bouginess. They would literally be like, oh yeah, we'll just put a bunch of stuff in the front. They literally would be throwing shit out, literally giving it away. And you'd walk by and be like, these are all like new electronics. And like, I swear, if you went to the right places, they'd be like, these are like Swarovski diamonds. Yeah, but they're scuffed.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, take that garbage away. Imagine if you were some of those pickers and whatever, like, you're literally getting it for free. Carlos Sr. used to go by there, and whenever he wanted to replace something, he'd literally go by there. It's like, I got a new one. It's like, what, they were just giving it away? They just put it in the front yard. It's like, oh, that trash. I bought a new one, so I just put it in the front yard to get rid of it. I was like, it's brand new. You bought it last year. Oh, but it's trash now. Get rid of it.
Yeah, those are the best garage sales.
But it wasn't even a garage sale, Bob. It was like, we're throwing
I'm
our trash out. It was like, you didn't have to pay a dime. and all that stuff was new. Carlos Sr. got new electronics and all kinds of stuff from those things back in the day. And I was like, really? And I went with him, and it's like, yep. They're literally like taking decent stuff that's pretty much brand new. How bougie are you people? Good Lord. Bobby's talking about, like, the rich folk. My buddy, his parents bought a place in Oakville, and they bought it 35 years ago. So it was like on this plot of land that was underdeveloped at the time. Built a nice house on it. Okay, so built a nice house on it. They're both school teachers. They're long retired now. The house is worth literally millions of dollars today. They could literally just turn around, flip it, and sell it for millions of dollars. The house is worth millions of dollars on the property it's on because it all got gentrified. It all got built up around and gentrified. Today, it's worth multiple of what they paid for it. But they got it on teacher salary, and it's been long paid off. It's literally money in the bank for the kids whenever the parents are older already. But the day they pass away, the kids are like, all right, so what do you want to do? Which one of you wants the house, or which one of you wants to sell the house, or what do you want to do?
Yeah. That was a
But
lot of,
it was timing. It was just timing. Right place, right time. People weren't there yet. It wasn't built up. But today it is.
yeah, we're going to see a lot of that in the next upcoming, 10 to 15 years. You'll have a lot of generational wealth passed down to kids.
Yep.
So, and then they'll get into sports cards.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Eric, get ready for it. The next boom is coming.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff makes a great point, and I didn't really think of that. Why can't
So Paul
Milwaukee-
kind of has the answer to this question. It's the territorial
Bay.
thing again.
Yeah, so I mean, there's the black. It's 100. Green Bay and Chicago are 100 miles apart or more. I mean,
remember we're talking about Milwaukee specifically. So I
I
feel
think
like
what
the
you
answer is
say-
yes. I think there's a territorial. Paul, help me out here. I feel like it's within range. I'd have to grab a map. I feel like it's within the territorial range.
I
to your
just
point.
listen. You have a rabid sports fan base in a cold climate.
Yeah.
Throw a hockey team in Green Bay.
Too close to Chicago.
Yeah. So here you go. Milwaukee can be blocked. Green Bay would be fine, but small market. Got it.
Yeah.
Yep. So HMJ's here. Why are NHL expansion teams so successful? Doesn't seem fair. Ironically, they changed the rules to make it so they had a better chance to be. It used to be the old. The Atlanta Thrashers were trash. The Columbus Blue Jackets were trash. The trying to think recent expansions.
And I wish they'd get a half decent name for crying out loud.
Fair. Okay, so wait. If I go backwards, obviously, Kraken, the Vegas.
Nice.
Who are the other recent expansions?
Winnipeg.
I went Atlanta. Was Winnipeg was an expansion? I can't remember now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were. Well, no. Were they expansion?
This current one.
Winnipeg was the Atlanta moved, wasn't it? Yeah, Winnipeg was Atlanta moved.
All right. So
Yeah, maybe.
That was a relocation. I don't think that was an expansion. I'm talking about
No.
expansion.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think if memory serves, I could be mistaken, but I feel like in my mind, I think that's where Atlanta went. I think Atlanta got moved over to Winnipeg, and they gave him back the Jets. I think that was the deal.
Then you're looking at the Blue Jackets.
Yeah. So James is talking about Anaheim, the Ducks. They were trash initially. That's another one. That's going back to the 90s, but that was a while ago as well. But yeah, I think that's right. Like realistically, historically, a lot of the expansion franchises when they came out, they were terrible.
Mhm.
So what the NHL did is starting with Vegas, they started trying to Nashville. That's another one. Thank you for that one. Atlanta moved to Winnipeg. Thank you, Paul. I wanted to confirm that. But yeah, a lot of the teams struggled out of the gate because they didn't have infrastructure built to try to make them competitive. With Vegas, they tried to correct that. They tried to change the rules in such a way to give them a chance to make them competitive. It was intentional. So as a matter of fact, it is quite fair because you're not guaranteed to be good. Just because they give you access to these players doesn't mean you draft correctly. You could draft wrong and still get it wrong. But you got a better chance than before where you were just hoping for the best, hoping for a couple of high draft picks and hoping they would hit. And it didn't work most of the time. Not for years.
Yeah, before Vegas, had their inaugural season and went to the Stanley Cup Finals. That hadn't been done since Florida did that. The
Yeah.
Panthers, with Beezer and net.
And that was just right time, right place. You got a hot goaltender, just a good run, and they could just have. And then think of all those years after, and Florida hasn't really had a good run since now. Like this is the run right now. This is the next run that they've had, and all that time in between those two attempts. So historically, the expansion franchises are horrific.
Well, they were the Bruins last year. They were the favorites to win the whole thing. They won the President's Trophy outright. They had a great team. Everyone was going to do it for Joe Thornton and get him his cup in his last season. That was the big thing. That was the Ray Bork kind of thing for Florida last year for Joe Thornton, and they shit the bed. So I believe in that President's Trophy curse, man. It gets in your head. You're like, oh, we dominated, and the playoffs start, and you just think, oh, we're the most dominant team in the league. Nobody can beat us. And it's like, no, new season, baby. It's all different.
Yeah.
And you just get your ass handed to you once you win that trophy.
Yep.
Makes sense. I was going to mention this since we talked about Hamilton earlier tonight, and I think Paul's familiar with this. So I was laughing because AEW got the announcement from the upfronts from Warner Brothers Media. Those guys, they did their upfronts, and they're going to have a Saturday show now, which was expected. It's been expected for a little bit, and I think there's going to be a new media deal with them that's going to increase the rights fees, and great. That's all fine. The reason I bring it up is we talked about Hamilton earlier tonight. AEW is doing a Canadian swing this summer, and all of a sudden they've had to add additional dates to make for the show, for the Saturday show. So all of a sudden, and it made me laugh. I died of laughter. It made me laugh so hard. And I think tickets are officially going to go on sale tomorrow, and by that I mean Saturday. And here's the best part. They're having to shoehorn dates in between Canadian dates where they've already sold tickets. So they've got the Forbidden Door on June 25th. I have tickets to Forbidden Door. That's at Scotiabank Place. So that's at the big venue here. Oh, great. But all of a sudden on the 24th, June 24th, Toronto, Scotiabank Place, AEW Collision. And I was just sitting there like, are you guys think you're going to sell these tickets? I hope you're discounting them because you just shoehorned it in. It wasn't there before. Now you tell you. But the best one, Eric, and this is the one that kills me. They're having a show for AEW Dynamite in Hamilton in the First Ontario Place. So they've got it at former Cops Coliseum, now First Ontario Place. And by the way, it's sold okay, but it's Hamilton. It's always a bit of a struggle to sell it. But they're selling okay. But now they have to shoehorn a show on Thursday at First Ontario. So they have to have a second show at the same venue in order to make this work. And I'm like, oh, you're going to try to sell a second day in Hamilton? And I joke with a buddy of mine. I go, so what are we talking? $5 tickets?
Maybe.
Like, what are we talking about? How are you going to get butts in that seat?
Yeah, I'm not dropping $100 and something, for two show. $100 and something for per ticket.
It was so good. Bobby, I'm going to get Bobby, I got time. I'm getting those tickets so damn cheap. It's going to be amazing. And then by the time I'm done, they're going to pay me to go. Like, I might make a couple bucks out of this.
Stand out front of the stadium on night number 2 and wait 20 minutes. They're just going to be like, hey, you over there in the green shirt, you want to come in? Want to see the show? We need to fill seats.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I like it. So who ordered Bowman Sapphire? I did not. Did you order Bowman Sapphire, and how much? The salary cap and teams trying to get out of bad contracts help expansion teams recently.
That's how Marc-Andre Fleury ended up in Vegas.
That's true.
The guy's going to be a Hall of Famer, multiple Vezina winner, and he brought the team on his back to the finals his first year. I can't believe they ended up getting rid of him because I think that was a salary dump. And he's been
basically, yeah.
And how many teams has he been on now? I think he went to
he went to Vegas. He went
the Leafs could have had him too.
Chicago, and now he's with like the Blue Jackets or some ridiculous thing.
No. He was with Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota. So Chicago.
I feel like there was one in between.
The Blackhawks. Blackhawks.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to remember if there was one more. Like, I mean, there've been a lot. The point is, there've been a lot.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make sure I didn't accidentally forget one.
And he's still good. I don't know if he's Vezina Trophy good, but he's still good.
But that's always been the kind of the running joke is like, is there something wrong with this guy? Because teams seem quite content to get rid of him.
Yeah,
quite a number of them.
God.
Okay, so here it is, just to make sure we got it. So Pittsburgh then went to Vegas for 4 seasons. Chicago, and Minnesota. So
Right.
Vegas, Chicago, Minnesota. Those are the last 3. So 4 teams total. Paul says, to be fair, your premium live events for your debut are generally a good bet. No, that's fair. Orlando's here. Finishes 2-hour live stream. Carlos is going. Listen, 2-hour live streams? Light work. That's for peasants.
Yes.
Where'd you go in the 2-hour live stream, Orlando? I know you mentioned it earlier, but where did you actually go and do the 2-hour live stream? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah.
Jake Ann says, I did not. Stopped at 375 just before the floor at 350. 350 I would have bought. Too expensive. Well, would have bought one. Too expensive. Fair enough. No, that's fair enough. That's cool. Yeah, it's a little too rich for my blood. Once I get into the boxes, I'll do a couple $100 for a box if under the right circumstances. Very specific. Honestly, I'm very much a below $100 box guy in most cases. That's more interesting to me. I'm not interested in paying for top dollar. That's just me, if that makes sense. So real quick, it looked to me like things froze. Did you guys hear me okay, or was there any issue?
Everything's good.
Okay, just want to make sure. It looked like it froze for a second. Just want to make sure. Cool. Thought Topps Chrome Tennis. Yeah, Topps Chrome Tennis. A little rough. A little rough. My almost namesake was not even in the checklist. How dare they? How dare they?
I didn't know that Topps was doing tennis, and now I'm interested. And is it like throughout the entire tennis history, or just current players?
There are some OG legends. Yes, there are some, but the checklist is actually a bit weak. I got to be honest, because look, I make the joke, and I at the time that he won, I got a bunch of text messages because there's a young guy, I think a young Spaniard named Carlos Alcaraz. So it's like very close to my name, but like a couple letters inverted. Like it's so close that people are like, hey, congratulations on winning like the French Open or whatever it was. Hey, listen, I do what I can. Yeah, he's a young guy who won. He's like Carlos Alcaraz. I think it's Alcaraz. So like literally my name almost inverted. Like just 2 letters flipped.
If I can get a Steffi Graf auto or something, I'm buying some.
I'm not sure. I'll tell you. I'll quickly scan. I know Martina Navratilova was in it for sure.
Awesome.
I think Pete Sampras is in it, so that's okay.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So like there are some legends, but there.
John McEnroe, Arthur Ashe. No.
I feel like John McEnroe was. I'll double check, but I know like there were a couple of issues. By the way, it's 2021 Topps Chrome Tennis because of course it is. Even though it's releasing in 2023, just so we're clear. All right.
Yeah.
So let me go in here real quick. I'll scan.
Has it been released?
It has been released. It is being released. When's it coming here? We got the checklist. Let me just get the date. I'll find it. I feel like it was this past week.
I don't know. I'm interested.
Oh, actually, today's the release date, May 19th.
Okay.
Yeah, so 4 cards per pack, 18 packs per box, 12 boxes per case. All right, so real quick, I'll find the base checklist. Let me scroll through. Okay, so autographs checklist. Let's see. The only real names that I know. Okay, so you got Billie Jean King is in it. There you go. Anna Ivanovic. I don't know if any of you guys remember that. Anna Ivanovic. She was actually very popular back in the day. I remember her name.
I know Anna Kournikova was pretty popular, but
yeah, but Anna Ivanovic also, she was popular. She was attractive, and also she did win. So like she also won things. Okay, so just kind of Jim Courier. If you remember Jim Courier, he's in this checklist.
Yeah. Huge Davis Cup guy.
Yeah, I'm not a big tennis guy, but I do recognize some names here. I'm just scanning through real quick. You got Michael Chang in there, Martina Hingis, who was #1 in the world for a while.
Until she got stabbed.
No, that's
that's Monica Seles.
That's Monica Seles. That's right. Martina Hingis was not the one who stabbed.
No,
Martina Navratilova is in the checklist. That's right.
Awesome.
I did get that right. This is just autographs. I'm just talking autographs right now.
Yeah.
Pete Sampras is in there. Yes. Let me see. Stefan Edberg. There are some other folks here, but I'm not super deep into tennis.
Yeah, but is like Johnny Mack in there? Is
Jan Borg?
Yeah, is Borg in there?
Trying to see here. Here you go. But no Joker, Federer, Nadal, McEnroe, Williams, Sisters, Borg, Connor. So like there's a lot of missing names. That's all I'm saying. So like it's not like they got nobody. Okay, so let me give you the analogy. Eric, this will help. This is like a tennis product, but it's SP Signature Legends tennis. But
you got to have a draw.
We're missing a couple of those folks. We got no Patrick Roy. We got a couple of folks, a couple of key names are missing is what I'm saying.
Yes.
They're saving that for the second series.
Yeah. And we're missing a couple of the young guys who are like stars right now, and we're missing a couple legends that would qualify as stars. No Agassi that I saw. Nope.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's a couple of key names that are definitely missing. Is what I'm saying.
Mhm.
Yeah, I would love to get a Steffi Graf. She was just so incredible. She was so dominant.
Yeah, no autograph guarantees in tennis chrome per box. That's unfortunate. That's sad.
Really?
Legends here. Yep. Okay, so Legends of the Dugout talking baseball with Staven and Stukes. Oh, that's good. Makes sense. Sounds good at Colorado. Thank you for that. Some Legends. Yeah, it's not bad, but 175 a box, no auto per box. Yeah, that's too much. That's too much for that.
175 a box. No,
That's too high. Yeah. Here's the thing, though. I'll be honest with that checklist. You're probably going to be able to get on a discount shortly. If I'm being honest, like at a lower price, it might be interesting for you if you're into that. It might be interesting for you. Yeah, Anna Ivanovic. Yeah, she was definitely. That's what I say. Like, she was an attractive lady who also won. Anna Kournikova is an attractive lady who is an attractive lady.
I think she won some. I think she
doubles. She won doubles. Doubles is what she won.
Doubles, Grand Slam tournaments and some mixed doubles.
But how is she in cyclocross?
Yeah.
Oh, she's
not
amazing.
so good.
Amazing cyclocross. Yeah.
Yes, amazing.
Yeah, no Agassi. Not that I'm aware of. I don't think I saw any. No, I'm afraid not. But that's what I say. Like, look, from what I understand from the tennis guys who are into tennis more deep than I am.
Oh, we're gonna have a sad baubles.
Oh yeah, the Vegas scored. I'm still on a little bit of tape delay. So, who scored? Just checking now.
Sad baubles. Sad baubles.
Well, you don't want to get into overtime right now. That's a bit tough. Good on them for getting into overtime. I'm glad the Renaissance was involved in that, but that's too tough. You don't want to get into that game. It's bad. All right, so I'm just watching here. I just want to see the conclusion of it myself. That's the only problem with streaming. You're on a little bit of a tape delay.
It's a heck of a goal. Puck's bouncing off the backboard and the end boards, and it was something.
Okay, it's one of those deals. Yeah. No, credit to him for it, but there's a little bit of bouncing around. I get it.
Yeah.
All right, I see the goal. It's a shame. Game one, they actually played pretty good. And I'm glad they came back to bring it into overtime, but it happens. Yep. Golden Knights. So, Bobby, there you go. One up for Vegas. One for Vegas. There you go. You got the hat, so you're good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if you caught it earlier tonight. I was joking with Bobbles when we were chatting a little earlier. I said, this live stream's working out for me. I sold some shit on eBay. I made like $500 while I'm sitting here.
No way.
Pretty good. I like it. It's a good evening.
Is that from your new stuff?
Yep. So I listed some of it, and also some other stuff that I had sitting around here that it was time to list. So a little bit of column A and a little column B.
Any of the old peachy stuff now?
The Thurman Munson right now has got a bid, and it's going. So right now that one's going good. So it's a poor card, but the O-Peach is a nice card. So it's one of those things where I think it deserves some respect. And with the price of the lot, the Munson was almost free at that point. It was just kind of a toss-in. So.
Well, no, you got a lot of free cards, if you kind of determine what.
Yeah, it worked out. It worked out well. I can't but that's what I said earlier tonight about the CSC show. Like, to give everybody the fairest valuation of it. If I was a dealer, I'd be very disappointed. There was a lot of struggles for a lot of dealers there. If you were willing to make the best of it, I enjoyed us having breakfast, us having some nice conversations, walking around the floor. That was fun, enjoyable. And we did find a value box that had been unmolested, that there was random stuff in it. We were actually able to flip through it. And Eric, you would have enjoyed this. Bobby and I literally sat there and kind of flipped through it and started looking through some stuff and found some random things.
Love it.
I even threw one of the cards Bobby's way because I'm like, no, this is perfect.
I like seeing the $10,000 cards and everything. It's like going to a museum, but I can't afford that. So I like looking at them. But, after the fifth table, it's the same $10,000 card of, Mike Trout or whatever, and it's like, okay, I'm good. Now I want to go through the dollar box and work on my collection.
But Eric, what does it say about the show that I, being one of the notoriously most lazy people in the world, all right, it's time to look at the value box. We're going for it.
The thing that I'm most focusing on in what you were saying is the word breakfast, because that happens before lunch.
Yes.
That means
I almost gave Brad a heart attack because, okay, I'll quickly tell you the story. So on the Saturday, Brad comes in from his whirlwind tour. He was off in Montreal, and then he came down to come over to the set, check out the show. But by the time he gets back, he came a little bit earlier so he could actually check out the trade night. Unfortunately, trade night was a little disappointing. It happens. It is what it is. But We had enough time to go visit the trade line briefly, and then we came back over to the lounge area. It's a nice hotel. It's a Hilton, very nice hotel. We got the 2 big TVs. I was actually watching the rest of the Jays game while I was waiting for Brad and hanging out and had my dinner and everything. So we're watching the game. We actually watched the Dallas game while we were there, hanging out, had beer. He had his cards, and we were sorting through some stuff, chatting and watching and doing the whole thing. So we're doing that. So then afterwards, it's like, all right, so tomorrow we're going to go visit the show. He goes, all right, you want to get some breakfast? He goes, yep. So I tell Brad, it's like, all right, what time do you want to go get breakfast? And he was thinking the same thing that you're thinking. It's like, well, what time are you good for having breakfast? Brad, you pick the time. We'll have breakfast. We'll go do it. He says 9:00. Fine. Okay, great. So I said, fine. 8:50, I'm there, sitting there in the booth with Bobby Burrell, and Brad isn't there yet.
Wow.
That's all I'm saying.
Mhm.
Wow.
Eric, let me make this as clear as possible.
Ooh.
It's not that I cannot get up for mornings. I don't do mornings by choice.
That is correct. Yes.
I make a conscious decision. So when we talk about the infamous Mike Modano story, I choose not to get out of this bed. I am staying in this bed.
Yep.
I don't want to do mornings, so I'm not going to.
Yep.
But for breakfast, God damn it, breakfast buffet. All
So
right,
good. It was good.
breakfast, meeting Mike Modano.
totally. That's
Like-
not even a question.
Breakfast.
Breakfast buffet, no doubt.
Okay.
Yeah, it worked out good for me. The only thing I had to pay for was $15 for the parking.
There you go.
Otherwise, I got a free breakfast via Brad.
And entrance.
And then
Entrance was
the
covered.
entrance. I was
Yep.
going to pay the entrance, and
Yeah, it was covered.
Got
It was
so
covered.
I got in for free.
By the way, much love. Thank you, Brad. Much love. Thank you.
He's
Appreciate
a very generous guy. Hopefully, he's
Appreciate
not hearing any of this complimentary bullshit.
Yeah, it's all good. But
I found a $20 bill on the floor.
But I will agree. But I will agree that just to be clear, the very expensive breakfast buffet. Just to be clear, it was not cheap breakfast buffet, but it was good. And good options, nice options. Like I did enjoy that.
I'd have had more bacon if I was you. But anyways,
I would agree with you. In retrospect, I would have wanted to have more bacon too.
I don't. eat
And
bacon.
Bobby did find a $20 bill underneath the table, and then very generously threw it at one of the people for a Jordan Love card that I had there, which was purchased with a found $20 bill.
Wonderful.
pay it forward.
Yeah. So that one we're on house money for. So worked out.
And
Everybody
we gave
wins.
him a $5 tip because it was only $15.
Yeah, like I actually negotiated down to $15. Bobby said, keep the change, whatever. Threw him the free $20 bill.
He'll
All right,
never
so-
know that story.
Yep. Dang, Tatum prices are going to drop. Yep. By Jimmy
should.
Butler.
He's no good. I live in Boston. I'm telling you, he is not this.
You're talking about Tatum now, right?
Yeah, he's not
Okay, just making
LeBron.
sure.
He's the
Yeah.
biggest crybaby in the league. He doesn't play defense. All he does is shoot 3-pointers, and he immediately starts slowly backpedaling. I don't think he's ever had a rebound in his life, and he can either score 51 points or go pointless in the entire fourth quarter. Those are your two Jason Tatums. And if it comes down to salary cap and we have to either get rid of Tatum or get rid of Brown, I say get rid of Tatum.
Wow.
So
Jekyll and Hyde, the man says.
stop investing in him.
No hashtag invest for you? No hashtag invest?
No, I see him every day. I'm telling you, he's not Jimmy Butler. He's not the next Stephen Curry.
Well, listen, Orlando's saying buy Jimmy Butler instead, so I get it.
No,
J-Can says, Nuggets versus Miami NBA ratings would be dead, but it'd be cool to see some new win. Fair enough. Thank you, J-Can. Name says, Eric must not be feeling well again. Handing out compliments. There you go.
I am working on my recovery. Go screw yourself.
Rock Lake that says, this is a good question. I like this one. What's the go-to at the breakfast buffet? Bobby, thoughts?
Always is bacon. I love bacon. I don't eat it very often because I shouldn't as you get a little older. So, but I indulged.
By the way, the bacon that they had was solid. I thought they did a good job.
It was really good. It wasn't deep fried, which so many restaurants do nowadays just for quick. And I hate deep fried bacon. It was.
Eric, don't you dare try and denounce bacon. I swear. I swear.
One of my favorite movies, Pulp Fiction. One of my favorite quotes: "I don't dig on swine.
What?
Pigs are a filthy animal."
Lots of pepper on it though. Don't worry. Anyways, yeah. So I really, I was gonna have a bacon sandwich, but I had the eggs because they just came out. They were nice and fresh, and everything was good.
Yeah, the timing worked out good actually because when we were there, the eggs were just at the end, but they brought more literally at that moment.
Well, there's
brought-
one spoon with the
Yeah.
last thing of eggs, and I went, no, no, no. And
Yep.
then by the time I got down the line a little bit, they came with some new ones.
Yeah, I was just standing there, and then the guy goes, "Oh, I'm going to bring more." Then I'm going to stand right here. I'm going to wait until you come back.
I didn't like the hash browns. I didn't like the. They were kind of deep fried.
I don't like those
I
either.
don't know. Wedges.
Was it hash browns? Because I thought they were like potato wedges. At
Yeah,
least the
they
ones
were-
I got were potato wedges.
Well,
Those
they're
were
supposed to
fine.
be hash browns, but I guess maybe
All
they
right.
call them that. But they were like coated wedges, so I didn't really
All
like them.
All right, fair enough.
And
Yeah,
they
I'm-
don't survive. They
I'm
don't
in the
survive
same
fried
boat. Bob
as well.
here says sausage. Why not both, Bob?
Oh, I did get sausage. It was really good
Yeah.
too.
Why not? But my answer, why not both? Why not both? Bob, bacon and sausage? And then eggs?
Oh yeah.
Come on.
How much is the breakfast again?
I was gonna say, but it was like, look, if you're gonna pay top dollar for the breakfast, you go get the meats because the meats are where some of the money is. Go get that, and that's a starting point. Now, eggs are more expensive these days, so at least we can let's include that too. Let's include
Eggs are
that
still cheap anyway.
in relative terms. Yes. But the meats are where the money is. Let's go there. Let's get that, and then I like having eggs because eggs are good at breakfast. It's good. And then I think we grabbed you grabbed the pancake, I grabbed some pancake, and then of
Yeah,
course the
one
toast.
pancake. Yeah.
Yeah.
I only went up once, so I could have probably went up another time. I would have went.
I
for
thought
a
about it. I'm gonna be
bacon
honest.
sandwich.
I thought about it.
If you would have saw the bill, you would have went up another time.
I know exactly. I didn't realize what the situation was. I filled up the plate good, but I should have come back for a second plate.
Yeah, it was worth it.
Yeah. My Padres suck so bad right now. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. Country fried steak if it's available. Fair. Yeah.
We
Go
don't
get the
have
meats.
that much here.
Yeah. Go get the meats. I get it. Tatum cards versus bacon. Psh, bacon, buddy. Bacon. Come on.
I don't want either.
Eggs, you risk getting rubber bags. You're right, but the eggs they had were fine. The eggs they had were solid.
It was scrambled.
Yeah, the eggs they were fine. Bacon is overrated
were
in my
really
opinion.
good.
Sir. Bacon and sausage is good. If given the option, I prefer sausage. I get it, but we had the option to do whatever, and I went with both.
Mhm.
I bet Eric goes to a buffet and gets a mountain of potatoes and rice. Eric goes and gets his customary gruel. He
I
goes
will
and gets flavorless Cheerios,
I'll
but
tell
not
you-
like real Cheerios. Oats, like
Yeah.
the knockoff Cheerios.
Just called O's.
So
Yeah, the O's.
I'll be
Dry. He eats
I'll
it
tell you-
dry.
something honest about me, and
Vetchkins.
and I don't know if my mother's still watching, but I will not eat at a buffet.
Why?
I think it's gross. You just sit and watch. You want to see humanity at its worst? Watch people at a buffet,
Eric,
watch
we were at a very expensive Hilton at $30 a plate.
and
There
and,
wasn't that many
watch-
people.
and
There were
watch how-
people, yes, but not like a
and
ridiculous
watch
amount.
how they treat the staff and just how they, it's just so gross. It's
Eric, we
humanity.
were in your element of bouginess.
It was.
It was $30 plates.
I don't do buffets. I won't do them.
They had
I think
the
no.
nice metal sterno open. Oh, it was really nice. Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
Nope.
like we were good. Even the the silverware covers were polished and the whole
Oh,
thing.
No.
nice.
I absolutely will not go anywhere near a buffet.
Eric has a lot of very strange proclivities, Bobby. A lot of very strange ones.
Won't do it.
You miss out on the Mandarin. Mandarin's really good.
It was like back in the day, it was really good.
Much better.
Yeah.
Sure.
And it helped a
Still
lot
good.
that back in the day, the one that was near us, my parents actually became good friends with the owners. So sometimes we get to order off menu. Because
Wow.
sometimes they would run out of certain stuff and they'd be like, yeah, we'll make you one.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's nice. It's a nice little perk if they befriend the owners at the time. So it's
Yeah.
good. Bread rolls. Fair enough, Bob. I do like my bread. Evening, folks. Good evening, Frank. An explanation like that about Tatum. Now I got to go to his rookie card. Hey, do what you got to do, buddy.
You want
The buffet hate is real. It is.
Yeah,
Jesus.
gross. It's
God
gross.
damn.
I won't eat at a
There's not many
buffet.
other buffets I'd go to.
No.
we
It's
even
very, very limited. Like,
Tucker's Marketplace is really good too.
whereabouts is that?
Actually, it's right beside the show, right beside Jack Astor's, where they have that Thursday thing on the expo. It's kitty corner across from Chop,
Mm.
and
Even
that's
the
a nice
casino
buffet.
buffets, the good
The
ones,
close chop or the far away chop?
The close Chop.
the real one. The proper one.
Oh, I didn't know.
The only
Mm.
one.
No, don't see that's the kind of shit you were saying that confused the
It's
tourist.
the only one that you can go to.
Nope, you are completely wrong. There's other ones you can go to.
I think this buffet hate Bobby is one of his most disturbing takes so far.
What's
This
that?
is a very odd. I'm saying his buffet hate is one of the oddest takes that I've heard from him so far.
Yeah.
This is a weird one, man. Like it was
I will
good.
say-
I'm
It's
sorry.
not like it's a
I-
desolate place and the shit's been sitting there forever. These
And
places
of
I
all
just
things-
want to know what buffets Eric's visiting that he's got these strong feelings about it.
Buffets.
some of
went
the
hungry.
United States.
I went hungry the last time I was at a casino because the restaurants were packed. I mean, it's like 2-hour wait to get a table, right? And the buffet, this one specific part of the casino, there was this huge open place, and it with people holding their trays like a lunch line and all.
And
this,
where was this casino? Just out of curiosity.
It's in Connecticut.
Aha.
And my wife's like, "Oh, we go there and get." I'm like, "Listen, if you're that hungry, we can go. I'm not eating a damn thing now."
Wow.
And I think we ended up going to like a Dunkin' Donuts and just getting like a couple of donuts to eat to fill the void.
Wait, you skip the buffet to go get chocolate sticks?
Yeah,
You
that's exactly
degenerate?
what I
What's
did,
wrong
matter
with you?
of fact.
The guy in the back with the Dunkin' Donuts is warming them up
That's
under
fine.
there.
That's fine.
Oh, that's fine.
No, but the cook. What do you think's going on in the back of the buffet kitchen? Every kitchen, but you have that level of
Cooking
germs,
food.
and then you bring it out, and then you have the just humanity at its worst, going through it and sneezing and spitting on it, and then arguing, fighting
see,
in line about who's get the last scoop. And this,
You're
can
not
you
taking in.
bring out some new ones? I want it fresh. And then the fights start, and it's humanity at its worst.
You're not taking account for us being Canadians and friendly, so we have the best buffets.
Not doing it.
Just sounds to me like he's talking about filthy Americans. Is all I'm hearing.
I'm hearing it too.
Yep. Frank says here, I wonder if there are any good buffets in Guelph. Well, let me tell you, buddy. It wasn't a buffet. It wasn't a buffet. But Bobby,
Race.
back in the day, after a long night of 3 a.m. drinking, not that I was involved in that, but I'm just saying hypothetically, after a long night of 3 a.m. drinking, if I was hypothetically, like if O.J. Simpson had a book and said if I did it, similar vein, like if I did it, if I was involved in such things, there was a Chinese restaurant called Sun Sun's that made booming business, opening up right around say 1 a.m. to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m.
Oh, is that where you get cold tea?
They had a lot of stuff, Bobby. But here's the
Cold
thing:
tea is actually code for beer. So after hours, you'd ask for cold tea.
Mayhaps, Bobby, mayhaps. But they also brought in a lot of the food. The best part is all they did was reheat some of the food during the day, and I just love watching the line of people that'd be like, "Oh, we're going to Sunsets." The guys, it's literally just the reheated food from earlier in the day in the buffet. Not only buffet, but you're getting reheated buffet.
Oh yeah,
at 3 a.m.
Yeah,
I was
but
like,
you're drunk. You're eating.
I was like, how hungry are you, my man?
pretty hungry.
Yeah, so you got to be. That was one that did booming business at that hour. The other one that did booming business was a couple of the pizza places right around the corner because in that area you had all the bars, and then you had all the eating establishments that decided to, the best part about Sun Sun's is that it would close for the evening for dining, and then reopen at midnight. Because they knew where their bread was buttered. They knew there was more money to be made.
Where else are they going to get rid of that shit?
That's what it is. Shit.
Yep.
For that would be, but
I'm just
for the
saying.
most part, we don't have many buffets here, anyways.
No, not a lot. No, I'll be honest. No.
It's not a buffet place.
I have a soup plantation. What does Eric think about public bathrooms? He's for them.
Emergencies only.
Man.
Well,
And I mean emergencies only.
Lappers, the buffet, actual name in Aria in Vegas is amazing. I've heard good things about the Aria. I visited it, but I didn't spend too much time in there. But the Aria is nice, so I can imagine the buffet.
I'm not eating it.
Missing out. Worked at a casino buffet. The customers are the problem. Kitchen is clean. That's right, Eric. You're the problem.
The customers are the problem. You want to see humanity at its worst, go to a buffet. It's disgusting to watch humans behave at a buffet.
Jake Ant here has a formula figured out. Eric here. Duncan, greater than bacon, greater than Tatum, greater than buffet. Dang.
Tatum sucks. I'm sorry.
Bob Jackson says, I have admission. Eric's mom pays me to be here. At least
I
as long as you get a good rate.
I actually think that that's my mom's burner account, and it's her that's been pestering me all these
Maybe.
Well, it
years.
could be. It says she pays me in turkey breast. Eric screwed up the payment that 1 week.
Yeah. Chicken legs, turkey breasts, all the same.
You know, you probably could have gotten the turkey breast at the buffet.
Turkey wings.
I don't eat
Turkey
I don't eat
wings.
buffets, man.
That's all I'm saying. Just throwing it out there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
No buffets.
Wow. Wow.
No buffets for me.
Any other random weird shit that you, you want to share with the people there, Eric?
I don't know. I
Whoa.
didn't know I was going to talk about this random weird shit. It just came up.
Yeah. Go ahead,
It's
Bobby.
raining. Is it raining out your way?
It was supposed to be. I haven't really heard anything yet.
Oh, it's coming down. I can hear it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I haven't
You'll
heard
get
anything
it
yet.
soon enough.
We'll have to see. Yeah. Probably in the area soon enough.
As we're going to the
Unfortunately, the
buffet.
one unresolved mystery tonight is we still don't know what the benefits of membership are in the Train Collectors Association, so we don't know that one.
Yeah. Well, somebody has
That's going to remain a
establish-
mystery for now. I got
You,
nothing I
you
can
get
add.
one of
establish
them
rules.
cool hats and a train whistle. One of those wooden train whistles.
That'd be pretty sweet. If that was the
That's-
case, you should sign up. That'd be
We
great.
should get those poobah hats, like make a password. A woo a wah, a woo a wah.
Nice.
Oh, I like that.
God
Paul
love the
says, I get
Flintstones,
paid
man.
in cookies to be a mod. Kathy's a real swell lady. Fair.
Try living with her.
Well, it doesn't have to. That's part of the beauty of it. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good deal.
She doesn't make me cookies. I'm glad she's
kinda-
making someone cookies. She hasn't
In
made me
fairness,
any
in fairness, though, you
cookies.
kind of suck. Like, if we're being honest about this,
All right, well,
do you think
I
you think
didn't
your
really
suck
think of it.
could play into this factor?
I didn't
She-
really think of it that way, and now that you mention it, it could have something to do with it.
It could be a reflection, is what I'm saying. What I'm trying to get at, it could be like her sending you a message going, if you sucked less, you could get more cookies.
Yeah.
I will take that feedback. I will process it and get back to you on it.
Fair. I just want to make sure we were clear on that.
Mm-hmm.
Vinny Barbarino. There you go. Hockey card.
Mhm.
Eric, would you use a vending machine? Question mark.
Some I have, yes.
So you're picking on vending machines. What is the criteria of a vending machine that you will not use?
Get the
If
one
it
with
has
sandwich.
no, I'm not. No, none of that sandwich crap, man. Come on, that ain't happening. If it's a typically wrapped up item, well, that's standard, that's well known, and you just gotta press the button and it pops out the bottom. Yeah, sure, that's fine.
So
At the
here's a
X-
question, Eric. If so I don't know, Bobby, you know this. You know, there's like those convenience stores that are like off-brand generic convenience stores that like bring up U.S. contraband materials that like drinks and different food items that you can't get in Canada, but they'll bring them
Full
across the
chewing
border.
tobacco.
Yeah, exactly. All kinds of stuff. Okay, so here's a question, Eric. If we were at the expo and we went to one of these off-brand convenience stores and they had there a vending machine that had pre-wrapped chocolate sticks, at what level of Son's hungry do you need to be in order to use the vending machine to get a chocolate stick out of a vending machine?
Is it wrapped or unwrapped?
I said wrapped. I said wrapped.
Oh.
For the sake of argument, I said wrapped. It's in the machine, so it is in wrapping. But I'm asking because now I feel like we've been able to layer now elements on this, and I like the fact that we can layer some elements onto it.
Well, he did buy a hot dog the first time he was up here at Willie's Hot
And I'm
Dogs.
still
or whatever it was.
sick. Is Nathan's hot dogs, and they're disgusting.
It wasn't
and
Willie's?
cost me
Okay.
like $400. It cost $400. It was the most disgusting thing I've ever had, and my stomach has never been right since.
Oh, that
Stop
is-
deflecting the question. We're talking about vending machine chocolate sticks. Go.
At what level of hungry would I have to be?
Yes. How level of hungry do you need to
I
be
would
to have the vending machine chocolate sticks?
Yeah, it would probably be Ethiopian level.
Wow. Wow.
Okay.
Mm. So while you're being Ethiopian hungry level, are you going to be wearing a Boston Bruins 2022-2023 Stanley Cup champion shirt?
That's where they're going.
And it says not on the back.
Yeah.
He's got to be rocking it, man. What about the food at the store where people serve themselves? I like where Bob Jackson's mind is at. Would you take a bin cookie?
A what?
I
A
don't know
bin
what that
cookie?
is, but
A cookie in a bin.
no.
Oh, actually, that's one thing I don't like is I don't like going to the bulk barn where you get your
That's fair. That's valid.
cereal, whatever.
How about the candies? Like you open up the top and you go in with a pair of
It's the
pinches and
filthiest,
grab a bunch of
dirtiest
gummy worms
place.
and stuff.
Oh, yeah,
Nope.
no.
And yet the man will not eat at a buffet, Bobby.
Nope. I said no. I said no to that.
But you said yes
No.
to the bins. You said yes to
No
the bins
bins.
with
No.
candies in them.
No.
You
no,
knew because you knew how to
no,
open it.
No. No.
If you say so, man.
Why
You
would
think
you?
Bowman Inception is worth trying for non-licensed Victor autos? I would almost never open a thing to try to get something that's a pull like that. That's me. If you really want one, I would just get the single. Like, honestly, I would just get the single. And I like opening boxes, but the price isn't there for me for the unlicensed product.
True.
Zach Pierce. My favorite is people that showed up 10 minutes before close and wanted to riot when we wouldn't put out fresh food 20 minutes after close. Fair.
Yep.
Fair.
It's humanity at its worst, man. I'm telling you.
Anyone that shows up less than 30 minutes before the close of any restaurant is just wrong. Fair. Hockey Hopper says, why is the world mostly water? Tears of Bruins / Leaf fans. Let's go Kraken. Very specifically targeted. Very specifically targeted.
That definitely seemed like a dig.
How cheap are the chocolate sticks? Is it a cleanliness or a price thing? Is there a point where value outweighs the risk? I think these are valid questions he's asking right now.
I think Bob Jackson can go screw.
And yet you did not answer the question.
No, he avoided it, I think.
Is there a point where value outweighs the risk?
I am not.
Do we have a spreadsheet on this?
I'm
Do we
not
have a
eating-
formula?
I'm not eating a donut from in Canada.
Do we have a 1,000-point scale algorithm
that got
by which
snipped
we could
across
determine the
board?
viability of the chocolate stick?
No,
I got a rubber Thor
I'm not-
hammer.
I am not eating a donut that was snuck across the border in the middle of the night to be put into a vending machine in Canada. I am not eating that.
Why not?
Would you grab one that was snuck across the border mid-afternoon on a Thursday?
Saturdays only. That's when they're the
That is
freshest.
oddly specific.
No, of course not. No.
What if the chocolate milk that came with it was saran wrapped on top and put in a lukewarm fridge? Would you still
No.
drink
No. Chocolate milk must be very, very cold, or I don't want it.
it? Like what temperature?
Cold, like your teeth hurt.
Can we get it a precise temperature to the degree?
Teeth hurt cold.
You're old. What temperature do your teeth hurt?
It's tempted.
I'm not
I don't
sure.
know, man.
But that's how I know it's good. When my teeth hurt, I go, oh,
Bobby,
that's
this whole line of questioning makes me happy. I'm not going to lie. This whole line of questioning and all the path that we took, it
kinda making
fills
me
my heart
hungry.
with gladness.
It's making me hungry for a buffet.
It does, really.
Ugh.
All I have to say about this is this whole line of questioning from Bob Jackson and others, it fills my heart with gladness. It takes away all my sadness.
Good
It
talk.
eases my troubles. That's what it does.
That's what you do.
hmm Bob says they used to have bulk cookies, donuts, say bins with lids. True.
That's gross.
Eric would eat the bin worms with the tongue tool.
No, I would not.
How many times a day do you wash? Not even wash. Wash your hands, Eric.
I
Uh-oh.
use several.
Mm.
After every time I use the restroom, after I touch something dirty, and
Turn the
You
light
touch Boston
switch
Bruins cards
on.
all the time. You wash your hands after that. Don't lie to me.
Turn the light switch on. Use the computer. Yeah, I know.
We've seen what you've done with your
It's
booby horse.
called
Don't lie to the
hypo-
people. You don't wash your hands after that. Don't lie.
Called hypochondriac.
my Bobby Orrs are the cleanest thing in this house.
And if you had some Bobby Orrs, I'd agree. What about the
They
booby
are
horse?
pristine.
They're clean, cleanly trimmed. Full circle.
Do you take free chocolate sip a questionable origin of Carlos offers you, Eric? Eric, do you
No.
trust me?
No, I do not trust him. I
Fresh
absolutely
baked.
would not. No. I would not take anything from that man. No. Never mind consume it. I'd be dead in 10 minutes.
All I'll say is you took a Gordie Howe autograph and you paid me for the privilege.
Yeah.
You don't even know that it's laced with radioactive isotopes. You're slowly dying as we speak.
Yeah, you don't even know.
No, that wouldn't shock me either.
That's just saying. And you paid for that.
You know what I saw on I saw this video. These guys crushed up a whole bunch of Oreos in a coffee cup. Then they added a little touch of milk. They put it in there for 1 minute. It came out. It was like an Oreo cake.
Ah,
Awesome.
that actually sounds pretty good, actually. I'm not going to lie. That sounds pretty solid.
Yeah, you gotta
I
check that.
do like Oreos.
I like the vanilla.
But would you
Oreo.
take a free Oreo if provided by Carlos?
No.
I like golden Oreos.
No respect, Bobby. Just terrible. I don't think I've seen Carlos laugh like this. I got to be honest. The direction that took, I enjoyed it. I was able to subtly guffaw and just enjoy it. And just enjoy it in a good way. So Eric isn't a 5-second off the floor rule kind of guy. Eric is a very particular individual.
Oh, yeah.
He's more like a 4.7 second.
It depends what it is. Is it like, an Oreo cookie hits the floor? Yeah, 5 seconds, no problem. Did a scoop of potatoes hit the floor? No, I'm not eating that.
Okay, Bobby Bond hands you a chocolate stick that he got from a buffet. Do you take it or do you offend him and
I
reject
take it, I break it in half, I hand him half, and we sit and we enjoy that chocolate stick, and he tells me more about golfing with President Eisenhower.
And while you're doing that, we pan back to earlier in the day where he got that at the buffet from Carlos's personally provided stash. And it's a lot like The Usual Suspects where we go, in the end, he's gone.
And you would then be responsible for the demise of Mr. Bond.
That is a completely acceptable outcome.
Mm.
I will sacrifice Bobby Bond.
He's so tough. He played with a broken leg. He could probably handle your poison. He's like
Yeah, that's okay. It's like, look, the point is to off you. I don't care what happens to Bobby Bond.
He's like the Canadian Chuck Norris.
I literally just said the point is to off you. I don't care what happens to Bobby Bond. One way or the other. It makes no difference. He could have mild indigestion. It's fine. It's okay. Makes no difference. It's fine.
You can't affect him.
It's cool.
No.
Did you clean your Bobby Orrs with bleach? As you should.
Who doesn't? Of course.
Yeah.
Would you take a free chocolate stick from Floating Head? Let's find out the truth, Bobby. Let's find out the truth. You don't know where Floating Head has been. You don't know what tags he's been touching.
I would be more comfortable accepting a donut from Jeremy than I would Carlos.
So you admit Jeremy's Floating Head. We were just speaking in codes. Bobby, we're just speaking in codes.
I do not have any belief that he would try to poison and kill me as of right now.
Yet.
Where I do not trust Carlos at all.
Yet. How many people in Clubhouse would poison you?
Several.
But Jeremy's also in Clubhouse.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see him as
he might be there representing others.
Are you sure that they haven't gotten to him?
Anything's possible at this point. It gets freaking weird in there, man.
I'm just saying, do you know for a fact that he either knows or doesn't know that you're on this show denouncing him constantly? And Bobby and I are trying to stop you from saying these horrific things about him.
He knows I am on this show,
and you denounce him constantly?
And I do not. And
every horrible thing I know about Jeremy comes from you? Go on.
None of this is accurate.
So, Eric, does it bother you when your sandwich artist does not wear gloves when making your sandwich? And it's important that we distinguish a sandwich artist. That's important. A sandwich artiste.
You mean the girl at Subway that makes my roast beef sandwiches?
Are you saying there's only one? Come on.
She does wear those gloves, and they're not even like surgical gloves. They're like these big baggy weird ass gloves, and the tops like fold over when she's putting the lettuce in, and it's just weird.
So, what if Bobbles? I don't know why it's having so much trouble with that. Maybe it's bumping. So what if Bobbles, or Brad each is offering a chocolate stick? Who do you trust? This is like the trusting game. Bobby, Bobbles, or Brad are offering you a chocolate stick.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you taking the chocolate stick from?
Bobbles.
We've already established Floating Head is a questionable character in this hobby. Who you will take a chocolate stick from?
Because Becky wouldn't allow him to hurt me.
Or would she?
Nope.
Are you sure?
I am sure.
Are you sure she can be trusted?
I am absolutely sure.
Despite your consistent betrayals?
Nope. She understands I had a mental breakdown. She's been very supportive.
So you're saying you don't trust Brad, who gave you tickets to a Leaf game, you ungrateful swine.
Technically, he gave them to Yannick, the son of a bitch.
Wrong answer.
Bobby, so very important with this question. I think this is critically important. Well, let's take a moment and really dissect this for just a second. So first of all, you don't trust the Burrell, which frankly I'm offended by. I'm offended on behalf of Bobby.
I am like a chef, and the level of cleanliness is unbelievable.
It's like incredible. And not only that, the man is giving you knowledge from the garage. And you, sir, you again, ungrateful swine.
In front of the Lamborghini. I know.
Ungrateful swine that you are.
I am.
You're not showing reverence and respect to the bro. You don't show love and respect to Brad, who has done so many good things to you.
To me. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
That's what's coming. And then you're saying that you would only trust Bobbles, who is one of the people who will Photoshop you into horrific things.
And who
And
had
gets in
pink
trouble.
eye 3 times.
And gets in trouble.
And who will join us in collaborating against you when the time is right. Without hesitation or even
And
question.
he'll sleep on the couch.
That's what you claim. That's what you hope.
I'm
when the
just
time is
telling
right.
you. That's how it works.
Wow.
I feel like a Whopper with cheese.
Mm.
I don't eat those either.
Why not?
I
You can
don't
see them. You can see right
don't-
through when they're
I
doing
don't
it.
like that special sauce they put in there, which is really just mayonnaise and ketchup. I think that's disgusting.
You just put on whatever you want to put on.
I
You
don't
can
put on
literally
anything.
or have it your way. Literally. You can tell them what you want. You just say, don't put the sauce on it.
No, that's Burger King, not McDonald's. Burger King.
Have it
is-
your way was McDonald's. But
McDonald's is this is what we're making. Either eat it or shut
Well,
up.
I would never eat a burger at McDonald's. I'm just not
I
a
would.
burger.
I will not either. I think it's disgusting.
well,
The burger at
I-
McDonald's, Bobby, doesn't work for me.
like-
If
I
I'm gonna
like-
do fast food burger, I'll do Harvey's is actually
Harvey's is
pretty
great.
solid. Yeah, Harvey's. And by the way, that one you can definitely pick what you want.
I don't know
Like
what a
really,
Harvey's
literally
is.
have what you want.
I don't know.
Harvey's,
I
Five
don't know what
Guys.
Harvey's is, and I would eat a Burger King hamburger, but I will not eat a McDonald's hamburger.
Burger King's fine. Burger King's fine. But I'm saying Harvey's is good. Like I'm a big fan of the Harvey's and
they don't know Harvey's.
I don't know what that is.
Just trust me, it's good. You
Oh,
get to
sure.
pick exactly what you want.
You're trying to
It's
kill me with radioactive.
I'm trying to kill you with a variety of things.
You're trying to kill me with radioactive isotopes, but no, trust me, eat a Harvey's. Nope. First thing I'm not going to do is eat a
Well,
Harvey's.
in fairness, I'm already killing you with radioactive isotopes. The rest of it
Pretty
is
much.
just like at that point, it's just running up the score.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Harvey's you'd enjoy. It's actually a real flame grilled, not a
It is, yes.
faux Whopper flame grilled that goes on one side through this machine.
And for the record, Harvey's, back in the university days, also had a decent breakfast.
Yep.
This
they did for a
was
while.
years ago, so I don't know if they still do. I cannot vouch
No.
for the current.
No, they
but,
had a good breakfast, bacon,
But,
eggs.
but years
everything.
ago, it
Yeah,
was solid. I thought it was good.
it was a good breakfast.
Yeah, Wendy's, Five Guys in the U.S. got to go in and out best ever. Fair enough,
Wendy's,
Lobby.
I would do.
Fair enough.
Never
Yeah,
did
yeah,
anybody-
that's reasonable. I can
I
respect
call-
that.
I call
can
it
respect
Sweaty
that.
Betty's. But yeah.
I never ate at a Wendy's.
Why? Dave Thomas. Love talking.
Jesus, man,
Yeah.
you're just all manner of wrong. All manner of wrong.
No, I've never eaten at a Taco Bell.
Oh,
That's fine.
Well,
That's acceptable.
I've never
That's
eaten
kind of my
at
weakness.
Chipotle's.
Taco Bell, really?
yeah.
All right, where do you get a
Taco
Taco Bell, Bobby?
Bell. Cheesy burrito or hard taco supreme.
All right. Somewhere
Taco-
off in the distance, by the way, the Instant Revolution podcast is like, damn it, this is our conversation. This is what we like.
I know.
Listen, I don't know what to tell you. It's happened. This is what happens.
Hey,
Bob Jackson asked the important question. Eric, you have $20 to go buy fast food lunch.
Yep.
What do you buy? What's the go-to?
If
Lunch buffet?
I'm not
Jack
sure
in the
if
Box.
D'Angelo's still exists, but I would go to a D'Angelo's and I would get a Thanksgiving sandwich.
Okay, that's just weird.
Can you get a Thanksgiving sandwich when it's not Thanksgiving?
Yes, it's turkey and stuffing and cranberry
Are you
sauce.
sure that the Thanksgiving sandwich is not from Thanksgiving, regardless of the time of the year that you order it?
No,
And you don't want vending machine chocolate stick, Eric?
no, I can see him making it in the back. It's fine.
Has it got cranberry mayo on it too?
No, that's gross. No mayo. Mayo's bad. No,
Mayo's
it's
good.
just cranberry sauce.
Again, I forgot. You have a weird fixation against mayo, too.
Dude, that's just I don't even like
God, you're a weird... Bobby, he's a weird dude.
mayo is gross.
Remember, I asked all you guys, what do you want? What do you put on your hot dog and stuff? So there's reasons behind it.
Mustard.
Yeah, but look, Bobby, at least I'm consistent on my point. I
You
just
are.
randomly jump all over the place.
What do you want on it? Nothing.
Yeah, but I'm consistent on it. And by the way, I don't reject mayo. I literally had like tuna with mayo yesterday.
Well, that's
No.
every salad sandwich. egg
Yeah,
salad,
like it's perfectly
Family
fine. It's
salad.
perfectly
Tuna
fine.
salad.
No issue.
I eat the tuna right out
potato
of the can.
salad.
I don't add mayonnaise to it. That's gross.
JK says, "Whoa, Ben Simmons rumored to the Spurs. Maybe Bob can make it All-Star again. Well, at least he'll know. At least he'll have a chance to get the fundamentals. I don't know what's going to happen with that. We'll have to see.
He's
It has to be a
bust.
chain that more than 8 people know." So he's saying a fast food chain for you that goes beyond the confines of your friendly
All right.
environment.
Then I'd go
Of
to
PBD.
Then I'd go to
The
Subway.
Chalet's always good. It used to be.
Then I'd go to a Subway.
Oh, Subway's the worst. Dirt, freaking crap. Subway's horrible.
It's a
Subway.
chain. It is. I wouldn't go to Subway if I had like a local sub shop. I'd go there, but it has to be a chain.
My first
So I would
exposure
go-
to Subway was in Cleveland, Ohio.
Oh, that's like a terrible you're done at Cleveland, Ohio.
It's 91, and it's a hand-painted fucking sign. I went, oh my God. Just the worst. Like, actually, there was so much. I think I got a pizza sub, and it was white. There was so much fat in the freaking pepperoni. It was just fucking horrible. And the sauce and digestion. It's horrible. I'll never go to a Subway ever. There's nothing there. Who puts bologna in an assorted? Nobody.
I just get roast beef or a turkey. That's it. That's
Roast
what I do.
beef. Like, yeah, man, that's.
I can't help you, Bobby. Like during the university in Eric's favorite place in the world, the best place in the world, University of Guelph. We had in the university center, we had the Subway in there, and at that point it was like cheers. Everybody knew my name. I could literally get I didn't even have to order. They would just start making the sandwich and bring it to the end.
What would you
And
have?
I would have the cold cut trio, the three whatever,
Bologna.
and
Yeah.
lettuce, tomato, salt, and pepper. Boom, done.
Lettuce, tomato, salt. And
Lettuce,
pepper.
tomato, salt, and pepper. That's what it was. It was the cold cut trio.
No mayo?
No, not on that sandwich. I'll have mayo on some stuff, but like not on the sandwich. On that sandwich, I'll
Don't
leave it.
talk about mayo anymore.
But we like mayo. Mayo's in a good thing. Actually, that reminds me. Since I was watching Netflix, and by the way, Bobby, I'm still working on Squid Game. I'm taking my time with it, but I'm working on it. But I watched The Blacklist, and I got caught up on that. And on one of the last episodes, they were making cookies, and cookies. Red was making Reddington as part of the thing was teaching the young girl there, I think, who's the granddaughter, how to make cookies, and one of the secret ingredients was mayo.
Huh?
You got just letting
Really?
you know, full circle.
So if you watch the Squid Game, even the first one would set the tone. You'd be talking about it right now.
No, I honestly I barely started even with it.
Yeah,
like
barely.
I barely started with it.
It's okay.
I have to start going through it, and I'll be honest.
When you get past the first one is the key. It's like
Okay.
Sets the tone for everything.
Today was
they're
actually
coming out in November with the second Squid Games.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yeah,
fair
I
enough.
just
I'll
heard.
make some time for it. I'll be honest, today was particularly problematic because today, May 19th, well, now we're in 20th officially, but May 19th, they brought out the 6th season of Selling Sunset, which is absolute trash, garbage television. I want to make this clear. Trash, garbage television.
Yeah.
Reality TV. However, this is trash, garbage television done correctly. Not you, Kenny. Not you. If you're going to do
then
trash garbage television, Selling
Trash at its
Sunset is it.
best. If that's
Just like-
proper.
Just saying. I might have gotten through all 11 episodes today. That's all I'm saying to you.
Oh,
Maybe I did.
gotcha.
I'm not saying yes. I'm not saying no. I'm saying maybe I did. But if you had to pick out of all the
You'll
chains, you
enjoy
pick
it
Subway.
anyways. When you get into after the first one, you're just like, you're hooked.
I just want to point out I have $10.
Okay.
Okay.
You have $10 now or like $10 in general?
I don't have any money in real life. I didn't get my allowance yet. But anyways, it said the question was if I had $10 to spend.
20.
No,
I
the question
can't
was
go-
$20 originally, actually.
I can't go to some chain that's going to cost me more than $10.
I just doubled your budget. It was $20. It's right here. It's $20.
Yeah.
You have $20.
I thought it was 10.
You tried to pocket 20 of Bob Jackson's dollars.
Sorry, Bob.
Badly.
Wow. Plain turkey sandwich on white bread with mustard. No mayonnaise, only mustard because there's fat in it. Wow. Fair
That
enough.
cuts the fat, right?
Fair enough.
Mustard.
Jay Can says Jersey Mike's. Anybody else want to weigh in on this? Because Eric's anti-mayonnaise agenda is disturbing me.
Jersey Mike's is freaking expensive, man. You're going to need more than $20.
What for a sandwich?
What's Jersey Mike's? I'm not familiar with it.
It's it's a chain sub shop.
What? So north of $20 subs?
But it's
What the hell you
expensive.
put in it? What
I
kind of
don't know.
mayonnaise you got in it?
I don't know. Angel tears. I have no idea.
If
I'm a
it's
Mr.
$20,
Trump.
it better be fucking bougie. I figured you'd be the subject matter expert on this. What the hell's going on?
I don't think you can get a sandwich at Jersey Mike's for $20. It's freaking expensive.
I like Mr. Sub. That's my thing for the last 40 years.
Oh, I figured after the initial rejection of Subway. Look, I'm just saying, university was nice having the sandwich made and then just literally walk to the end and not have to stand in line like the commoners. It was pretty sweet. I'm not gonna lie. And at that point, I also had it. I also had the student card, which already had food preloaded onto it, so I just swipe it.
Ah.
So done.
At Subway, $20 is going to get me a 6-inch sandwich. It's going to get me a cookie, a bag of chips, and a fountain drink. So boom.
A 6-inch? Really? For $20, you can get a 12-inch.
I was gonna say, but in
Chips.
fairness, though,
And a chocolate milk.
the majority of my Subway was back in those days, and that's at least now, unfortunately, maximum of 17 years ago. So I can't speak to today with the same knowledge of the current price point.
So if you have a choice between Subway and Mr. Sub, you go to Subway.
I don't even know what a Mr. Sub is.
I do mostly out of habit, to be honest, and the ones we got nearby. I have
There
no
is
issue
no
with
law.
it, although I've had Mr. Sub, and I have no moral objection. I think Mr. Sub does a good job.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What's wrong with mayo, Eric? What's wrong with mayo, Eric?
Everything.
Could you be more specific?
No, I cannot.
Just eggs.
If it's everything.
Eggs and oil. Just have to blend the eggs and oil, and then you have mayonnaise. It's done. Simple.
Everything.
Hmm?
Everything. That's what's wrong with it.
Where did Monsieur Carlos go? There he is. Disappeared.
Yeah, I saw that coming.
Go on. Tell us more.
Gross.
What were you saying?
It's so gross.
We were gonna sum this up in like an hour and 12 minutes ago,
I'm not even going to look at it.
and we got into food.
What are you saying? Sorry? Huh?
Nope.
What?
No.
What's wrong, Eric? What's wrong?
No. I want to go home.
What brand is that?
Miracle Whip.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So there's two kinds of mayo.
Yeah, I get the calorie wise one, so at least I knocked something off of it. But it's fine. It's good. It's still
No,
solid.
it isn't.
The only thing I don't want is the there. Have you ever seen like where it's like the mayonnaise type dressing, which I think is weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, because look,
Why would
I
you?
don't I want to knock it down a little bit, so it's fine. But it's like so the Miracle Whip has a calorie wise version that's knocked down a little bit,
The one
but
I
the other
got.
one is literally like a mayonnaise type dressing, and I'm like, that just sounds suspect, or as the kids say, sus. That sounds very sus.
Okay. Because they can't pronounce the whole fucking word.
I'm like, it's mayonnaise, guys. It's mayonnaise. Just lower fat mayonnaise. That's all you got to do. Come on, man.
Well, the difference between that, it's made with malt vinegar, and that's what gives it more of a kick and bite. I do like Hellman's on some things, but if you're making an egg salad or tuna salad, then you use Miracle Whip. There's the breakdown, guys. If you want good recipes for those, I can tell you the best.
No, that's completely fair. I think that's fine.
Because in my egg salad, I put relish and mustard.
Yeah, I find that works perfectly fine with the tuna that I talk about. So like when I mix those two, it's fine. It's fine. Again, like I know some people are a lot more picky about it. Like I keep it fairly basic. For me, that's easy and that works. And
Sure.
But now, mind you, when I was in Vegas and I went to one of the it was the Earl of Sandwich over in the Planet Hollywood.
Mhm.
They used their mayonnaise, but they did the mayonnaise that when it melts, it actually tastes like butter.
Ooh,
So that was really good. So like for the sandwich, I want that mayonnaise. That's the one I
Gotcha.
want for that. That's really good. But for my tuna, well, this is perfectly fine. It does the job very well. Different tools for different jobs. Different
Yes.
tools for different jobs.
I want to
Eric, do you like Miracle Whip? Question mark. It's not even mayo. It's Miracle Whip. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying this is what works for me for the purposes that I specified. But if I was going to do it in a sandwich, I wouldn't necessarily use that. I'd probably aim for that other one because it makes more sense. And then Eric over here is like having some very, very strangeness with the sandwich. Come on, man.
Mhm.
Come on.
it's okay. It's just food.
Shh. Lapper. Earl of Sandwich. 6 Sammys there. Ate at that one in Planet Hollywood Daily. I might have done the same.
Daily.
It was good. Like, when I was in Vegas, so two things, Bobby. Number one, the sandwich was really good. Like the BLT they had there, I enjoyed it quite a bit. Second, though, very reasonably priced. The key with Vegas and eating is that there are certain places you can eat that are actually fairly reasonably priced. Now, if you want to be all fancy or whatever, then the bill goes up astronomically, really fast, like really fast. The fancier you want to go. The Earl of Sandwich though had a nice long line because the food was solid and for the price. And that was the key. So if you're hungry and you actually just want to eat, it's like, look, I just don't want to bankrupt myself and remortgage my house 3 times to buy some fucking food.
Just
And the Earl of Sandwich did a good job with that, balancing out decent food for the price. Talking about food tonight, there was a hockey player named Bun Cook.
Yes. And what was his brother's name?
Yep. Speaking of Thanksgiving sandwiches, Earl of Sandwich makes a great one. There you go. Bob Jackson says, Eric, what kind of pizza you get?
Round.
What do you put on your pizza when you order it?
I don't put anything on it. That's their job.
What do you order on it?
I prefer plain.
Fuck, plain.
I like plain pizza.
Just like fucking cheese.
By plain pizza, you mean a piece of bread?
With some
I
sauce
like
and
cheese pizza.
cheese.
Yeah. So what? I'll eat others.
You're not.
That's what I prefer.
What are your feelings on pineapple?
I think pineapple is wonderful, but I think if you put it on a pizza, you're a communist.
I'm a commie.
Wow.
But you got to have some bacon or ham with it, to make it.
Wow, we're to discuss
Oh,
Eric's
why?
bacon takes. We've gotten to very strange places. I've kind of enjoyed the last of it. I'm not gonna lie. I've kind of enjoyed it. The weird random directions it's gone, I've actually quite enjoyed. Not
I'm
gonna
getting
lie.
hungrier the more we talk about it.
Well, listen. I got fresh cookies with my name on it. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not into the sweet. I'd be into savory right now.
Fair enough. Oral, yummy, yep. Guessing Eric's pizza has bugs in it. Fair. Eric holds the Alfredo and fettuccine Alfredo.
Oh, good, gross. That's just so gross.
Good Lord, man.
Some people just don't like cream sauces.
Is that what it is, Eric? Is it the creaminess that bothers you?
It's just gross. You're all gross.
Who cooks for you? Your
Well,
mom.
if he keeps this up, his mom isn't going to cook for him anymore. So what else you got?
My mother.
At the rate you're going, that's not going to happen either. So what else you got?
Yeah,
She knows how I like things.
obviously.
Hawaii equals Communist Party. Wow.
Ooh.
Well, Eric can't visit Hawaii on that bombshell.
Nope.
That's rough. That's a tough time. We've learned a lot. We've learned a lot tonight, everyone. We've learned a lot. We really have.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, Bob Jackson, we'll kind of start winding down on this question. By the way, if there's any last questions or comments, we'll throw in there. By the way, when he says everyone's favorite pie, he says lemon meringue is his favorite. So this is pie.
Yeah, I got my favorite.
All right. I'm apple. It's easy for me. I'm an apple pie guy. There's a couple different types that I like, but and I actually like the Big Apple, the one on the way to Ottawa. I actually like the apple pie they've got there. So I'm a fan of that. And I'm a fan of the old McDonald's apple pie when it's hot.
Oh yeah, that was good.
That was good. Like for a fast food thing, that's actually pretty solid. I think that's solid.
Yep.
Yeah. So I make that qualifier. Obviously, if you're talking real apple pie, it's going to be better. But I do like that one for a fast food situation.
Yeah, lemon meringue. Yeah, it's a little different. It's more of a cream pie, but yeah.
All right, Eric. For God's sake, you must like a pie, you bastard. Jesus.
I like chocolate.
Don't tell me you reject pie.
I like chocolate mousse pie.
Chocolate mousse pie. That's like melted chocolate.
That's called a pretentious cake. That's like, just get a cake. I like chocolate mousse too, by the way, but that's called a cake.
No.
Well, it's liquid.
It's in a pie tin with pie crust. It's a pie.
Yeah. I guess so.
Why don't you just get a cake? Why don't you get the chocolate mousse cake?
Because I like it in a pie tin.
Specifically the tin? What
Yes,
is with the cake in a pie tin?
I eat a lot of things in pie tins. I just like them.
It's like
So you're
Jell-O.
saying if we got mayonnaise in a pie tin?
No.
Maybe. Mine is cherry.
All right, fair enough. Paul says rhubarb and strawberry.
Wow.
Interesting. All right, Paul.
Paul's a Satanist. Don't listen to him.
Well, actually, some of the rock he listens to, you might not be far off. You might not be far off. I watch his Instagram. I'm just saying.
He's a Satanist.
Eric likes key lime.
No idea.
Oh.
Lapper says pumpkin, Costco, $6. Tub of whipped cream and good to go. Fair.
No.
A good pumpkin's hard to come by.
Yep. Bob Jackson says when McDonald's used to fry them. Fair. I think that's
They
valid.
were good. They'd also burn all the skin out of your mouth.
A sacrifice worth making.
It was.
Costco had a new peanut butter chocolate pie. Always sell out. Wow, peanut butter chocolate.
Sounds good.
I do have a sweet tooth, so you're not far off on it. I'm liking it. I'm laughing way too hard at this conversation. I know. Listen, guys, I'm not even joking. I was perfectly content to end this maybe about half an hour ago, and I just
It was
enjoyed
an
the
hour,
path it
over
took.
an hour ago.
But I just kind of enjoyed the path it took.
Yeah,
And it's
this is tons of fun. This is awesome. I'm glad you're having a good time, Bob.
I think somewhere off in the distance, the Instant Revolution podcast is like, damn it! This is the conversation we always intended to have, and it never happened exactly this way.
Remember, we didn't talk about any chicken sandwich here.
We didn't. We left that out of it, but we went to a lot of plays here.
Oh yeah, you sure did.
All the Merry Calendars closed around here. Hungry. Fair.
Yeah.
All right, boys. I think I'm going to go get that chocolate chip cookie that has my name on it. It's there. It's ready for me. And I think it's about to happen. A pleasure. A wonderful conversation with you all. I did enjoy it. Go get yourself some food. Go get yourself some mayonnaise. Go get yourself some buffet. Do it for Eric. Deep down inside, that's what he wants.
For all the jerks who were upset with me over the last couple of weeks and, didn't like me being nice and didn't like, the direction I was heading. Well, I'm back, baby. And I hope you just had a hell of a good time tonight.
Awesome. Last question.
Go.
Favorite potato chip flavor?
Well, I think you can guess mine without even trying to guess. So go ahead.
Plain.
Thank you. Go on.
Any dip with that? No.
No, let's do Ripple if we're getting wild. Let's
Just
do Ripple. Let's do Ripple
okay.
chips if we're getting wild.
Eric.
Does spicy Doritos count?
That's not a potato chip.
I don't
It's a
know.
Doritos. It's different.
You're telling me underneath all the orange
I
stuff,
wish you had said Cheetos because that would have been at least a little bit more fun. It still would have been
Still not a
wrong, but at
potato
least it
chip.
would have been funny.
you're telling me it's not the same thing under all that orange dust?
No, it's literally not.
No.
I don't know. I've never seen one without orange
A
dust.
potato chip is made from a potato.
The other one's made from
And
corn.
what is under the orange dust?
Corn.
Corn.
Oh,
Potato.
yeah,
Corn.
right.
Both grown in fields. Yes.
Yeah.
One in,
Oh,
one
these
out.
fields right next to each other.
Wow.
Anyway,
What if Carlos offers you a chocolate mousse pie in a box from the store?
Is the box sealed?
Maybe.
No, I need guarantees.
you guys have flavored chips in your
Yes,
Steak?
I don't like flavored chips. They're gross.
Just so we're clear, the seal could be very much like a trimmed card. Could you really tell if it was resealed?
I don't know.
Do you have that kind of capability? Do you have that
And
kind of
the answer is
technology?
no. I will take nothing from you.
I will take smoky bacon chips for.
All right.
for
You have a bacon
I-
problem, and you need to seek help.
There is no such thing as a bacon problem.
it's
Bacon
no,
is the solution.
and we're Canadians. We're allowed. It's a given right.
Yeah, why don't we have American bacon? You get bacon.
Because
and
you don't know how to
Canadian-
do it right.
Because you use your one thing on guns. We took bacon and we won this exchange.
We did.
You can eat good. I like my guns. I hate bacon. This seems to have worked out in my favor.
Well, we can kill someone slowly with their arteries with bacon.
Yes. And they can't even
And
see
it's
it coming.
delicious on the way. It's win-win.
And they can't
Everybody
see it-
wins.
And they can't see it coming.
That's right. They don't even see it coming. They think we're being kind. Nope. We're killing your arteries one day at a time. Ketchup. I gotta be old Dutch.
Incognito.
Bless you, Bobby. Lay's BBQ. Bob Jackson enjoyed that one. Yes. It appears to be sealed. That's right. We got questions, man. We got questions. Pork rinds greater than Dunkin', greater than Subway. All
Not a
right.
potato chip, but okay.
Yep. I like strawberry / rhubarb. The rhubarb is poisonous. Is always a little bit behind, so I get that. Ja and Eric love guns. Facts.
What an
The
idiot.
box appears to be untampered with.
I-
Scenario.
I can't believe we didn't talk about that idiot tonight. But
But
whatever.
what is there to say? Like, there isn't much of a discuss.
No,
There
you're
isn't
an
much of a topic.
You're an absolute moron. You're a waste of human life, and you should just go away.
You should go fight. You should go challenge him in a gunfight and beat him.
No, because any moron who uses a gun to itch his temple should have a discharge on him accidentally.
Plexico Burris already did that.
Yeah, he shot himself in the ass.
Yeah, he did.
At least he wasn't dumb enough to put it up against his head.
It was classic. It was good times. Ah, Bobby, simpler time when the man
What?
could shoot himself in the ass.
Yeah.
We all laughed. We did.
Yeah, damn right I laughed.
It was funny. It was great.
It was funny because he had his gun tucked into a pair of sweatpants. It wasn't even a pair of jeans with a belt. No, it was sweatpants. Like a moron.
Ooh.
On that bombshell, thank you all for joining us for this scintillating conversation this evening. We covered a variety of topics. The last 45 minutes to an hour, I can't vouch for it. I really can't.
And whoever's listening went to the fridge already.
Oh, by the way, the viewership's been consistent the last 45 minutes to an hour.
How long? How many people?
About 20.
Too
Oh,
many.
jeez.
They stay pretty consistent. I think they've been enjoying it. Eric's fixation, Eric's anti-Mayo agenda.
Yeah.
A lot of the food talk. I think there's been a lot.
It
I
was
think
all
people enjoyed it.
anti-everything for Eric.
Thought he shot his foot. Plexico. You know what? You might be right. Hold on.
Who cares? In my story, he shot himself in the ass. That's funnier.
True.
Hold on. We want to make sure. We want to make sure we get the hashtag facts right, sir.
Yeah, because that's what we care about.
We do. All right. Burris shot himself in the leg, more specifically the right quadriceps,
Oh.
with his own Glock in the Latin Quarter nightclub in New York City. There you go.
Shit happens.
Facts. Man, I'm going to In and Out now. Do what you got to do, my man.
My story is he shot himself in the ass. And
I'm getting a
sticking
piece of
with it.
pie after this. Key lime. Fair enough, Bob Jackson.
I hope you
Appreciate
choke
you as
on
always. Appreciate you as always. Whoever's hungry now, you're welcome. Thank you, Bob.
it. We have you to blame for the last hour and 45 minutes, you freaking jerk.
That's right. That's right, Zach. We do need facts. I think that's important. If you like the food talk, be sure to thumbs up. Thank you.
Go screw.
Look, the food talk, Bobby. I'm not gonna lie. The food talk was fun. It was engaging. We had a variety. It was waves. We learned a lot of things.
I brought that to the show years ago.
Mm-hmm. I think that's fair. I
A
think it's
year or
valid.
so ago. Yeah.
I think it's valid.
Yeah, asking me what kind of donuts I like, and I haven't heard it. I haven't stopped hearing about it ever since.
Well,
Because
haven't
you're a
stopped
freak.
eating
You're a
them.
weirdo. Dear God, what's wrong with you?
You haven't stopped eating them.
I like Eric suggestion of McD fries and mayo. Facts.
Oh, that's like Swedish or Finland or whatever.
That's disgusting. That
Do
is.
Do I have to go get the can of Miracle
That
Whip
is some
again?
French
Bobby, do I have to
Canadian-
go get the bottle of Miracle Whip again? This
That is
man's
some
is asking for it.
No, that is some French Canadian
Straight
crap.
cheese in a can. How's that?
Nope, never, no way,
Come
Nope.
on.
no.
Couple crackers.
The problem is when he thought he was getting whipped cream, and he actually got the cheese instead. Ah!
Can't even
Why is it
imagine
yellow?
that. I'd throw up.
Why is it
Oh.
yellow?
I know. Why is it yellow? I think that's a valid question to ask. Why is it yellow?
If Name is eating chips right now, you know how like sometimes you
That's what he
you
says.
bite into it and the chips get sharp and kind of turns and then you bite down again and it goes right through the top of the roof of your mouth.
No, we don't eat Doritos.
I was gonna say that sounds like it's for the week, Eric.
Yeah, that's
Chili
what
for
I'm
the week.
talking
Man.
If you
Breaks is
break
epic.
up the big chips, you never have that problem. And actually, small broken chips have less calories.
Also, chewing is the thing, Eric. You could literally just chew. You could use your teeth.
Yeah.
And this is not really much of an issue.
Like your mom does with the mayo. Chew, 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 chew. Yeah.
All right. On that one, by the way, with the viewership literally
hold
picked
on
up
a
the last 10
about.
minutes.
She doesn't do choo choo. She does airplane. All right, so F you.
Okay.
All right, folks. Have yourself a great evening. Enjoy. If you're on the West Coast, Enjoy the rest of your Friday. Folks on the East Coast, enjoy your Saturday. By the way, it is a long weekend. Canadians, and enjoy your long weekend. Have a good one. That's why I got
Enjoy
fresh
your
beer.
snacks. After
Yeah, I got
this.
fresh beer before the Marauders came in and took the rest of it, so I took care of that business. But enjoy the rest of your long weekend. Have a good one. Back next Friday. Have yourself a good one. Enjoy your rest of your
I
weekend.
don't care what you people do.